Its verdict, its decision on Siddaramaiah's plea against the governor Thawarchand Gehlot's approval in the MUDA scam to prosecute Siddaramaiah. We'll get you the details first. Up the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
The Karnataka High Court is all set to pronounce the verdict in Siddaramaiah's plea on MUDA land scam today. As the laddu controversy gets bigger, the top food authority issues show cause notice to Tirupati ghee supplier. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Shinde government forms an SIT to probe the incident. "29-year-old Mahalakshmi murdered, chopped and stuffed in the fridge. Her killer continues to be on the run." Prime Minister concludes his agenda-packed 3-day visit to the United States, heads back to New Delhi. And the war in the Middle East escalates as Israel intensifies operation in Lebanon, says the war is against Hezbollah.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
So the Karnataka High Court is all set to deliver the ruling on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's plea challenging Thawarchand Gehlot, the governor of Karnataka's approval for an investigation into the MUDA scam, the land scam. That's the site allotment case. And viewers, the governor, remember, had sanctioned the investigation on the 16th of August under the Prevention of Corruption Act and the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. And Siddaramaiah argues that the governor's order was issued without due consideration, violating statutory mandates and ignoring the binding advice of the Council of Ministers as stipulated in Article 163 of the Constitution. Sidaramaiah has sought to quash the governor's order, claiming it was legally unsustainable and procedurally flawed. And my colleague Sri Lakshmi is joining us live from our Kannada newsroom in Bengaluru. Now, Sri Lakshmi, tell us what all can be expected. This, of course, comes in as a very crucial hearing for the Karnataka Chief Minister.
Very true, Rakshita. It's a case of 23 years old and very crucial for the seat of Siddaramaiah here. And all eyes are on Karnataka High Court as the bench headed by Justice M. Nagaprasanna is slated to pronounce the judgment by noon 12 p.m. And the judgment is likely to impact directly on Karnataka politics since if the judgment comes against Siddaramaiah, it may build more pressure on Siddaramaiah to surrender his resignation, which may create a certain amount of instability in the government. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is facing litmus test today since the High Court will deliver the verdict on his writ petition challenging the Governor Thawarchand Gehlot's order to give a nod for prosecution against his case. Siddaramaiah has sought interim relief in the matter as well as also demanded quashing of the governor's order. As the court witnessed high voltage arguments since 3 hearings, the verdict is awaited today, which has created a lot of tension in Congress circles as in how Siddaramaiah is going to take it. Senior leaders of Congress are, given suggestions to stay back in Bengaluru to support Siddaramaiah. If the order comes against us, for Siddaramaiah, it will be a huge setback to governor's office since governor's office may face embarrassment in national level. Already a kind of war is going on face-off is going on between Governor's office and Karnataka state government. It is said that both the parties are ready to take it to next level, to go to apex court. So the verdict is very crucial for both the parties, for Congress, for Governor's office, and for the BJP as well. Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. It's going to be a very crucial crucial hearing today in the case. But for the benefit of our viewers, Sri Lakshmi, if you could just highlight the case and what is the alleged role of Siddaramaiah in this entire MUDA scam. And of course, there are others close to Siddaramaiah who have also been named in this.
Yes, in the case it is claimed that Siddaramaiah had misused his office to create fraudulent documents over 3.17 acres of land near Mysore city and got 14 sites allotted from the MUDA illegally in the name of his wife. The case has been, there are a lot of misconduct and false documents which are being shown, which are being sent to Raj Bhavan, Governor's office. Since so many years. It is said that Siddaramaiah was in power all through and was a member of MUDA and witnessed all the MUDA proceedings. Though he was there as a member of MUDA, he witnessed all
Sri Lakshmi, just hold your thoughts there. We're getting in breaking news. High alert, in fact, has been declared across Karnataka in anticipation of the Chief Minister MUDA scam verdict. And this includes Bengaluru. Senior officials, including DGP, ADGP, Law and Order, have instructed all commissionerates, SPs and DCPs to increase vigilance in sensitive areas. For more details, I'll go across to Sri Lakshmi. Sri Lakshmi, there is reportedly a high alert that is declared across Karnataka. That also, of course, includes the capital, Bengaluru. And there is a lot of preparations going on for potential protests and clashes.
Yes, Rakshita. We can remember last time when first hearing was happening of this MUDA case, there were huge protests from Ahinda leaders, Ahinda groups, and many Siddaramaiah followers had protested and created ruckus all over Karnataka. So in this context, police have made all kinds of preparations to face, if at all the judgment, if verdict comes against Siddaramaiah, then there may be huge protests and huge conflicts all over Karnataka. Political ruckus may happen, so police have taken all kinds of precautions. Ahinda leaders are very strongly backing up Siddaramaiah. Even all Congress leaders, including D.K. Shivakumar, it is said that are backing Siddaramaiah. And they conducted, last time they conducted Janandolana Samavesha to back up Siddaramaiah, and they held a huge program in Mysuru to support Siddaramaiah, to express their solidarity. So this time also it is expected that if the judgment comes against Siddaramaiah, huge protests may happen all over the state. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sri Lakshmi, for joining us with those details coming in. So viewers, Karnataka is on high alert, and very soon there is the verdict will be out very soon by the Karnataka High Court. All eyes on the MUDA scam verdict. Karnataka High Court will be pronouncing that verdict very soon. And security has been beefed up around Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's residence as well. And now we have breaking news coming in from the Badlapur rape case, viewers. This regarding the post-mortem of accused Akshay Shinde, who was shot dead in the encounter yesterday. Thane crime branch officials have now arrived at the JJ hospital with the body of the Badlapur accused, and the post-mortem examination was set to commence shortly as part of the investigation into the case. Remember, there's already a political face-off that has blown up in this in the aftermath of this encounter, and now NSIT has been formed into this case, into this encounter. Post-mortem of the Badlapur accused will happen shortly. And the Thane crime branch officials have just arrived at the JJ hospital to conduct the post-mortem Remember, there was an shootout. There was an encounter, in fact, in the police van. Bullets have also been recovered, and API has also been injured as he suffered bullet injuries. Reportedly, Akshay Shinde had snatched his revolver and shot him in the leg, and he too was shot at, and he succumbed to the injuries. So the accused has been killed in an encounter. The government of Maharashtra says it is a self-defense act. And Sandeep joins us live on the broadcast for more from Thane. Sandeep, tell us the details. We understand that the investigation is picking up pace in this encounter, and very soon the post-mortem is going to take place.
Yes, Rakshita, 15 members SIT team has been formed, and in fact a few of the officers were also present out here when the investigation was underway, when the forensics team had arrived. And if Sunny, you can show that shed, that is the shed wherein the vehicle has been in fact parked in. The forensic team was in fact present out there. The 4 bullet shells have been recovered from that very vehicle. Apart from that, the blood stains have been collected by the forensic team. At this point in time, Rakshita, when the investigation is underway, remember, the politics has also started in this very matter. Opposition is raising questions on the kind of encounter or the kind of the whole incident and the sequence have been explained or claimed by the Thane Police Crime Branch right now. What is the reality that needs to be investigated? And for the same reason, Rakshita, now the government of Maharashtra has formed an SIT. A DCP rank official will be in fact leading that very SIT, and in fact what we have been told is that DCP Parag Manere, he has been appointed by the state government to investigate and to lead the whole matter. Remember, the officer who opened up bullet against Akshay Shinde was also the part of encounter specialist Pradeep Sharma's team, anti-extortion shell. So ultimately, you know, there are multiple questions that are being raised in this very matter. But yes, an investigation will take place. Apart from this, the post-mortem is taking place at JJ Hospital. Akshay Shinde's dead body has arrived at JJ Hospital, where the post-mortem report would come and the exact reason of the death would be confirmed by the hospital. Back to you.
All right, Sandeep, thanks so much for joining us on the broadcast with those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more minute-by-minute developments. Now, viewers, it's time for Bharat in 2 minutes, where we get to you a quick roundup of stories from across the country. Karnataka High Court will announce its ruling on the Siddaramaiah's petition challenging Governor Thawarchand Gehlot's approval for an investigation against him related to the MUDA site allotment case. Siddaramaiah claims that governor's sanction, which was issued under the Prevention of Corruption Act, was unconstitutional and procedurally flawed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will return to Delhi following a 3-day visit to the United States. During this trip, he participated in the Quad Leaders Summit and the Summit of the Future at the United Nations in New York. He also engaged in several important bilateral meetings focusing on strengthening India's foreign relations. The Delhi High Court will hear a petition today regarding the investigation into the deaths of 3 students in Rajendra Nagar coaching case. The father of one of the deceased students has requested a change of the CBI's investigating officer, citing concerns that no municipal corporation of Delhi officers have been arrested or been questioned in the case so far. The Supreme Court will also hear petitions challenging the central government's law on triple talaq. Now, this law includes a provision for a 3-year prison sentence for the practice of triple talaq, which some Muslim organizations have argued against. The government has defended the law, saying it was necessary after reports of triple talaq cases continued even after the Supreme Court deemed the practice unconstitutional. The Supreme Court is set to hear a petition today against Allahabad High Court's decision that declared Uttar Pradesh's Madrasa Act unconstitutional. Now, this law was established during Mulayam Singh Yadav's tenure as Chief Minister, and the petition filed by Madrasa manager Anjum Qadri and others claims the High Court's ruling was arbitrary. In March, the Supreme Court issued a stay on the High Court's decision, allowing studies to continue in madrasas under the Act while the matter is reviewed. And we're getting in news from Maharashtra now, where there was a clash between the police and the supporters of AIMIM. This was a clash reported from a rally of the party. This was late last night when police lathi charged to disperse the supporters of former AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jalil at the Mulund checkpost in Mumbai. Now, thousands of supporters were travelling from Sambhaji Nagar when police stopped their rally. Supporters attempted to block the roads, highways, prompting police intervention. And Jalil was leading the rally to demand action against BJP leaders Nitesh Rane and Ramgiri Maharaj for their controversial statements. And there you can see the dramatic visuals coming in, the violence that unfolded as cops and AIMIM supporters clashed. And this was led by former AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jalil. All right, viewers, we take a look at the headlines at this hour. Congress ally Tawqir Raza provokes yet again, incites the Muslim community against Prime Minister. A big development in Madhya Pradesh train derailment bid, railway employee being probed for sabotage. And ahead of the phase 2 of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, BJP claims of a violent incident in Nowshera, blames the National Conference for it. Viewers, Bihar is right now grappling with the severe floods. The rivers are swelling and several people are reeling under the floods. We have seen the effects of the floods in several states. Bihar is in the latest now. And the government is trying to push out efforts for rescuing all the residents in the affected areas. Here's a ground report.
The flood-like situation in Bihar remains grim. Affecting 12.67 lakh people across 12 districts. Although some water levels have started receding, low-lying areas continue to grapple with rising water in several rivers. The state's Disaster Management Department reported that 12 districts along the Ganga are currently facing the crisis. Approximately 361 panchayats in these districts have been severely impacted by the flooding. To assist those in need, around 1,400 boats are being utilized for rescue and relief operations.
These are flood waters in Bihar, and here you can see that people are affected in large number. It is inundated, and flood waters have caused havoc to the people of this local village in Ganyari here.
The government is also running 8 relief camps to accommodate evacuees from the affected areas. A significant number of people have been evacuated from low-lying regions and brought to these camps. The affected districts include Buxar, Bhojpur, Saran, Vaishali, Patna and several others. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar visited a relief camp in Hajipur, urging officials to provide all necessary assistance. Meanwhile, train services have also been disrupted, with several trains cancelled or diverted due to the rising floodwaters in Badlapur.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held his third meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in just 3 months on the sidelines of the UNGA. President Zelensky expressed his gratitude for India's attention to these matters and praised Modi's efforts towards peace. Now, both the leaders agreed to maintain close contact and continue the dialogue on various issues.
President Zelensky was very appreciative of India's attention to these issues and said that Prime Minister's visit had been highly appreciated, and he thanked the Prime Minister for the efforts that he was making for peace and a pathway to finding a way out of this conflict. Both sides appreciated that there was positive momentum on a lot of issues in the bilateral relationship.
President Joe Biden of the United States was honored with the 2024 Clinton Global Citizen Award at the Clinton Global Initiative meeting in New York. Now, former President Bill Clinton presented the award, commending Biden's leadership. In his speech, Biden emphasized the importance of equal opportunities for everyone and thanked the attendees.
My dad used to have an expression. He said, everybody deserves a chance. Just a chance, no guarantee. I mean, it's my dad. Everybody deserves an even chance. And the thing that I was pointing out, the majority of women of all the commencements I've done since I've been Vice President and President of the United States, close to 70% of all the valedictorians have been women.
Ahead of his rally in Pennsylvania, former President Donald Trump visited a grocery store northeast of Pittsburgh, where he decried the jump in food prices since the pandemic and sidestepped a question about whether he would agree to a second debate with Kamala Harris. Trump will be visiting the Keystone State. Ecuadorian authorities have announced a new energy rationing policy due to a severe drought affecting hydroelectric power generation. Energy Minister Antonio Gonçalves stated that the Mazar hydroelectric plant's reservoir is below operational levels. Now, the country has been in an energy emergency for 5 months, and these measures aim to ensure reliable electricity during the dry season. Viewers, West Asia is on the boil. The face-off between Israel and Lebanon is only intensifying. Nearly 492 people, almost 500 people have been killed in the Israeli strikes in Lebanon. And this is only escalating from here on. In fact, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned of further attacks on Lebanon, of further strikes. And now Lebanon has also called in for an emergency meeting. Here's all you need to know in this report.
Israel has intensified its attacks on Lebanon, firing missiles after missiles. Hezbollah too has retaliated. This has brought the world's attention on the escalating tensions in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war is with Hezbollah and not with Lebanese people.
I have a message for the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah. For too long, Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage. Those rockets and missiles are aimed directly at our cities, directly at our citizens. To defend our people against Hezbollah strikes, we must take out those weapons. Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon.
He added that whoever tries to hurt them will be hurt even more.
למי שעדיין לא הבין, אני רוצה להעביר את מדיניות ישראל. אנחנו לא מחכים לאיום, אנחנו מקדימים אותו. בכל מקום, בכל זירה, בכל עת. אנחנו מחסלים בכירים, מחסלים מחבלים, מחסלים טילים, ועוד ידנו נטויה. מי שמנסה לפגוע בנו, אנחנו פוגעים בו וביתר שאת. אני הבטחתי שאנחנו נשנה את מאזן הביטחוני, מאזן הכוחות בצפון. זה בדיוק מה שאנחנו עושים. אנחנו משמידים אלפי טילים ורקטות שמכוונים לערי ישראל ולאזרחי ישראל.
While Lebanese leader Bahia el-Hariri said that the government is doing everything to deal with this aggression.
دولة الرئيس نجيب ميقاتي يعمل مع الفريق الحكومي على رفع الجهوزية لمواجهة تداعيات العدوان على كافة المستويات الإنسانية والدبلوماسية والصحية والمعيشية والأمنية، ومتابعة عمليات النزوح واستهداف الأحياء السكنية بعد المجزرة التي طالت ما يزيد على 3000 من المواطنين اللبنانيين في بيروت والجنوب والبقاع.
Lebanese government held an emergency cabinet meeting to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro called the strikes on Lebanon a genocide.
Manos del MST, entre fascismo o pueblo. Ya no es simplemente una amenaza, es una realidad. Lo que está pasando contra el pueblo de Palestina en Gaza, el genocidio, lo que está pasando a esta hora, en este momento en el Líbano, el genocidio ahora contra el pueblo árabe del Líbano.
Israeli airstrikes in southern and eastern Lebanon have killed more than 450 people and wounded over thousands.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.
Good morning. It's 11:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The High Court is set to deliver its verdict on petition that's been filed by the Karnataka Chief Minister after the prosecution nod was given by the governor in the scam. We'll get you the details. Let's begin first up with the headlines. Karnataka High Court to pronounce verdict on Siddaramaiah's plea on MUDA land scam shortly. As the laddu controversy gets bigger, Top Food Authority now issues notice to Tirupati ghee supplier. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Eknath Shinde government forms SIT to probe the incident. "29-year-old Mahalakshmi murdered, chopped and stuffed in refrigerator. Her killer continues to be on the run." Prime Minister Modi concludes his agenda-packed 3-day visit to the US, heads back to New Delhi. And the war in the Middle East escalates as Israel intensifies its operation in Lebanon, says the war is against Hezbollah. And we begin first up with our top story. The Karnataka High Court is set to deliver its ruling on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's petition that challenges Governor's approval for an investigation into the Mysuru Urban Development Authority site allotment case. In fact, note the Governor had sanctioned the investigation on 16th of August under the Prevention of Corruption Act and the BNS. Siddaramaiah has argued that the Governor's order was issued without due consideration and violated statutory mandates and ignored the binding advice of the Council of Ministers as stipulated in Article 163 of the Constitution. So the verdict by the High Court is set to come shortly. A statement that's also now coming from the State Minister who say that there's been misuse of power on part of the Karnataka Governor.
Connected to MUDA Scam. It is a verdict connected to the way Governor has given permission for a preliminary investigation. Now it is very clear as far as we are concerned that here the issue is not about the MUDA. It is the way the Raj Bhavan is functioning, the way Governor is functioning, and how his office is being misused. And we are seeing it on a day-to-day basis now. Every day is issuing letters for all kinds of things and asking government for all kinds of replies. And his behaving, the way he is behaving is very, very awkward. And it is against constitutional norms, all those things. So that is the issue. Now, whatever the verdict is, the law will take its course. There's no problem about that. And our CM is very confident about his own innocence. We are very confident about his own innocence. And whatever happens, we will face it. That's not an issue. But here, the situation is with the BJP, the opposition, the central government is trying to destabilize the government. They're trying to create confusion. They want to see that the administration, gets derailed and development doesn't happen in Karnataka. That is the intent. But we are not going to be distracted. We are going ahead with many programs. Even today, there's a big program at 5 o'clock CM is there. Yesterday, we had the ambulance launch. Many programs are being taken up. And we will focus on administration. That is our main intention. But here, their intention is to create confusion. So whatever the verdict is, if it allows, no problem. If it doesn't allow, no problem.
In fact, to note, security has been beefed up around Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's residence just ahead of the High Court verdict. Remains to be seen what exactly comes out of the verdict by the Karnataka High Court. But Chief Minister Siddaramaiah seeking cancellation of that prosecution nod that was given by the governor in the MUDA Scam investigation. So illegality one that's been found is land denotified despite government being in possession. These are all allegations that have been leveled against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as well as his wife as well. It said that land was denotified on false pretext of periphery excuse. That's another allegation that's been cited. The other allegation being that government officials gave fraudulent order calling it agricultural land. So these are acres of land which were allegedly allotted to Siddaramaiah family at a low price. Chief Minister's family had allotted prime land by bypassing the lottery system. That's another allegation that's been made. In fact, while these allegations are scathing, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah having argued that the governor's order was issued without due consideration. So in a while from now, the High Court is all set to deliver its verdict on the MUDA Scam plea by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. As we speak, security has been beefed up around the Chief Minister's residence. Take a look at this report, which has details of what's been found in the RTI reply as well, as far as those allegations are concerned against Chief Minister and his family.
Verdict on Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah on the MUDA Scam case is likely to be today. This comes after the CM filed a petition challenging the approval for conducting a probe against him. The High Court had completed the hearings on the petition in 6 sittings held on August 19th, 29th and 31st, along with September 2nd, 9th and 12th. The High Court on September 12th completed its hearing in the case and reserved its orders. It also extended its August 19 interim order directing the Special Court for People's Representatives that was slated to hear complaints against him in the case. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is facing prosecution over alleged irregularities related to land allocations by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. The controversy centers on the allocation of compensatory land parcels to BM Parvati, Siddaramaiah's wife, during his previous term as the Chief Minister of the state. Social activists have alleged that the allotment of 14 premium sites for acquired land was unlawful and resulted in a loss of Rs 45 crore to the state treasury. The land in question is a 3.16-acre parcel located in Kesare village. In 2014, during Siddaramaiah's tenure as the CM of Karnataka, his wife Parvati applied for compensation for this land under the MUDA's 50-50 scheme. Siddaramaiah meanwhile asserts that the land for which his wife received compensation was a gift from her brother Mallikarjuna in 1998. He, till date, has refuted all allegations, calling them politically motivated. With the stage now set, all eyes are now on the MUDA Scam verdict.
And we shift focus to Newsbreak that's coming in from the state of Maharashtra. It's the state's crime branch that is also to take over the Badlapur encounter case from the cops, from the Thane police. It's the Maharashtra Crime Investigation Department that's now been tasked with investigating the death of Akshay Shinde, the accused in Badlapur sexual assault case. Akshay Shinde was allegedly shot by a police officer in a vehicle on Monday evening. As we speak, forensic experts have been at the crime location close to the Mumbra bypass area in the region. And they've even recovered All right, we will get you more details. Let's go across to Sandeep, who is joining us from the crime location. Sandeep, empty bullet shells have been recovered from that van in which Akshay Shinde was being taken to the location. Take us through what exactly do we know as far as the probe is concerned in this encounter.
See, a fresh update has come from the Thane Police Commissionerate. that the case would be in fact given to CID, and the CID will be in fact investigating the loopholes in this very encounter that took place. Remember, in such kind of cases, these encounters are being in fact investigated by CID of the specific district or the specific commissionerate, and in the same manner, now the CID has been in fact assigned to look out for the investigation. Remember, till yesterday it was said that Parag Manere, DCP EOW in Thane Police, he was in fact assigned to do the check. But ultimately now a major update is coming from Thane that the CID will be investigating this whole case. Remember, the forensic team had arrived here early in the morning, and they have collected evidences pertaining to this very matter. And now, as the case has been transferred to CID, the CID will be in fact doing all the checks, will be visiting the crime spot, the place where exactly this incident all happened.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for the moment. In fact, another update, the post-mortem of accused Akshay Shinde, who was shot dead in this encounter, will be conducted in a while from now at the JJ Hospital. We'll keep getting you the probe details. For now, here's a look at other stories in brief. Bharat in 5 minutes. Shiv Sena workers celebrated at the railway station after the recent death of sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde. He was shot by police during a retaliatory firing incident. Workers displayed posters and distributed sweets to mark the occasion. 5 wagons of an empty goods train derailed in West Bengal's Alipur Duar near New Masnaguri station early this morning at around 6:20 a.m. There were no casualties reported. Senior railway officials are on site and restoration work is currently in progress.
जहाँ तक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, इन्फॉर्मेशन के अनुसार ऑन ड्यूटी स्टेशन मास्टर के अनुसार और हम लोगों के ऑब्जर्वेशन के अनुसार एक डाउन ट्रेन जा रही थी, वो डिरेल हो गई। यही देखा जा रहा है।
घायल हुआ है क्या? कितना बजे हुआ है?
6:24 पर रिपोर्ट है।
माल ट्रेन?
मालगाड़ी है, मालगाड़ी।
कोई घायल हुआ है? ड्राइवर हो?
नहीं, कोई घायल नहीं है। कैजुअलिटी 0 है।
The US-India Strategic Partnership Forum said that the success of India's Chandrayaan-3 mission has opened doors for greater cooperation between NASA and ISRO. Both organizations plan to conduct scientific research aboard the International Space Station next year. As a second phase of polling, as a countdown has begun for phase 2 of polls in J&K, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma criticized the opposition parties, claiming that the BJP has driven development in the region, unlike the Congress and National Conference, which he accused of neglecting the area for decades.
ताकि सड़कों की स्थिति की ये सड़क बननी चाहिए, यहाँ से इस सड़क को जोड़ना चाहिए। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्या कांग्रेस के लोग और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लोग ये सड़क बनवा सकते हैं? क्या 70 साल में उन्होंने कोई इसमें जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास कराया है? क्या कोई विकास आपने देखा है? अगर ये विकास कराया है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र की सरकार ने यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर विकास कराया है।
In Nowshera of J&K, BJP workers reported being attacked by National Conference members. The BJP claims that NC workers have been coercing the family to vote for them, with allegations of checkpoints being set up in the area ahead of elections. In news from Kushinagar, where the police dismantled a gang involved in producing fake currency, 10 suspects have been arrested and police has recovered more than 6.5 lakh in counterfeit notes along with illegal weapons. Authorities believe the gang had links with Nepal.
जाली नोटों में डील करने वाले एक गैंग को बस्ट किया गया है, जिसमें टोटल 10 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है। इनके पास से 5.5 लाख से भी ज्यादा जाली नोट वो बरामद हुआ है। 1 लाख से ज्यादा नगद कैश बरामद हुआ है। 10 तमंचे इनके पास से मिले हैं, 30 जिंदा कारतूस मिले हैं, 12 यूज्ड कारतूस मिले हैं। इसके अलावा काफी संख्या में सिम कार्ड, लैपटॉप वो बरामद हुआ है। इनके पास से 4 सुतली बम भी बरामद हुआ है।
In news from Ghazipur, where the police shot and killed wanted criminal Mohammad Zahid during a joint operation. Zahid was linked to the murder of 2 railway constables and had multiple charges against him, including kidnapping. The encounter occurred in Dildar Nagar area as the police attempted to apprehend him.
संयुक्त रूप से थाना गहमर, जनपद गाजीपुर की पुलिस, नोएडा STF की यूनिट एवं GRP वहां पहुंचे, उसकी घेराबंदी की। तो घेराबंदी के दौरान उसके द्वारा पुलिस पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 जवान पुलिस के घायल हुए और जवाबी फायरिंग में इसके ये भी गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ, जिसको सबसे पहले CSC पर ले जाया गया।
Now, the Khatak commandos of the Indian Army's Brahmastra Corps have showcased exceptional resilience and operational readiness during high-altitude training exercises under the Eastern Command. These elite troops trained for special missions in some of the most challenging terrains, embody the indomitable spirit of the armed forces, living by the motto, "For honor we victory, conquer where others fear to tread." Take a look.
Shadows. Our second home. A home full of discipline, friendship, and courage, while under the most dangerous conditions. We work with extreme precision. We make friends for life. Train like beasts. And we are always ready for the unexpected. I think that you can say we were born for this.
And in news from the world of sports, the Indian cricket team comprehensively defeated Bangladesh in the first test of the 2-match series where they registered a 280-run win in Chennai on Sunday. In fact, this win has prompted praise from an ex-Pakistani player, Kamran Akmal, who said that Pakistan must learn from India as far as cricket professionals are concerned.
Hours ahead of the polling in Jammu and Kashmir for the second phase of the elections, BJP has alleged poll-linked violence by the National Conference in the constituency of BJP State Chief Ravinder Raina, in which they have alleged that one of their workers has got injured. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's the twist. This price does not include the battery. Instead, the customers can lease the battery through the Battery as a Service model, paying only for what they use. Now, under this model, owners pay 3.5 rupees per kilometer for the battery usage. Now, for example, if you drive 1,500 kilometers in a month, that would cost you 5,250 rupees. Now, this approach significantly
Welcome back. And in news that's coming in from the US, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who accompanied Prime Minister Modi to the US, held a meet with Bangladesh Foreign Affairs Advisor Mohammad Tawheed Hussain in New York.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And the talks centered on enhancing bilateral ties between India and Bangladesh, underscoring the importance of continued dialogue and cooperation. We head into a very short break, but when we come back, we'll also get you the latest from the Middle East. More than 400 people killed in Israeli strikes targeting Hezbollah camps in Lebanon.
Director, the taste of success.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations. And in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with a shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works? Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into two categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowances fall under the first category. These components remain the same throughout the year and don't change until your next hike. Then comes the commissions and incentives that are subject to your performance, which can vary on a month-to-month basis, and also these aren't guaranteed. So when you receive a job offer, the CTC may include both of these components, which can portray a fairly distorted or rather inflated image, and often comes as a disappointment to your expectations on the payday. So the first thing to note, never take the CTC at the face value, and always look at the variable.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Karnataka High Court is all set to pronounce its order on the Siddaramaiah's plea on Thawarchand Gehlot's not approval for prosecuting him in the MUDA land scam. We will be keeping a close eye on that. But first up, the headlines at this hour.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Karnataka High Court to pronounce verdict on Siddaramaiah's plea in the MUDA land scam today. As the laddu controversy gets bigger, the top food authority issues show cause notice to Tirupati ghee supplier. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Shinde government forms an SIT to probe the incident. "29-year-old Mahalakshmi murdered, chopped and stuffed in a fridge. A killer continues to be on the run." Prime Minister concludes his agenda-packed 3-day visit to the United States, heads back to New Delhi. And the war in the Middle East escalates as Israel intensifies operation in Lebanon, says the war is against Hezbollah.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic TV is coming to you with a deep investigation into one of the most glaring cases of illegalities in recent times. Now, the MUDA scam, or the Mysuru Urban Development Authority scam, is haunting the Sidaramaiah government. It's haunting the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. And today, for the first time on TV, we have accessed the complete MUDA files. These are land scam documents that are also in the court as it now decides whether Sidaramaiah must be investigated, must be prosecuted after the governor gave sanction for the same. And a 32-year document trail is in Republic TV's possession that reveals the illegalities, and a mind-boggling paperwork trail that ensures that the Chief Minister's family did benefit from it. A farmer was paid off just 5,95,000 rupees, and the Chief Minister's family got a sweetheart land deal that is today worth 65 crore rupees. Here's a full report.
Siddaramaiah is the Congress party's last fort, the final commander in charge of the party's southern bastion.
ನಾವು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ 8 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನುಡಿದಂತೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಭರವಸೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋರಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನ್ನ 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಈಡೇರಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇವೆ.
a former JDS leader who quit to join the Congress and grew through the ranks. The growth and rise of Siddaramaiah has been as fast as his fall. In a decade, it's come a full circle. He has claimed to have a clean image in political life, but as ironic as it sounds, he's the Robert Vadra in the Congress in the year 2024. The MUDA or Mysuru Urban Development Authority land scam is haunting him today.
The story starts in 1992 when a preliminary notification is made public to notify land. That's where the story begins. Siddaramaiah is nowhere in the picture. That's until 1997 when a farmer steps forward and he claims the land is his. Check what happens next.
5 years after the notification to develop this land measuring 3 acres and 16 guntas, the son of the original landlord called Ninga steps forward. His son Devraj applies for denotification. This means as government had already taken over the full tract of land, there was an objection from just one person who came out of nowhere saying he wants the land back. His claim that the plot was in the periphery or the corner of the notified site. A lie. Look at this. The land that comes into question is bang in the middle. It's not in the periphery, it's the center. This is lie number 1.
The land once notified and taken away by the government cannot be denotified. That's the rule, and it's illegal to do so. Here, there is nothing to prove. The CM or his family put pressure on the farmer and his family, but the circumstances are a giveaway. The government body was supposed to give over a 3 lakh compensation for the farmer, but Chief Minister's brother-in-law pays about 6 lakh rupees to the farmer for the same land. It was a great deal back then in 2004. The poor farmer family says okay and goes ahead.
Once the land is bought, the series of illegalities begin. Imagine that this land by that time has been converted into a well-developed layout. There are sites and those sites are being sold. But the Chief Minister's family begins a paper trail to fake the reality. They pretend like the land was never developed. In 2005, there is an application by the Chief Minister's brother-in-law to convert the land. They fake the nature of the land without inspection. The land is claimed to be agricultural. They seek a conversion on paper.
5 years after the nature of the land is faked, Siddaramaiah's wife enters the picture. She simply gifted the land, and they even lie about the nature of the land, calling it agricultural land. And this is at a time when there's a paper trail being created calling it agricultural land, while on the ground, the land in question has been developed and sold already as plots. Imagine this, sold as plots but fake trail created as agricultural land. Interestingly, this was at a time, the gifting of the land was at a time when Siddaramaiah himself was asking for Yediyurappa's resignation over a denotification scam.
4 years later, just as Modi government takes charge in the center, Siddaramaiah's wife, who so far faked the nature of the land, for the first time admits that she faked all along. She claims the land was already developed. The same Parvati who claimed the land was agricultural does a U-turn to say the land was developed in 2001. She claims she must be compensated. At this point, Siddaramaiah is the Chief Minister of Karnataka. She goes for the jugular. She knows the time is right.
At the time when Siddaramaiah's wife seeks for the compensation, she argues that she should be provided with an equal amount of compensation to compensate whatever was taken away by MUDA. She clearly rejects the 40-60 formula which was in the place then. And the MUDA, the body, also passes a resolution to make sure that CM's wife gets what she wants.
She was entitled to compensation only. At the time of acquisition, that was just 3,24,700 and 4,800 square feet developed land. That's just 2 sites of 60 by 40 square feet size each, and that too as an incentive. Apart from the compensation, instead Parvati Siddaramaiah was compensated with sites totaling 38,283 square feet. She is given 14 sites. The year is 2021. Over a year after the scheme was scrapped by the BJP, and this land is given in Mysuru's prime locality.
All right, viewers, the court has assembled for the High Court. The court has assembled for the verdict in the MUDA Scam case. And the High Court, remember, is all set to pronounce its verdict on a prosecution note given by Governor in MUDA case. Should Siddaramaiah be prosecuted or not is the question here. Siddaramaiah has challenged this plea, has challenged this order, this go-ahead by the governor. His plea will be taken up today. The court has assembled. And in a short while from now, we expect that the verdict should be out. And the MUDA Scam hearing case is now all set to begin. Bench has assembled to deliver the verdict in this case. Prosecution not given by Governor Thawarchand Gehlot was challenged by Siddaramaiah. My colleague Sri Lakshmi joins us live on the broadcast from Bengaluru, our Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, the stage is set, and any time from now, the verdict will be out in the MUDA Scam case. All eyes will be on the Karnataka High Court. Viewers, we have breaking news.
Just now, big breaking news coming in that the verdict is out there. The bench by Justice M. Nagaprasanna has upheld the prosecution permission that has been given by the governor in a huge setback to CM Siddaramaiah. Court has upheld the permission for prosecution which has been sanctioned by the governor of Karnataka. Rakshita.
Yes, it's a big breaking news coming in, and first on Republic TV. Republic TV getting you the big breaking news first, and the setback coming in for Karnataka Chief Minister. The High Court upholds Governor Thawarchand Gehlot's order to prosecute Siddaramaiah in the MUDA Scam. That's the big update we have right now. The verdict is out in the land scam, and it's trouble coming in for the Karnataka Chief Minister. And there is no problem. Let me just read out. The High Court has said that the governor can take an independent decision. Order does not suffer from non-application of mind by the governor, and the facts narrated in the petition need investigation. The petition stands dismissed, and that's what comes in as a setback, a big setback for Siddaramaiah. The High Court dismisses Siddaramaiah's petition against governors not for prosecuting him in this land case. The land loot, the conflict of interest, all has been exposed in the MUDA Scam files that Republic TV has brought to you, viewers, and it's a massive setback now by the court. High Court dismissing Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's plea, and it upholds the governor's decision. And Sri Lakshmi, of course, what happens from here on? Because now, very clearly, Siddaramaiah will be prosecuted in this land scam case.
The Karnataka High Court may direct lower courts to proceed with the legal action, Rakshita. An FIR may be filed against CM Siddaramaiah. That may create more pressure on Siddaramaiah to surrender his resignation, taking up the moral responsibility on him of this allegation. It may create a certain amount of instability in the present Congress government. We'll have to look forward that in what way Congress High Command is going to handle this. See, all the senior Congress leaders are here in the state, are backing up Siddaramaiah very strongly, but yet the pressure is so high that Siddaramaiah may succumb to pressure and may give resignation, not yet decided though. But on a legal side, they may also approach Apex Court. They may also fight it legally as well with more legal documents and backup. But on the political side, it creates huge amount of pressure on Siddaramaiah to surrender his resignation. We may expect some sort of protest all over the state too. So it creates great buzz in political circles here. So may lead to certain amount of instability in the Congress government too. Rakshita.
Absolutely. So that's the big update we have right now. Investigation right now, viewers remember, is underway, and the governor's MUDA Scam probe decision is correct. This has been very clearly now has been upheld by the High Court of Karnataka. Big setback coming in, viewers. The sanction for prosecuting Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the MUDA case, and there is what the High Court has said, that there has been an application of mind. There is no reason, and this is a big impact of Republic, impact of MUDA files expose, viewers. Siddaramaiah will be prosecuted in this land scam case. Republic TV has exposed with the MUDA scam files the land loot, the conflict of interest, the irregularities, and how Siddaramaiah and his family members also benefited in the MUDA scam. So this is the big update we have right now. Court has also rejected the Chief Minister's plea for a 2-week stay on this order. The court has said we cannot stay our own order. The court says the governor is not bound by the cabinet advice in this case, because remember, Siddaramaiah had challenged this, saying that there is a procedural flaw, that the cabinet's recommendations were not considered by the governor, and it was unconstitutional. But this has been dismissed by the High Court. And Niranjan Swami joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Niranjan, a big setback coming in. Republic TV has brought to our viewers all the irregularities and the conflict of interest via the MUDA files, and now Siddaramaiah is all set to be prosecuted.
Well, it's a very significant order. Primarily, I'll tell you, Rakshita, what happens now is the Chief Minister has summoned all his ministers, his cabinet, MLAs, Congress MLAs have been asked to be stationed in Bengaluru. The contenders are already lobbying with the Congress High Command. I can tell you that in the last 2 to 3 weeks, a few senior leaders of the Congress party, including chief ministerial aspirants, have been in Delhi. Some of them even traveled to America. You remember that picture where DK Shivkumar is meeting Rahul Gandhi in America. And then you had Satish Jarkiholi, who's also believed to be from the Siddaramaiah camp, if Siddaramaiah has to step down, and they were all waiting for this verdict. Because if the probability was, if Siddaramaiah, faces a setback, he's not going to go down without kicking and screaming, and that's exactly what he did a few years back when the government fell and the BJP came to power. Siddaramaiah will want his own man to take over as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, because this is a setback. Remember when Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying, can you stay this order for a couple of weeks? Why is he asking that? Because the court breaks for vacation. Courts will break for vacation in a few days from now. We're already Tuesday now, Thursday, Friday. They cannot go to Supreme Court immediately. And that was one of their strategies. We don't know whether they will still move the apex court. But even if they did, it's going to take time because the courts will break for vacation. Siddaramaiah has no option now on grounds of morality, propriety. Why am I saying this? Because you see the parallel with Arvind Kejriwal in the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal, having faced jail time, came out, stepped down, putting somebody else on the chair. Obviously, in election season, it's all about optics, and the Congress High Command has been apprised of this particular case. They know the facts of the case. Remember when we accessed that entire MUDA files and we broke those MUDA files over the last 2 months? I can...
98ರಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಸ್ವಾಧೀನ ಕೈ ಬಿಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನಡೀತು. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿವರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾದ ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಎರಡನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಅವರು ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2004 2005
This is one of the petitioners in the case speaking.
ಏನು ಮೂಡಾದಿಂದ ಬಡಾವಣೆ ರಚನೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿವೇಶನನ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ನಿವೇಶನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವು
The petitioner speaking about the facts of the case and the out-of-turn allotment to Siddaramaiah, talking about the scam in which Siddaramaiah's brother-in-law bought the site for throwaway prices from a farmer. And the petitioner saying that we've brought all the facts to the fore because the land in question here was gifted to the Chief Minister's wife, and the Chief Minister's family has made a sweet deal of over 60 crore rupees in his own words. Alright, so that's the petitioner speaking about the facts of the case. So I want to cut back from that. The petitioner This is one of the three petitioners in the case, Rakshita. Basically, three petitioners in the case. All three of them went to the governor, told the governor, these are the files, these are the facts, and that you need to investigate the Chief Minister of Karnataka. The Karnataka High Court has today allowed an investigation. I mean, how can you try and block an investigation? The Chief Minister of Karnataka tried to block an investigation in this particular case. He went to the High Court and he said that the governor was wrong in his decision to allow sanction to prosecute over the MUDA files. Now, let me tell you what happens from here on, because it gets interesting from now, Rakshita. The Chief Minister is meeting the cabinet. There will be pressure on him to step down. There will be pressure on him to step aside. At least the investigation is complete. Now, will he step aside? He will not do that, because we know about the rivalry between him and DK Shivakumar over the years, because when the Congress won the Karnataka election in 2023, there was a tussle between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar about who the Chief Minister of Karnataka would be. And they chose Siddaramaiah at that point of time, and word of mouth in the Congress party circles was that they will allow Siddaramaiah to be the Chief Minister for at least 2.5 years, following which they will allow DK Shivakumar to take over. But it seems like the process has been fast-tracked for DK Shivakumar, because in Karnataka in the last 1 month, 1.5 months since this case broke, I can tell you firsthand, the DK Shivakumar camp has got completely active, and they've been sort of trying to lobby with the High Command. They've been making statements out of turn saying that he will come to power, he will become the Chief Minister, etc. So let's not get into the technicalities of it. Rest assured, we've broken the facts of the case. We put out the facts of the case. This is a land scam where the Chief Minister's wife did not own land, but is suddenly gifted land by her brother-in-law, and that land becomes, multiplies in a sense, and she gets about 14 prime properties in Mysuru valued at 60 crore for a plot that they paid off a farmer just about a little over 3 lakh. 3 lakh rupees is what you give the farmer, 3 to 5 lakh rupees to the farmer, 64 crore rupees to the Chief Minister over a decade or more. And this is typically what you call the Robert Vadra model of real estate, and politicians are experts at that. And this is a very, very big case, because from here, there will be huge political ramifications in Karnataka. There will be a political churn, I can already tell you that, because leaders have begun lobbying. So I'm going to keep a close track via the team of Republic Kannada. And by the way, let me tell you, there was an attempt to cover up this scam as well, Rakshita, because in between, when you remember, one of the stories we broke on Republic Kannada and then also on Republic TV was on one document where the Chief Minister's wife. Now, what is this scam? Let me quickly tell you what the scam is all about in about 30 seconds. The Chief Minister's wife is gifted land by her brother-in-law, and the land gifted itself is procured in a very shady way, because the land did not exist. It was already sold off to people in a place called Mysuru, and the body is MUDA, and that land gifted to her. She used that land. That land never existed. It was already given away, sold to people. She used that land on paper to bargain and ask for prime properties in return, because that land was denotified. And after that, she, and all of these points, when she wrote letters asking for prime land allocation, Siddaramaiah was either the Chief Minister, the Finance Minister, or the Deputy Chief Minister, or the Leader of Opposition.
I think we can move there, right? Yeah.
Okay. So how do you see this?
The writ petition. Okay. The writ petition challenging the order of approval passed by His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka has been dismissed, and the summary of the judgment would be that the facts envisaged in the complaint would undoubtedly warrant investigation, firstly. And secondly, the act of the complainant seeking approval from His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka is lawful, and there are absolutely no infirmities in connection to the same.
The kind of facts and figures which
Please. Yes. Yes. There was a finding which says the facts forthcoming in the complaint undoubtedly warrants investigation by an investigation authority. Okay, and it is also the finding that the Honorable Governor, His Excellency the Governor, has exercised abundant caution and has traversed through all relevant material before coming to the conclusion as to whether to grant sanction or not. And therefore, sanction granted under Section 17A is upheld. by the Honorable High Court of Karnataka.
Seeking some time that they wanted that no action.
No. See, they sought for extension of stay pending appeal period. Okay. They sought for extension of the stay order for about 2 weeks, which His Lordship has denied, and stating that the interim order which existed in the favor of the petitioner would also be dissolved. So as of now, there is absolutely no difficulty for the special court of legislators to proceed with the complaint in accordance with law.
So what will be your next course of action? Like if you want to involve some agency to investigate the matter, which agency would you prefer?
See, as of now, it is the Lokayukta which would be brought into the picture before the special court, and thereafter we would think of whether to getting it referred to the CBI or any other investigation authority. If at all, if we feel that the investigation is not on the proper track, since Lokayukta being a state agency, we would approach the Honorable High Court of Karnataka seeking investigation by a special agency.
And do you expect that information Siddaramaiah is planning for petition in the division bench? What will be your preparation for that, if at all the challenges?
See, the judgment passed by the Honorable Single Judge, okay, it appears that it is exhaustive, and after it having duly considered numerous judgments of the various Honorable High Courts as well as the Honorable Apex Court, the judgment has been rendered. So that being the case, our preparation would be pretty much the same. See, appeal is the right of the petitioner, okay? That would be available to the Honorable Chief Minister. We cannot deny the right of appeal. But our preparation would pretty much be the same, since the authorities relied upon by us are appreciated and are duly observed in the judgment which is rendered, which probably would be available in a couple of hours. We would try to obtain the certified copy by today.
Yeah, petitioners counsel there. Speaking on that big setback coming in from the High Court of Karnataka for Karnataka Chief Minister. I believe my colleague Sri Lakshmi is live with us from our Kannada newsroom in Bengaluru. Now, Sri Lakshmi, clearly the governor's decision is upheld. It's a big setback. Now, already the Congress party is in a huddle. And remember, there have been the tussle for power going on. The tussle for power has been going on before the Karnataka elections, after the Karnataka elections. There are camps, there are divisions in Karnataka Congress. Will Siddaramaiah resign? And what really happens from here on is the big question. There is going to be a lot of tussle, and they are going to be in a huddle now.
Exactly, Rakshita. As you said, a lot of tussle and a lot of political high drama is going to be created. As Niranjan was saying, DK Shivakumar section is highly active. His close associates are highly active. It is not known yet that what number of MLAs will be standing with Siddaramaiah, and whether DK Shivakumar will be able to capture them as well. Until yesterday, it was said that Siddaramaiah was backed up with a great number of MLAs, but as of now, since the judgment is rendered against...
We have breaking news coming in right now after the setback to Siddaramaiah. Now Siddaramaiah is going to move the top court. That is the big update we have right now. Of course, he has received a setback from the High Court. So now he moved the apex court. And this is the update we are getting. Bench is set to appeal to division bench of the High Court. Siddaramaiah's lawyer will be filing an appeal tomorrow. So the permission for prosecution against the Chief Minister has been upheld by the Karnataka High Court. And now Siddaramaiah's counsel will be filing an appeal against that. So this is the big update we have right now, as there's a massive setback coming in for Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, in the MUDA land scam. And this is another obvious step coming in from Siddaramaiah's lawyers. They'll be moving the top court. And Sri Lakshmi continues to be with us. Now, Sri Lakshmi, of course, the next step for Siddaramaiah is to file an appeal. His lawyer will be filing an appeal tomorrow to move the top court now. But it's going to be a very difficult road ahead, isn't it?
Definitely, Rakshita, because on the one hand, legally Siddaramaiah has to fight it through more legal support, and his lawyer will be appealing Apex Court tomorrow. But on the other hand, politically, in his career of 40 years of political journey, this will be a huge setback for Siddaramaiah, which has never ever happened to him. And now, considering the situation, considering the pressure around him, and considering the different sections which has happened in Congress, divide which has happened in Congress, there's Dr. G. Parmeshwar and his followers, there's one Mallikarjuna Kharge and his followers, there's D.K. Shivkumar, who is said to be an aspirant of CM post. So many other power centers are there in Congress. Considering the situation, this verdict definitely is going to create huge amount of pressure on Siddaramaiah to surrender his resignation. If that happens, then the big question comes, who will be the next person for the chief minister post? Earlier it was said that Siddaramaiah has kept his close aide, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, as for the next CM candidate, and comparatively, he's less controversial, or it is said that Dr. G. Parmeshwar will be able to manage all the sects of Congress and will be able to handle all the conflicts which is there within the party smoothly. But it is yet, the ball is remaining in the court of High Command to decide whether it is D.K. Shivkumar or it is Dr. G. Parmeshwar, or will Mallikarjuna Kharge come back to state politics again. It is yet to be waited and watched, Rakshita. But for sure that a huge political drama is going to be created. BJP may use this opportunity to destabilize government, which has happened earlier in state politics. Now people are eagerly waiting and watching what may happen next, Rakshita.
Absolutely. In fact, the BJP will be, going out all guns blazing, seeking the removal of the resignation of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, because the question also loomed that will Siddaramaiah, Sri Lakshmi, will he resign on moral grounds? That is one question that will be pressed upon, especially by the opposition in Karnataka, as this comes in as a big setback. These are, these are files that have come in, and the Karnataka High Court upholding the decision also shows that, there is, of course, some real trouble coming in for Siddaramaiah in this land scam allegation case.
Yes, Rakshita, earlier, if we look at our political history of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa had to resign when one similar case, which is, the prosecution was on him. He had to resign. And even H.D. Kumaraswamy, while facing allegations, he had to resign. So, furthering the legal proceedings, Lokayukta may take action against Siddaramaiah regarding this case. Point number one. Point number two, we don't know. This case may even go to CBI, or depending on the depth and magnitude of the severity of the illegalities which has happened in the case. Any independent agency may take up the investigation. Any center agency may also pitch in. If that happens, then pressure mounts on Siddaramaiah to resign. So even if he goes to Apex Court for the next legal battle, here in Karnataka, to face political allegations and political war from BJP and from his own fellow mates in Congress, it will be definitely is going to bring a hard time for Siddaramaiah to save his chair. It is said that the situation may arise that he may succumb to the political pressure and he may have to resign. That's why on one hand preparations were being made since last 15 days that to save their government, at least Congress High Command is in pressure to save its own government, whether it is Siddaramaiah being CM or DK Shivakumar being CM or Dr. G. Parmeshwar, whoever it is. But the High Command is in one such pressure to save its government, since it is the only strongest government with full majority for Congress High Command. Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. Sri Lakshmi, also tell us about what are you picking up as far as the Congress camp is concerned, because as Niranjan was pointing out that there have been, talks between Rahul Gandhi, DK Shivakumar, also recently in the light of this order coming in. And now, what really happens from now on? Because we believe that, as you were talking about, the lobbying that's happening between the camps, who is the front runner in case Siddaramaiah does step down here?
Since before the Karnataka state elections, we can remember that there was a huge political war which was going on between DK Shivakumar and CM Siddaramaiah. Of course, indirectly, of course, it was kind of a off-screen war which was going on, and it was said that Vokkaliga support is there for DK Shivakumar since he belongs to that community. There was a huge cry for CM post for Vokkaliga person earlier, and this situation will be used by DK Shivakumar to climb the CM's chair, which was his long-time desire, Rakshita. If we can observe Congress politics over the years, there was a huge tug of war which was happening since so many days between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. So this situation may be used by DK Shivakumar to climb up to CM's position. It is said that there's one hand, there's Ahinda politics in which Siddaramaiah claims himself as the champion of Ahinda and the sole leader of Ahinda. But since he's facing allegations, and the allegations are so strong that it is very difficult to deny the fact, which Republic Kannada itself has brought forward all those documents to the public in which the whitener was used. Siddaramaiah claims that he did not ask for any specific site or specific compensatory land, but in the document which we have brought out, it was mentioned that he was asked for he had asked for a land and many such illegalities. Considering all these things, it is very difficult for Siddaramaiah right now to defend himself. Instead of defending, he options in front of him are he has to continue with the legal fight in apex court, but on political grounds, taking up the moral responsibility, he may have to surrender his resignation. Rakshita.
Right, Lakshmi. In fact, stay with us. We are getting BJP's reaction as the party is now upping the ante against Siddaramaiah and calling for his resignation as well. Take a listen, and viewers, to what Shahzad Punawala, the national spokesperson of the BJP, had to say.
The Karnataka High Court has upheld the sanction to prosecute the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam, which is of 5,000 crores, and has dismissed the petition of the Chief Minister. Not only has the petition been dismissed, but even the interim relief sought has not been given. It has been held that the governor is competent to give the sanction for prosecution. Today, the Congress party must tell us, after this verdict that has come from the High Court, is it tenable for Mr. Siddaramaiah to continue? Today, Mr. Siddaramaiah must step down. It is evident that he was the one who looted the lands which was meant for SC, ST, OBC Samaj. 5,000 crores worth of corruption was done in this MUDA scam. Family and friends of Siddaramaiah, his wife, were benefited from it. And instead of taking action on it, you have somebody who brazenly abuses and insults the governor. They threaten the governor only because the governor comes from the SC community, Thawarchand Gehlotji.
So there you heard the BJP clearly, of course, up in arms against the Congress party. And, this gives much ammunition to the BJP, in fact, the opposition in Karnataka, Sri Lakshmi, to mount its attack, train its guns on Siddaramaiah. And there is, of course, pressure mounting on Karnataka Congress now.
Yes, Rakshita, as you said, Karnataka government is facing huge a kind of embarrassment as well and pressure also. But it is said that D.K. Shivkumar, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, and along with Venugopal and other high command leaders were prepared to face this situation, it seems, because preparations were going on since long. If Siddaramaiah resigns, who else to be the next CM? But Congress has got a challenge of, managing all the other party senior leaders. MB Patil was claiming that, coming from a strong community of Lingayats, MB Patil, the minister, was claiming that he would like to be the next chief minister. There's one more other leader, R.V. Deshpande, who's a senior Congress leader. He was also claiming that I've been in politics since 3-4 decades. Why shouldn't I become the chief minister instead? There is another rise of voice saying that another Dalit person should become CM. So it is not that easy for Congress High Command to decide upon just D.K. Shivkumar to be the next CM. Congress High Command is going to face a huge, tough time, a true tough time in Karnataka politics. Rakshita.
Absolutely, viewers. A big update we have right now. In fact, the BJP is holding a press conference. Let's cut across live to that.
Fighting against this corrupt Congress government. From last 2 months, we have been fighting against corrupt Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji. We have been fighting against this corrupt Congress government. In Estate Development Corporation scam, Chief Minister himself had agreed on the floor of the House. Yes, scam has taken place in Estate Development Corporation. More than 87 crores has been looted by Congress government. And the concerned minister Nagendra was forced to resign. And then after, when Bharatiya Janata Party took up the issue of Mysore MUDA scam, where Chief Minister family is a direct beneficiary in this Mysore MUDA scam, and the allegation is against the Chief Minister himself, when Bharatiya Janata Party and JDS wanted to discuss on the floor of the House, when the Assembly was in session, hurriedly, Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji, very smartly, he constituted single-man inquiry commission by a retired High Court judge. Then itself, doubts arose. We demanded Chief Minister to answer our questions on the floor of the House. But Chief Minister Sidaramaiah chose to run away from the Assembly. After we decided to carry out our protest, after we successfully planned Padayatra against the corrupt Chief Minister, Mysore Chalo, from Bangalore to Mysore, we carried out our Padayatra against the corrupt Chief Minister. During this period, respected Governor received more than 3 petitions, complaints against corruption that has taken place in MUDA scam. Allegation was directly against the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah ji. So, respected Governor, after consultation and deliberation, respected Governor had given the sanction for prosecution. But Chief Minister and the Congress ministers challenge the order of the Governor, challenge the order of prosecution given by respected Governor. They challenged it in the High Court. So after a detailed argument that had taken place in the High Court, today High Court has come out with a judgment which has clearly said the petition challenged by the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been dismissed by the Honorable High Court. At the same time, the judge has observed that all are equal before the law. All are equal before the law. So, Honorable High Court has upheld the order of prosecution given by the Governor So at this juncture, I demand Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji to resign from the post of Chief Minister immediately without any further delay. I demand Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji, without wasting any further time, he should tender his resignation immediately. ನೋಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಉಚ್ಚ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಮೂಡ ಹಗರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕುಟುಂಬನೇ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಕ್ರಮಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಉಚ್ಚ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಯ ಕೊಡೋಣ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಮುಖಂಡರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದಂತೂ ನಿಶ್ಚಿತ, ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ರಹಿತ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತೇವೆ. Congress will give a corrupt-free government in Karnataka.
B.Y. Vijayendra and the BJP leader, the Karnataka state BJP president, demanding demanding resignation of Siddaramaiah, in this case Karnataka BJP's chief. B.Y. Vijayendra there, demanding resignation of Sidaramaiah, saying that without wasting any time now, Sidaramaiah should step down, and lauding and welcoming the High Court's verdicts. Karnataka BJP says that Siddaramaiah and family are the direct beneficiaries of this land scam, that they failed to give an answer to the questions in Assembly as well, the opposition's questions in Karnataka Assembly viewers. Now, what are the questions? What are the allegations against Siddaramaiah and his family? Republic TV is bringing to you the MUDA Scam files. We are going to tell you the irregularities, the corruption, the conflict of interest that took place in this entire land loot. Here's an explainer.
So what is the MUDA land scam? I'll try and keep it simple while giving every detail that you need to know. The basic allegation is like this. You give away 3 acres of agricultural land in the middle of nowhere, but you are allotted prime properties in Lutyens, Delhi, and that too much more than you are entitled for. Now let me detail this scam. The story dates back to 1997, when land acquisition was notified in Mysuru's Kesari village. The land is earmarked. 3.16 acres is the land that we are talking about, 3.16 acres. And in return for this 3 acres and 16 guntas, 14 sites are given in already developed Vijayanagara layout in Mysuru city. Now, why was this illegal? I'll tell you in just a bit. Now, as per the 50-50 ratio formula that was brought in, a landowner should be given land in 50-50 ratio in the same area. So assume that you give away 1 acre to the government. The owner gets 9 sites of 30-40 size each. In 2009, this plan is introduced in Karnataka. But in 2020, the BJP government, which was in power, cancels the plan or the scheme. Now, despite this cancellation, MUDA, the body that was responsible for the allocation in Mysuru, allegedly continued with the scheme. Now, this was illegal is the allegation. The BJP government, remember, had cancelled this scheme. So how did the allotment happen is the question. Did the chief minister, that is Siddaramaiah, get the land? Or was it his wife? That is the nub of the issue being speculated. Did he have a direct role, indirect role? How does impropriety come in? Parvati Siddaramaiah, the wife of the chief minister, originally owned 3 acres and 16 guntas in Kesara village, which was reportedly gifted to her by her brother Mallikarjun. Now, the same land is allegedly acquired by MUDA to develop. Now, in 2021, Parvati, Siddaramaiah's wife, was allegedly compensated with sites totaling 38,283 square feet in prime land, which is 14 sites. 14 sites are given to her, and the year is 2021. And that's over a year after the scheme was already scrapped by the BJP government. Now, Siddaramaiah's wife was entitled to just 4,800 square feet. I'll repeat that, just 4,800 square feet of developed land, but instead she got over 32,000. That's just 2 sites. 4,800 square foot would mean just 2 sites of 60 into 40 size. Instead, she allegedly got 14 sites. And this land is allegedly given in Mysuru's prime locality. It should have been given in the Kesari village, but she's allotted prime land as per the allegation made, which is much above the market value of the land that she gave away in the first place. Now, the illegality as per allegations being made by the opposition in Karnataka is that it's a 4,000 crore scam. Not just these sites, it's 4,000 crore scam. And the allegation is that not just the chief minister, but many ministers, politicians, VVIPs benefited. What makes this case involving the chief minister even more intriguing is the fact that in the 2013 election affidavit, this land mention was not made by Siddaramaiah in the affidavit, in the election affidavit. What could be the explanation for that? Now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be investigated after the governor has given sanction to prosecute, and the investigation, believe it or not, will be done by the SIT. SIT reports to the state government, and Siddaramaiah is the head of that state government. And that is why him remaining the chief minister essentially becomes untenable.
So that's the land scam, and now the governor's nod has been upheld by the High Court. Big setback coming in for Karnataka Chief Minister. The BJP has started training its guns, demanding the resignation of Siddaramaiah. What is going to happen next? The Congress is in a huddle as Siddaramaiah is all set to be prosecuted in the MUDA scam. We'll get you all the latest developments and reactions on that. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Siddaramaiah's plea has been dismissed by the High Court. He's all set to be prosecuted in the MUDA land scam case, viewers. And now the BJP is demanding the resignation of Siddaramaiah from the Chief Minister's post. Take a listen into what Shahzad Poonawala of the BJP had to say.
The Karnataka High Court has upheld the sanction to prosecute the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam, which is of 5,000 crores, and has dismissed the petition of the Chief Minister. Not only has the petition been dismissed, but even the interim relief sought has not been given. It has been held that the governor is competent to give the sanction for prosecution. Today, the Congress party must tell us, after this verdict that has come from the High Court, is it tenable for Mr. Siddaramaiah to continue? Today, Mr. Siddaramaiah must step down. It is evident that he was the one who looted the lands which was meant for SC, ST, OBC Samaj. 5,000 crores worth of corruption was done in this MUDA scam. family and friends of Siddaramaiah, his wife, were benefited from it. And instead of taking action on it, you have somebody who brazenly abuses and insults the governor. They threaten the governor only because the governor comes from the SC community, Thawarchand Gehlot ji.
All right, viewers, we will be keeping a close eye on the developments coming in as the Congress party is now in a huddle. Siddaramaiah is in hot water now. He's all set to be prosecuted in the land scam case, corruption allegations. Karnataka's Chief Minister mired in those very serious allegations. And what is going to happen next as demands for him to resign are now being raised? We'll keep a track of the development. Stay tuned.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.
Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was said to be the champion of Dalit section, and now the MUDA case brings him a huge embarrassment following the verdict which has come out against him. It is said that so many illegalities have happened since this land originally belongs to Dalit community people back in 1998. Will Siddaramaiah resign right now, since the opposition leaders are very strongly asking for his resignation? We'll bring you more on this story on the other side of the break. Keep watching Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations, and in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with a shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works. Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into two categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowance
ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಏನು ಒಂದು ಬದ್ಧತೆ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಬದ್ಧತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರೋಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಕೊಡುಗೆನ BJP ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ವಿಚಾರ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗಿರೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಕಿವಿ. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಏನು ಸೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆ, ತನಿಖೆ ಏನು ನಡೀತದೋ ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದೇನು ವಿಚಾರ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ.
How will you fight it out, sir?
See, there is no question.
Look into the order copy and then I can speak. That's what he's saying.
Director, the taste of success.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. The big news break coming in this hour is the big setback for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the High Court dismissed his plea seeking cancellation of the prosecution note that was given by the governor to investigate the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam. In fact, as we speak, there are back-to-back meetings taking place and there is speculation rife as to whether Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will tender his resignation or not. In fact, it's the BJP that's mounting pressure seeking the resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. So back-to-back news breaks coming in as we speak. DK Shivakumar also giving a statement saying that the Karnataka Congress will now move top court. Take a look, listen in fact to that statement that came in from Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar.
There is no question. My Chief Minister has not done anything wrong. He is not involved with any scam. It is a political conspiracy by the BJP to all of us, to all the opposition leaders in the country. This is what is going on. So there is no question of my Chief Minister has done anything wrong. They are creating problem. We stand by him. We support him. He is doing a good work for the country, for the party and for the state.
All right, so Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar saying that the Karnataka Congress will be moving top court. As we speak, a meet that's been called by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah at his residence. And this in the backdrop of the BJP seeking the resignation of Siddaramaiah. Let's go across to Sri Lakshmi. She's joining us from the Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, it's of course a big setback for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. But the question is, what is next? Is the High Command thinking that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will have to tender his resignation in wake of the serious charges and that prosecution note that's now come in from the High Court? Sri Lakshmi, if you can hear us.
In a very embarrassing situation to his long political career, CM Sidaramaiah is facing a Right. Siddaramaiah is facing a huge setback considering his long political career. He has never faced one such situation, but it is very difficult for him to move forward, it seems, considering the complex situation which has arisen out of this verdict which has come against him. Now it is said that Siddaramaiah and his legal team may appeal to Apex Court tomorrow morning, but in any ways, either he, on one hand he has to continue with his legal battle and go through legal procedures. But on the other hand, the complainants now may go back to the lower court and pressurize, put their application to start proceedings of prosecution against CM Siddaramaiah. We can even remember the similar situation which has happened to B.S. Yediyurappa back then in corruption case as well. The same situation now is being faced by CM Siddaramaiah. So if one such situation arises, pressure may mount against him to tender his resignation as soon as possible. And if we look at Karnataka politics, since 1 or 2 decades, it is only Siddaramaiah who has claimed himself as the champion of Dalit community and who rose to such great position of chief minister, making Ahinda politics as his trump card. But now the MUDA land belongs, it is said that it belongs to Dalit people originally, and the land was taken from them. Now, since this verdict has come against Siddaramaiah, now the investigation may bring more embarrassment for Siddaramaiah. So it is said that it is likely that Siddaramaiah is going to tender his resignation in few days. On other hand, Congress High Command is backing him up even now very strongly. D.K. Shivakumar has backed him up, saying that my chief minister hasn't done any wrong and we will continue with the legal battle. But there is also pressure that from other communities that CM post should be given to other communities, and it is said that the chief minister candidate should be very clear and transparent and out of any allegations. We can even remember that S. Bangarappa in Nestor years, another great chief minister, popular chief minister of Congress in Nestor years, had to resign when allegation in bottle scam and computer scam had come up against him. So considering those examples, it is very much likely that CM Siddaramaiah may tender his resignation, succumbing to the pressure which is arising out of opposition leaders like R. Ashok and B.Y. Vijayendra, who is state president, who has also demanded immediate resignation of CM Siddaramaiah. So it is very much likely that having full majority, the destabilization of government is not that easy. Having full majority, Congress may come up with another leader for the CM post. But the difficulty is the Kuruba community, which is behind Siddaramaiah, is putting strong pressure not to take away Siddaramaiah from CM post. Ahinda leaders are prepared preparing to protest. And there's, on the other hand, Vokaliga community, which is a strong backup for DK Shivakumar, is pressurizing since long that the CM post should be given to DK Shivakumar, since he is representing the community and he's very much capable of handling the post. So it is not easy for Congress High Command to decide upon CM post here in Karnataka. Definitely political high drama is going to come up.
Sri Lakshmi, stay with us. In fact, let's also tell our viewers that there is tight security, of course, around Chief Minister's residence. We are also given to understand that the BJP Morcha is planning to stage a protest demanding resignation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. A lot of other reactions that are also coming in. This after the High Court junked that petition that was filed by Chief Minister Sidaramaiah seeking cancellation of the prosecution note that was given by the governor. Listen in to the reactions coming in.
The writ petition challenging the order of approval passed by His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka has been dismissed, and the summary of the judgment would be that the facts envisaged in the complaint would undoubtedly warrant investigation, firstly. And secondly, the act of the complainant seeking approval from His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka is lawful, and there are absolutely no infirmities in connection to the same.
The kind of facts and figures which the justice was mentioning,
yes,
that was need to be investigated.
Yes. There was a finding which says the facts forthcoming in the complaint undoubtedly warrants investigation by an investigation authority. Okay, and it is also the finding that the Honorable Governor, His Excellency the Governor, has exercised abundant caution and has traversed through all relevant material before coming to the conclusion as to whether to grant sanction or not. And therefore, sanction granted under Section 17A is upheld by the Honorable High Court of Karnataka.
You are taking some time that
they sought for extension of stay pending appeal period. Okay? They sought for extension of the stay order for about 2 weeks, which His Lordship has denied, and stating that the interim order which existed in the favour of the petitioner would also be dissolved.
As per sources,
so as of now, there is absolutely no difficulty for the special court of legislators to proceed with the complaint in accordance with law.
In fact, let's once again tell you that the BJP Morcha in Karnataka is planning to stage a protest across the state demanding resignation of Siddaramaiah. Listen in to the reactions coming in from the Karnataka BJP as well as spokespersons from across the country demanding Siddaramaiah's resignation.
Respected Governor had given the sanction for prosecution, but Chief Minister and the Congress ministers challenged the order of the Governor, challenged the order of prosecution given by respected Governor. They challenged it in the High Court.
डॉक्यूमेंट में क्लियरली बताया है जो भी राज्यपाल ने निर्णय लिया है वो पूरा सही है, सो मुख्यमंत्री जी को ये जजमेंट को मानते हुए तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। नहीं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, हम लोग भी आरोप किए थे भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में सिद्धरामैया के खिलाफ। आज जजमेंट मिल चुका है, हमको जीत मिल चुका है, आगे भी हम लोग चुप बैठने वाला नहीं है। डेफिनेटली हम लोग सीनियर लीडर्स के साथ बैठ के हम लोग आगे क्या करना है इसके बारे में हम निर्णय लेंगे।
पीपल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव कोर्ट में भी पिटीशन है सर कि कौन सी एजेंसी इसको ये किया जाए,
से वो दैट कोर्ट विल डिसाइड ऑन हाउ टू क्या करना है, उसके बारे में डिसाइड करते हैं। नहीं, हाई कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद लोअर कोर्ट भी आदेश क्लियर कट होगा। इन्वेस्टिगेशन किसको करना है वो हाई कोर्ट निर्णय लेंगे। नहीं, हम लोग जैसे मैं बताया, हम लोग सीनियर लीडर्स के साथ बैठ के आगे हमारा रणनीति क्या रहना चाहिए हम लोग डिस्कस करके बाद में निर्णय लेंगे।
The Karnataka High Court has upheld the sanction to prosecute the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam, which is of 5,000 crores, and has dismissed the petition of the Chief Minister. Not only has the petition been dismissed, but even the interim relief sought has not been given. It has been held that the governor is competent to give the sanction for prosecution. Today, the Congress party must tell us, after this verdict that has come from the High Court, is it tenable for Mr. Siddaramaiah to continue? Today, Mr. Siddaramaiah must step down. It is evident that he was the one who looted the lands which was meant for SC, ST, OBC Samaj. 5,000 crores worth of corruption was done in this MUDA scam. Family and friends of Siddaramaiah, his wife, were
always involved in such scams. So now that is, and this has happened, most of them they have happened in last few months. Sidaramaiah needs to be resigned. He has to, it needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially. To conduct the investigation impartially, Sidaramaiah needs to be resigned. He has to henceforth. They should not tell that we will go to the larger bench, we will go to the Supreme Court. If he wants to go, let him go. But he has to resign. But High Court, after such a detailed hearing, even from Siddaramaiah's and government side, that was such a lengthy argument. Learned judge has given a detailed order has to be received, but the facts which have come out, I mean the ruling, the operational portion of the ruling which has come out, it is really a eye-opener for all the people who are in power, that how they should act when there is a discretion power to them. As far as this detail is concerned, this was a land belongs to Mr. Ninga alias Jawar. Then it was notified by the MUDA, then it was denotified when this person who was holding the title, he was not at all alive. उस टाइम denotification हो गया. बट जब डीनोटिफिकेशन होके सिद्धरामैया के पत्नी के, धर्मपत्नी के भाई के नाम पर उनको कन्वर्ट किया गया, मीन्स ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ, देन इट वाज डेवलप्ड बाय द MUDA and some of the sites were also allotted to the public at large, मीन्स जो भी उधर अप्लाई किया था सामान्य नागरिक, आम नागरिक, मैसूर के नागरिक, उनको अलॉटमेंट भी किया था. आफ्टर दैट इट वाज डिनोटिफाइड and it was transferred. This is a huge scam, and without political influence or the people who are in power, without their interference, it can't happen. And that is to land belongs to originally land belongs to ASC. तो इसीलिए मैं मुख्यमंत्री को आग्रह करता हूँ, I strongly urge Chief Minister should resign immediately and investigation should begin. And also I demand for the investigation by the CBI. This is what I want to say, nothing more to add.
So Mr. D.K. Shivakumar has come out and really defended Siddaramaiah. He says Siddaramaiah will come clean. Is Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, not, how do you think he's observing the situation?
He comes clean means he has also in a way approved that there should be investigation.
The Congress has also alleged that the governor is being biased.
The governor, these people were alleging that governor is biased. As I initially itself made my remark, the governor they tried to threaten the governor. But now the court has given verdict. Whether do they have belief in the court or not? They should clarify that. इन्होंने क्या बोला था, गवर्नर है नॉट अप्लाइड द माइंड, गवर्नर को अथॉरिटी नहीं है, गवर्नर पार्टिजान मैनर में एक्ट किया है. ये सब देखते हुए पूरा हियरिंग करते हुए कोर्ट ने वर्डिक्ट दिया है. और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी कई इसमें जो पहले का रूलिंग वगैरह है, केस लॉज वगैरह है, ये सब उधर दिया गया है. ऑन दैट बेसिस ओनली हाई कोर्ट हैज एक्टेड.
you think there will be further problems for the Congress party if there is a constitutional crisis with the Chief Minister resigning? Because, who wants to become the next Chief Minister?
No, that is, I have made n number of times clear that BJP and state BJP and national BJP, we never want that the entire Congress government should be toppled. We do not have any of such intention. Let them choose their own leader and let any person from the Congress person can become the Chief Minister. We don't have any problem. They are saying that we are trying to destabilize the government. No, we are not going to intervene in that. We are not going to touch that. We are not interested to do that. What they tell is last time, आपको क्या हुआ था? Your number was 68. And then also you formed the government with the JDS. And your own MLA, they were not happy with the having joined with the JDS. Actually, mandate was given to us. We were 104, just less than by 8 MLAs. At that time, we had an moral authority to form the government. We formed, and this time people have given them in 23 clear mandate to the Congress party, and let Congress continue. But Sidaramaiah cannot continue.
So considering your demand, but it is also Congress hasn't come clean on whether Sidaramaiah will step down or not. It is assumed that Sidaramaiah is not going to step down. What is your plan B? How will you generate pressure on CM?
No, one is question of morality. Congress High Command, which speaks of so much of morality, though they are never moral, they have never shown any moral commitment to the country. But nowadays, Mr. Rahul Gandhi and many others, they are speaking on the moral grounds. What do they want to say? When Ramakrishna Hegde was there, just on allegation he resigned. Mr. Yediyurappa, when sanction was given, he resigned. And then legal luminary, the so-called legal luminary, Hamsaraj Bharadwaj was the chief governor. Then Yediyurappa ji resigned. And if the Congress doesn't want to resign, then there will be, of course, as a political party, we will agitate. That is a different issue. But at the same time, whether it is morally right, let Mr. Rahul Gandhi reply.
So Congress party has always maintained that, the beneficiaries of MUDA land allocation are from different parties. So if you go back to the last 20 years...
Let them go, no, I have told them many times. See, many things after this MUDA and Valmiki scam, which has specifically come out, and Chief Minister, he himself has agreed that there is a scam in the Valmiki. From those days, they are trying to talk about, they are trying to threaten us, saying that we will bring out the scams done during the BJP government. Who has told you not to do it? Who has prevented you? You can do it. I have said many times that you can do. मैंने ये भी कहा था तो 2007-8 के एक इन्होंने कुमार स्वामी का विषय निकाला है, 2007-8 का एक येडियुरप्पा जी का भी विषय निकाला है। तब मैंने कहा था तो ठीक है, येडियुरप्पा जी का और कुमार स्वामी जी का और किसी लोगों का ऐसे आप निकाल रहे हैं। 2013 से 18 तक कौन हु वाज देयर इन द पावर इन कर्नाटका, एंड 2019 में हाथ पांव पड़ के पांव छू के कुमार स्वामी के लोग के मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनाया? आपका यादगार अगर जागृत हो रहा है तो अलग बात है, लेकिन who made the chief minister in 19? Mr. Kumaraswamy. Actually, according to Mr. Kumaraswamy, who personally also has told many times that he was not ready to become chief minister because he knew the nature of the Congress party. But in spite of that, since BJP was just had the total number which was short was 8. So बीजेपी को न आना चाहिए ऐसे सोच के पावर में आप लोग कुमार स्वामी को मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया उस टाइम। The so called scam ये तो 8 में हुआ था, 5 years, you are fully Chief Minister, full power. 19 to almost 20 July, August tak, you were there almost 1.5 years, and you made the Kumaraswamy Chief Minister. Is it not a vindictive politics then? ठीक है, अगर कोई भी गलती करते, कोई भी करप्शन करते, आप तुरंत पावर आने के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर सकते, क्यों नहीं किया? थैंक यू।
हिंदी में हाईकोर्ट के फैसले बाद आप क्या कहें और जांच किससे आप मांग करें? कंसाइज बोल दीजिए।
हाँ, मैं प्रिसाइजली बोलता हूँ क्योंकि बीच बीच में मैं हिंदी बोला हूँ। जो हाईकोर्ट ने आज निर्णय दिया है, ये तो कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो नैतिकता का बारे में बोलते हैं ना, इस नैतिकता के बारे में कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न खड़ा हुआ है। सिद्धरामैया के बारे में भी, जो सिद्धरामैया बोलते थे मैं क्लीन हूँ, और गवर्नर साहब का जो सैंक्शनिंग अथॉरिटी क्वेश्चन किया था और माइंड अप्लाई नहीं किया है बोला था, ये सब हाईकोर्ट ने अप्रूवल दे दिया है। नाउ इट इज़ ए क्वेश्चन ऑफ एथिक्स एंड मॉरलिटी। इसके लिए सिद्धरामैया को तुरंत रिज़ाइन करना चाहिए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन इम्पार्शियल मैनर में होना चाहिए। तो इसलिए सिद्धरामैया को तुरंत इस्तीफ़ा देना चाहिए। और मैं ये भी स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ, कांग्रेस और किसी को नेता बना के मुख्यमंत्री बना सकते हैं, बीजेपी इसमें कोई भी इस मामले में पड़ेंगे नहीं। 2023 में लोगों ने हमको अपोजिशन पार्टी में बिठाने के लिए हमको मैंडेट दिया है, हम अपोजिशन में बैठेंगे। लेट देम कंटिन्यू ऑन पावर, वो पावर में कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं कि और किसी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहिए। सिद्धरामैया को तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
जांच किससे?
CBI हैज़ टू डू द इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
अच्छा, इस और गवर्नर के कहने की बीजेपी के गवर्नर हैं, बीजेपी कहने पे सब काम कर रहे हैं, और गवर्नर पहले भी गवर्नर के फोटोज पे चप्पल वगैरह मारा था इन लोगों ने गवर्नर के रोल को। 2009-10 में जब सैंक्शन दिया गया था, कौन था गवर्नर? दैट इज नंबर 1। नंबर 2, उसी प्रश्न उठा के आप कोर्ट में गए थे, आप ये भी बोल।
All right, so Union Minister calling for CBI investigation into the MUDA allegations, the scam. Let's go across to Sri Lakshmi again. She continues to be with us. Sri Lakshmi, if Chief Minister Siddaramaiah were to resign, who are the front runners for the CM post in Karnataka?
For the CM post, since before the elections, it is said that DK Shivakumar was a very strong contender for CM post, and having the backup of his Vokaliga community, it is said that he was a very strong contender for the CM post. But when Congress had won the elections, most of the MLAs were with Siddaramaiah, and he was in close touch with High Command also. So High Command had to give, considering his long-standing political career and fame as well, Congress and along with his political powers to gather MLAs and keeping them along with him. In Karnataka, Siddaramaiah came to power and Congress High Command had to make him Chief Minister. Now, since this verdict against Siddaramaiah has come in MUDA scam, inevitably Congress High Command has to take a decision that who is going to replace Siddaramaiah, if at all he is going to tender his resignation sooner or later. But it is also said that to avoid all the controversies and conflicts, since DK Shivakumar is also facing Enforcement Directorate investigation and many other scams, it is also said that Dr. G. Parmeshwar can be made Chief Minister, and MB Patil is one more other probable candidate, and Mallikarjun Kharge may again come back into state politics. It is likely that many other contenders like Satish Jharkholi is also there.
All right, Sri Lakshmi, we'll have to slip in a very short break. We will go across to her, of course, after this very short break. But the big story that we are tracking is the High Court dismissing the plea filed by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah seeking cancellation of the prosecution nod against him by the state, by the governor of Karnataka.
following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
In a massive setback for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Karnataka High Court upholds governor's prosecution nod. No probe exemption for Siddaramaiah. Congress plunges deeper into crisis. The question is, will he resign next? Out of options, Siddaramaiah to appeal to division bench of High Court will file appeal on Wednesday. Amid Tirupati laddu controversy, Hindu priests stage protest, demand strict action against the perpetrators. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Shinde government forms SIT to probe the incident. "29-year-old Mahalakshmi murdered, chopped and stuffed in refrigerator. Her killer continues to be on the run."
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
A very good afternoon. It's 1:30. The big story that you're tracking is, of course, the big setback that's come in for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the High Court junked his plea that sought cancellation of that prosecution note that's been given by the governor to probe charges against him in the MUDA scam. Before we go across to a Kannada newsroom, listen in to that statement that's come in from DK Shivakumar, who's made it absolutely clear that Siddaramaiah will not tender his resignation as the state's a chief minister.
There is no question. My chief minister has not done anything wrong. He is not involved with any scam. It is a political conspiracy by the BJP to all of us, to all the opposition leaders in the country. This is what is going on. So there is no question of my chief minister has done anything wrong. They are creating problem. We stand by him. We support him. He is doing a good work for the country, for the party, and for the state.
I am not surprised. The idea of involving the governor and the governor's office was to ensure that this plays out like this. And the governor very clearly has overstepped his legal ambit, and he's done these things. So, and we see this as a standard operating procedure. We see this as a playbook. What is happening in what happened in Jharkhand, what happened in Delhi. We are seeing that in Karnataka as well. We still believe in the law of the land. We believe in the Constitution of India. The BJP might have the governor of Karnataka with them. We have Baba Saheb Ambedkar's Constitution with us.
Now, after the Karnataka High Court, the Karnataka Congress is looking at all legal options. Meanwhile, the BJP is mounting pressure on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to resign as a moral responsibility.
The writ petition challenging the order of approval by His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka has been dismissed, and the summary of the judgment would be that the facts envisaged in the complaint would undoubtedly warrant investigation, firstly. And secondly, the act of the complainant seeking approval from His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka is lawful, and there are absolutely no infirmities in connection to the same.
It was their first round of this politics of fake promises. You are aware that the Karnataka's economy is in deep trouble. They have themselves, the government themselves in Karnataka, the Congress government in Karnataka under Siddaramaiah has repeatedly said that they have no money for development. The law and order situation in Karnataka is an all-time low. And so many of these so-called impact of Congress governance has been played out for several months now, and you are all aware of this. People of Karnataka and people of India are also aware. But today I want to draw your attention to the main reason that Congress governments under Rahul Gandhi come to government. What is their main objective? Why do they make all these fake promises? Why are they repeatedly embarrassed and exposed for non-delivery of these promises? And why do they continue to insist to make these fake promises in other state government elections and state elections to get to government? And the answer is corruption. Today, the Karnataka High Court has rejected the plea of the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiah, to stay the investigation order issued by the Honorable Governor of Karnataka against Siddaramaiah ji and his family's involvement in the MUDA scam, MUDA land scam. It was when the governor sanctioned the prosecution, there was a lot of flurry of activity, and then Siddaramaiah ji went to court, tried to get it stayed. So now the reality of that has come to be presented in front of the people of Karnataka and the people of India, which is that the High Court has effectively validated the actions of the Honorable Governor. This leads to, of course, many questions, but the primary question is about corruption. And over the last year and a half that Mr. Siddaramaiah has been Chief Minister, there have been many instances of public monies being looted. You are also aware of the Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation and how monies were looted from there. How the AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge's family has awarded himself or awarded itself land. So Siddaramaiah ji today is only continuing a rich old tradition of the Congress party under Rahul Gandhi of coming into governance in the name of the poor, making false promises, fake promises, but always at the end of the day enriching themselves and their families. Today the Bharatiya Janata Party demands that this Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji immediately tender his resignation, make way for a free and independent investigation into these allegations of corruption, this shameful corruption. And we also go on to say and make this with all responsibility that there is not one Congress leader in Karnataka today that is not involved in some land scam or the other. The MUDA case is a very shameful example of how a sitting Chief Minister has misused his office to enrich himself and his family, and the High Court judgment today paves the way for an investigation into this alleged crime, alleged corruption scam, and therefore we call upon Siddaramaiah to resign forthwith and allow for a fair, independent investigation into these allegations of corruption. Thank you.
जस्ट एक मिनट
हिंदी में बोलता हूं मैं। आज कर्नाटक के हाईकोर्ट ने महामहिम गवर्नर साहब का जो प्रोसिक्यूशन का जो उन्होंने परमिशन दिया था सिद्धरामैया जी के मुडा लैंड स्कैम के एलिगेशंस पर, हाईकोर्ट ने उस
All right, so BJP firm in its demand saying that they want the resignation of Siddaramaiah. In fact, take a look at this explainer detailing the MUDA scam in which Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been, in fact, scathing allegations have been made against the Chief Minister.
So what is the MUDA land scam? I'll try and keep it simple while giving every detail that you need to know. The basic allegation is like this. You give away 3 acres of agricultural land in the middle of nowhere, but you are allotted prime properties in Lutyens, Delhi, and that too much more than you are entitled for. Now let me detail this scam. The story dates back to 1997 when land acquisition was notified in Mysuru's Kesari village. The land is earmarked. 3.16 acres is the land that we are talking about, 3.16 acres. And in return for this 3 acres and 16 guntas, 14 sites are given in already developed Vijayanagara layout in Mysuru city. Now, why was this illegal? I'll tell you in just a bit. Now, as per the 50-50 ratio formula that was brought in, a landowner should be given land in 50-50 ratio in the same area. So assume that you give away 1 acre to the government. The owner gets 9 sites of 30-40 size each. In 2009, this plan is introduced in Karnataka. But in 2020, the BJP government, which was in power, cancels the plan or the scheme. Now, despite this cancellation, MUDA, the body that was responsible for the allocation in Mysuru, allegedly continued with the scheme. Now, this was illegal is the allegation. The BJP government, remember, had cancelled this scheme. So how did the allotment happen is the question. Did the Chief Minister, that is Siddaramaiah, get the land? Or was it his wife? That is the nub of the issue being speculated. Did he have a direct role, indirect role? How does impropriety come in? Parvati Siddaramaiah, the wife of the Chief Minister, originally owned 3 acres and 16 guntas in Kesara village, which was reportedly gifted to her by her brother Mallikarjun. Now, the same land is allegedly acquired by MUDA to develop. Now, in 2021, Parvati, Siddaramaiah's wife, was allegedly compensated with sites totaling 38,283 square feet in prime land, which is 14 sites. 14 sites are given to her and the year is 2021. And that's over a year after the scheme was already scrapped by the BJP government. Now, Siddaramaiah's wife was entitled to just 4,800 square feet. I'll repeat that, just 4,800 square feet of developed land, but instead she got over 32,000. That's just 2 sites. 4,800 square foot would mean just 2 sites of 60 into 40 size. Instead, she allegedly got 14 sites. And this land is allegedly given in Mysuru's prime locality. It should have been given in the Kesari village, but she's allotted prime land as per the allegation made, which is much above the market value of the land that she gave away in the first place. Now, the illegality as per allegations being made by the opposition in Karnataka is that it's a 4,000 crore scam, not just these sites, it's 4,000 crore scam. And the allegation is that not just the Chief Minister, but many ministers, politicians, VVIPs benefited. What makes this case involving the Chief Minister even more intriguing is the fact that in the 2013 election affidavit, this land mention was not made by Siddaramaiah in the affidavit, in the election affidavit. What could be the explanation for that? Now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be investigated after the governor has given sanction to prosecute, and the investigation, believe it or not, will be done by the SIT. SIT reports to the state government, and Siddaramaiah is the head of that state government. And that is why him remaining the chief minister essentially becomes untenable.
Now, after that big setback, the High Court junking that plea of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Republic has now accessed the order copy by the High Court in which the latter has junked that plea that's been filed, that was filed by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, demanding cancellation of the prosecution nod given by the governor in the MUDA scam. We'll try and go across to Sri Lakshmi again to take us through the details of the order copy that we've accessed. But High Court giving a go-ahead to the prosecution nod that was earlier given by the governor against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the MUDA scam. So the High Court, with this junking that plea that was filed by Siddaramaiah, demanding cancellation of the prosecution nod by the governor. The High Court note has said that the governor can take independent decision in the matter. This is as per the verdict by the Karnataka High Court. In fact, after that setback came in for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the BJP demanding nothing less than the latter's resignation. The High Court even saying that the order does not suffer from non-application of mind by governor and that there was nothing wrong in that prosecution nod that was given by the governor against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The High Court even saying that the facts narrated in plea demand investigation. So this is basis the High Court order that came in. High Court saying that the governor can take independent decision, the Chief Minister's petition stands dismissed, and that the facts narrated in the plea demand investigation. The question, of course, being what is next for Siddaramaiah, and is there going to be a resignation on his end? The High Court's verdict is to be challenged before a division bench as per the legal counsel of the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister can be prosecuted in the MUDA scam. This in wake of the piling political pressure on Chief Minister to step down from his post. There are hectic parleys that are taking place within Karnataka cabinet. Chief Minister likely to convene a top brass meet as well. In fact, once again taking you through the highlights of the High Court order. The Karnataka High Court saying that the governor can take independent decision and that the order does not suffer from non-application of mind by the governor. In fact, let's once again listen in to the reactions coming in from the BJP leaders demanding not just the resignation of Siddaramaiah from Chief Minister's post, but also calling for a CBI inquiry into these allegations.
सबको बराबर है ना, सीएम होने के नाते उनको अलग संविधान है क्या, अलग कानून है क्या, सबको एक ही है। आज का जजमेंट आने के बाद में भी कुर्सी में ज्यादा समय बैठना ठीक नहीं होता है। इस्तीफा देना ही एक ही विकल्प है, इस्तीफा देना।
सर, बट कैबिनेट मंत्री का कहना है कि ये सिर्फ प्रोसिक्यूशन का मामला है, इस्तीफा क्यों देना है, हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे जाएंगे, लड़ेंगे।
लगभग 1.5 महीना ट्रायल हुआ, क्या बचा है? बड़ा लॉयर आकर के सीएम के फेवर में आर्ग्यूमेंट किया, उसके बाद में भी उनका अगेंस्ट जजमेंट आया, उसके बाद में भी कुर्सी में बैठना ठीक नहीं होता है।
लेकिन उन्होंने सिद्धरामैया ने 2-3 बार कहा है सर कि मैं किसी हाल में रिजाइन नहीं करूंगा, हम इसे लीगली फाइट करेंगे।
हर करप्ट लोग ऐसा ही बोलता है, हर करप्ट लोग ऐसा ही बोलता है। Sidaramaiah also, he is not a clean. He is one of the corrupt person. Because thus he told same things.
And let's go across to Sri Lakshmi again. Sri Lakshmi, Republic has of course accessed that order copy in which the High Court has made it clear that the order does not suffer from non-application of mind by the Karnataka governor.
So Isha, I'd like to highlight the important points in the summary of the order copy. Majorly, it says that the order copy talks specifically about prosecution permission under Section 17A of the PC Act. The approval under Section 17A of the PC Act is mandatory. The order says that considering the situation, it is mandatory, the order copy says. And Section 17A nowhere requires a police officer to seek approval. This is the important point which was raised by Congress leaders, saying that the Section 17A requires a police officer to seek the approval, wherein these complainants were not any officials or police officers who are demanding a probe. But the order copy says that Section 17A nowhere requires a police officer to seek the approval for the prosecution. The governor, in the normal circumstances, has to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. This is what the main objection which was raised by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, saying that the governor has violated the norms of the Constitution by denying to consider the advice given by Council of Ministers. But the order copy very clearly says that the governor, in normal situations, he may take the advice of the Council of Ministers, but obtaining under Article 163 of the Constitution of India can take independent decision in exceptional circumstances, and the present case is one such exception, the order copy says.
Stay with us.
And further, no fault.
Right, stay with us. Let's put out more breaking news updates coming in. Congress MP Nasir Hussain has responded strongly to the Karnataka High Court's verdict, stating that the party will soon challenge the order in the top court after a legal discussion, accusing the governor of conducting a political witch hunt at the behest of the centre. Hussain even questioned why the Congress, which was in power when the alleged scams took place, did not approach the High Court back then. Listen in to that exclusive conversation with the Congress MP.
Whose government was there when this land was given? It is a compensatory land given for the land that was taken by the government. Who was there in the government? BJP was there in the government. One. How many leaders were given compensatory land? And which all parties they belong. Let there be an inquiry in all the cases of compensatory lands, not only in this issue, but also the compensatory lands given elsewhere in the entire state. Then you will get to know which leader and of which party is involved in this. Why are you cherry picking one leader and saying that he is involved? And you could have said that had our government, had our party been there in the government at that time. It was BJP's government. Why is it that the BJP and the Janata Dal leaders are not ready for investigation in this particular case? Why is that government not ordering an inquiry in this particular case? Let all the compensatory lands that have been given, especially in this case, and all the lands that have been given elsewhere in the entire state be investigated.
And let's go across to Sri Lakshmi again. Sri Lakshmi, we just heard the Congress MP. He's targeted the governor, and this, even as the High Court made it clear that the order does not suffer from non-application of mind by the governor.
If Nasir Hussain says so, I don't know, but it may come under contempt of court, because the Karnataka High Court has said that the action taken by the governor is clearly comes under the law. Further, it says in the order copy that the decision of the governor of alleged hottest hate has not vitiated the order. It has also said that the order is read to be restrictive to an approval under Section 17A of the Act and not an order granting Section 218 of BNSS. So the court has clearly given the approval of Section 17A of Prevention of Corruption Act, about which a huge controversy was going on, and on which all the lawyers were arguing, including Abhishek Manu Singhvi, saying that this case does not come under Section 17A. The fact narrated in the petition would undoubtedly, the order clearly says that the facts narrated in the petition would undoubtedly require an investigation. So clearly, court says that this MUDA case require an investigation. So in that sense, the prosecution permission given by the governor will be upheld.
All right, Sri Lakshmi, we leave it at that. We will, of course, keep coming back to you as we speak. Back-to-back meetings also taking place of the Congress leaders. We'll get you more reactions heading into a very short break.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's the twist. This price does not include the battery. Instead, the customer...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
upholds governor's prosecution order. No probe exemption for Siddaramaiah. Congress plunges deeper into crisis. Will he resign next? Out of options, Siddaramaiah to appeal to Division Bench of High Court will file appeal on Wednesday. Amid Tirupati Rao, Hindu priests stage a protest, demand strict action against the perpetrators. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Maharashtra CID to probe the incident. "29-year-old Mahalakshmi murdered, chopped and stuffed in fridge. Her killer continues to be on the run." Well, very good afternoon to all our viewers watching Republic TV. I'm Kriti Mehta. We're live and breaking viewers now in a major setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The Karnataka High Court has dismissed his plea against the governor's sanction to prosecute him in the MUDA scam. A single judge bench of Justice M. Nagaprasanna observed that the complainants were justified in registering the complainant or seeking approval from the governor. The bench further said that it is the duty of complainant to seek approval under Section 17A of Prevention of Corruption Act, and the governor can take independent decision. The Chief Minister had earlier argued that the governor's sanction order to prosecute him was bereft of any reasons on why he was prima facie guilty, while adding that the governor's discretionary powers in such cases was limited.
There is no question. My Chief Minister has not done anything wrong. He is not involved with any scam. It is a political conspiracy by the BJP to all of us, to all the opposition leaders in the country. This is what is going on. So there is no question of my Chief Minister has done anything wrong. They are creating problem. We stand by him. We support him. He is doing a good work for the country, for the party, and for the state.
I am not surprised. The idea of involving the governor and the governor's office was to ensure that this plays out like this. And the governor very clearly has overstepped his legal ambit, and he's done these things. So, and we see this as a standard operating procedure. We see this as a playbook. What is happening in what happened in Jharkhand, what happened in Delhi. We are seeing that in Karnataka as well. We still believe in the law of the land. We believe in the Constitution of India. The BJP might have the governor of Karnataka with them. We have Baba Saheb Ambedkar's Constitution with us.
Whose government was there when this land was given? It is a compensatory land given for the land that was taken by the government. Who was there in the government? BJP was there in the government. One. How many leaders were given compensatory land and which all parties they belong? Let there be an inquiry in all the cases of compensatory lands, not only in this issue, but also the compensatory lands given in elsewhere in the entire state. Then you will get to know which leader and of which party is involved in this. Why are you cherry picking one leader and saying that he is involved? And you could have said that had our government, had our party been there in the government at that time. It was BJP's government. Why is it that the BJP and the Janata Dal leaders are not ready for investigation in this particular case? Why is that government not ordering an inquiry in this particular case? Let all the compensatory lands that have been given, especially in this case, and all the lands that have been given elsewhere in the entire state be investigated.
And joining us now is Sri Lakshmi from the Kannada newsroom in Bengaluru. Sri Lakshmi, a very good afternoon to you. Now, there is political pressure mounting on the Karnataka Chief Minister to step down. The big question now remains, what really is next for him? All right, trying to fix the audio of my colleague Sri Lakshmi there. But for now, viewers, let's tell you that there is a major setback from the High Court after the governor not to prosecute the Chief Minister. And now there is, of course, mounting pressure on him to step down from his position, as he will face prosecution in the MUDA scam. There are several possibilities that the Karnataka cabinet will be looking to explore. But we have some reactions also coming in now, also from the lawyers. Let's listen in to some of those.
The writ petition challenging the order of approval passed by His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka has been dismissed, and the summary of the judgment would be that the facts envisaged in the complaint would undoubtedly warrant investigation, firstly. And secondly, the act of the complainant seeking approval from His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Karnataka is lawful, and there are absolutely no infirmities in connection to the same.
The kind of facts and figures which the justice was mentioning,
yes,
that was need to be investigated.
Yes. There was a finding which says the facts forthcoming in the complaint undoubtedly warrants investigation by an investigation authority. Okay, and it is also the finding that the Honorable Governor, His Excellency the Governor, has exercised abundant caution and has traversed through all relevant material before coming to the conclusion as to whether to grant sanction or not. And therefore, sanction granted under Section 17A is upheld by the Honorable High Court of Karnataka.
Seeking some time.
They sought for extension of stay pending appeal period. Okay? They sought for extension of the stay order for about 2 weeks, which His Lordship has denied, and stating that the interim order which existed in the favour of the petitioner would also be dissolved.
As per sources,
so as of now, there is absolutely no difficulty for the Special Court of Legislators to proceed with the complaint in accordance with law.
All right, Sri Lakshmi is back with us. Sri Lakshmi, of course, take us through if you know anything about the kind of parleys that are underway within the Karnataka cabinet, and also then what are the key takeaways from the petition that Siddaramaiah has filed? Right. Kruti, right now a lot of political buzz has been created. A lot of protest may likely to happen. BJP calls for protest all over the Karnataka in district headquarters, demanding immediate resignation of the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. But now the big question is, will he resign? Because D.K. Shivakumar has strongly backed him up again, saying that my Chief Minister hasn't done any wrong, and all the other Congress leaders are not speaking anything about Siddaramaiah's resignation. What Siddaramaiah himself say about his situation currently? Chief Minister's office has released a press statement expressing Siddaramaiah's opinion about the judgment. He said, I have come to know about the content of the High Court order currently through media. Once I receive the copy, I'll react, he said. And then he also has said that I am not averse to any investigation. I'll consult experts on whether such an investigation is allowed under the law or not. I will discuss with the legal experts and decide the course of action. After the High Court judgment, Siddaramaiah is in his press statement still saying that I need to...
And क्या फेस करना है, इसका केस को फेस करना है, केस को लड़ना, फेस करना।
मैम, इज ही लाइकली टू फेस द प्रोब या फिर आपको लगता है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अप्रोच करेंगे? क्या हो सकता है आगे?
ये जमीन दलित का जमीन है। नंबर 1 गलत किया। नंबर 2 गलत है 50-50 शेयरिंग करने का एक डिसीजन मुडा में मैसूर में लिया था। कौन जमीन मुडा को देते हैं उसको 50% किसानों को डेवलप करके देना बोल के। इसका 50% कब से था? वो प्रोस्पेक्टिव था, तब डिसीजन लिया। उधर के बाद कौन देते हैं जमीन उसको। सिद्दारामैया का बीवी क्या किया, इसको रिट्रोस्पेक्ट करवाया। ये दूसरा गलत है। तीसरा गलत है, सिद्दारामैया हर समय कब मुडा का डिसीजन हुआ था तब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट में था। ये तीसरा गलत है। उसको पता था मुडा में क्या हो रही है। 4वीं गलत, अभी गवर्नर का बारे में कितना गलत बोला। उसका पार्टी का एक नेता बोलता है बांग्लादेश में क्या हुआ शेख हसीना के साथ, ऐसे कर्नाटका का गवर्नर को हम करवाएंगे, हम भगाएंगे। अभी तक एफआईआर भी नहीं डाला। क्यों? सिद्दारामैया ये पूरा केस को खत्म करना चाहते हैं। इसके कारण मैं मांग करती हूं ये केस में अभी जांच होना चाहिए, ऐसा हाईकोर्ट ने बताया। क्या गवर्नर डिसीजन लिया था प्रोसिक्यूशन करना है, फेस करना है, केस लड़ना है, उसको अपील्ड किया है। इसके कारण सिद्दारामैया इस्तीफा देना है एंड फेस करना है।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
All right, viewers, the BJP MP Shobha Karandlaje, they're mounting sharp attacks on the Karnataka Chief Minister, of course, asking him to step down. We'll go back to my colleague Sri Lakshmi, who continues to be live with us from Bengaluru. Sri Lakshmi, of course, BJP has been demanding the Chief Minister to step down. Several reactions have coming. That was Shobha Karandlaje just speaking to Republic and again reiterating the BJP demand for the CM to step down, as he will now face prosecution after the setback that's come in for him from the High Court. But take us through some of the contentions that Siddaramaiah has raised on his part. Yes, in his press release, which has been released right now, he is saying that on one hand, of course, the court has given its verdict. He'll continue with the legal battle once he receives the order copy. Then, on the other hand, it is a huge conspiracy, according to Siddaramaiah, by the BJP and JDS just to remove him from the power. That's what he's explaining in his press note. He also says that before the election, BJP tried through Operation Kamala to remove Congress from the power, but people gave verdict to Congress with majority seats. So now nowhere he mentions that he is likely to resign. He says that he'll continue with the legal battle, taking the experts' legal opinion. And if we observe the political situation right now here, though in a low tone, Congress leaders are still defending Siddaramaiah. No one is talking about his resignation. But, Kriti, there is an emergency CLP meeting has been called upon within 24 hours. High Command has given one such direction to call upon an emergency CLP meeting. We are to wait and watch that how many MLAs may stand with Siddaramaiah compared to earlier situations wherein Siddaramaiah was very strongly backed up with all the Congress leaders and many number of MLAs which are required to run the government. But now the scenario has been changed, and we can even remember DK Shivkumar meeting Rahul Gandhi in America, and we can even remember that DK Shivkumar is the strongest contender for the CM seat. But since the scenario has been changed, Congress High Command may take any decision decision depending on the reactions of the MLAs in the CLP meeting. But we are yet to know that how many MLAs may back may stand strongly along with Siddaramaiah, or they come along with the DK Shivakumar. It will be decided in the CLP meeting, it seems, Kruti. So the CLP meeting, which is going to be held in 24 hours, is going to be very, very crucial for Siddaramaiah.
All right, well, stay on with us, Sri Lakshmi. Let's also show our viewers the reactions that have been coming in from the BJP, from Karnataka, as well as from the BJP national leadership. Let's listen in.
More than 1,500 sites have been allocated to the various other people also illegally. So overall, this is the MUDA is always involved in such scams. So now that is, and this has happened, most of them they have happened in last few months. So for that reason, it needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially. To conduct the investigation impartially, Siddaramaiah needs to be resigned. He has to henceforth. They should not tell that we will go to the larger bench, we will go to the Supreme Court. If he wants to go, let him go.
Respected Governor had given the sanction for prosecution. But Chief Minister and the Congress ministers challenged the order of the Governor, challenged the order of prosecution given by respected Governor. They challenged it in the High Court. So after a detailed argument that had taken place in the High Court, today High Court has come out with a judgment which has clearly said the petition challenged by the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been dismissed by the Honorable High Court. At the same time, the judge has observed that all are equal before the law. All are equal before the law. So, Honorable High Court has upheld the order of prosecution given by the Governor. So at this juncture, I demand Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji to resign from the post of Chief Minister immediately without any further delay. I demand Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji, without wasting any further time, he should tender his resignation immediately.
The Karnataka High Court has upheld the sanction to prosecute the Chief Minister in the MUDA scam, which is of 5,000 crores, and has dismissed the petition of the Chief Minister. Not only has the petition been dismissed, but even the interim relief sought has not been given. It has been held that the Governor is competent to give the sanction for prosecution. Today, the Congress party must tell us, after this verdict that has come from the High Court, is it tenable for Mr. Siddaramaiah to continue? Today, Mr. Siddaramaiah must step down. It is evident that he was the one who looted the lands which was meant for SC, ST, OBC Samaj. 5,000 crores worth of corruption was done in this MUDA scam. Family and friends of Siddaramaiah, his wife, were benefited from it. And instead of taking action on it, you have somebody who brazenly abuses and insults the Governor. They threaten the Governor only because the Governor comes from the SC community.
Okay, getting in some breaking news right now. The Karnataka Chief Minister is digging in his heels. He's not going anywhere. That's the indication that he's given to the media. With this statement that has just been released by the Chief Minister's office, the breaking news now coming in on Republic TV, the Karnataka Chief Minister issuing a statement saying that he has learnt about the High Court order through the media and that he will respond after reading a copy of the order. The court completely has rejected the prosecution given by the Governor under Section 218. That's his reading. And he says he's not averse to any investigation. He says he will consult experts on whether such an investigation is allowed under the law or not. So he's still being defiant. He's being defiant. The Karnataka Chief Minister, despite the MUDA files and the MUDA scam, is defiant. He says he will consult experts on whether an investigation is allowed. Sidaramaiah is going to challenge the investigation once again. He's challenging the investigation and saying that he will consult experts on whether investigation is allowed. He says he will discuss with legal experts and decide the course of action, and that he says that he's confident in the next few days to come. The Karnataka Chief Minister, in a statement, saying that he's confident in the coming days the truth will come out and the investigation under Section 17A will be quashed. He says it's going to be quashed. That's the first statement that's coming from the Karnataka Chief Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, on Karnataka MUDA scam expose here on Republic TV, we broke the entire files a few days back. He says the people of the state are behind me in this political fight. Is it their blessing? Now, this is a statement. I'm reading the statement verbatim. He says MUDA case is just an excuse. The main aim of the BJP and JDS is to stop the schemes of our government, which are pro-poor. Of course, any chief minister who's facing pressure, who's going to be investigated, will say that. And he says that in the last assembly elections, the people of the state did not allow Operation Lotus to give our party a strength of 136 members, and frustrated by this, the BJP and JDS leaders are trying to disturb our government. Now, whatever the chief minister says, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is he will be investigated, and without an investigation, you will never know whether he is guilty or not. The MUDA files have proven one thing, that there was a land allotment. The land allotment was illegal. The chief minister's family did build assets by just giving 5 lakhs, gifted assets. 5 lakhs become 65 crore rupees, and that is why this is extremely controversial. We are staying on this story. This is big because Arvind Kejriwal in the national capital resigned after being granted bail. Hemant Soren resigned, giving the chair to one of his relatives. Will Siddaramaiah resign? That's the question. Will Siddaramaiah resign? Should he resign? Pending investigation. The pressure is on Siddaramaiah to step down. All his life he says he's enjoyed a clean image, but this particular case is a crystal clear case of corruption. All right, I'm hearing that there's going to be a news conference right now, in a short while from now. Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and ministers will address a news conference at 3 p.m. today. That's the big breaking news story right now as we speak. Another bit of breaking news update coming in, that the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar and ministers of the Congress cabinet in Karnataka will be addressing a news conference. Let's put the details on the screen. Karnataka government news conference. It's not a Congress news conference. It's more like a government news conference because the Chief Minister will be addressing the media. The Deputy Chief Minister will be addressing the media, and senior ministers will be addressing the media at Office Krishna in Bengaluru. So this is going to be significant. It's at 3 p.m. today, and we are counting down to that news conference in a short while.
They're political leaders to do these type of corruption and scam. So I'm not surprised by the Congress party's response to this. But the people of Karnataka, the activists who have exposed these scams, have a very different view. They believe that this gentleman, Siddaramaiah, must resign and must pave the way for a free and fair investigation. And the views of the Congress party or Rahul Gandhi or his other constitution-waving buddies doesn't matter here. This is really about a sitting chief minister having prima facie violated the law and being made to pay the consequences of that.
Some Congress leaders have been constantly questioning the position of government itself.
No, the Congress party, like I said, will question everything excepting the conduct of the corrupt chief minister. So therefore, I have no problem with the Congress party questioning everything, including the sunset and the moonrise. All of that is fine. But the problem today is this scam that has been exposed. Why doesn't Rahul Gandhi, who loves to have press conferences, in the US, waive the constitution, talk about everything else. Why doesn't Rahul Gandhi have a press conference today and talk about the corruption, about the land scam, about the MUDA land scam? I challenge him, I dare him, I invite him, I request him to have this press conference where he can take questions on Siddaramaiah's land scam.
Right, so this was a senior BJP leader and former Union Minister, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, was speaking exclusively to Republic TV with video journalist Ranbir Akil for Republic Media Network.
Back-to-back responses coming in right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big dilemma for the Congress party. Will Siddaramaiah resign? There's a news conference at 3 p.m. in Bengaluru. Will the Karnataka Chief Minister step down? In fact, I also have the summary of the findings. I have the order copy in my hand. The order copy from the Karnataka High Court that allowed the Karnataka Chief Minister to be investigated. The order copy says, and I quote, that the complainants were justified in registering the complaint or seeking approval at the hands of the governor, and that the approval under Section 17A of the PC Act is mandatory in the fact situation, and that Section 17A nowhere requires police officers to seek approval in a private complaint registered under Section 200 of the CRPC 223 of BNSS against a public servant. And the governor, the summary of the findings states that the governor in the normal circumstance has to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers as obtaining under Article 163 of the Constitution of India, but can take an independent decision in exceptional circumstances, and the present case is one such exception. Summary of the findings. What the court has said further, that no fault can be found in the action of the governor exercising independent discretion to pass the order, and it would suffice if the reasons are recorded in the file of the decision-making authority, particularly of the High Office. And ladies and gentlemen, on Republic TV, it was Arnab Goswami who broke the MUDA files. In fact, Arnab broke the MUDA files. He asked 10 questions to Siddaramaiah. He asked 10 specific questions to Siddaramaiah on the MUDA scam. And these were very specific questions about the scam and how the Karnataka Chief Minister's family made huge gains in the form of land bank. They were not eligible to get prime land, but they managed to get prime land for what they were not supposed to. They were not eligible for it. So how did the CM's family, by just giving 5 lakhs, end up making 65 crore rupees? That's the question. One among the 10 questions. Take a listen at what Arnab asked a few weeks back on Republic TV.
The huge land scam that is actually spanning many acres, dozens of crores of rupees, and the responsibility is on the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah. This is the MUDA scam, that is the Mysore Urban Development Authority scam. It's a classic example of the Robert Vadra model of land grabbing that the Congress seems to have perfected throughout years. Republic Canada has led a very deep and very popular investigation in this case because it is not just another land grab case under a development authority. It is the shining example of how systemic corruption potentially precipitates into multifold dividends through the outright abuse of power. The story of the MUDA land scam is that of a farmer whose land was usurped for just 5 lakh rupees. And through arm twisting, political arm twisting, and alleged bending of the rules to convert that land into a 65 crore rupee cash cow right in the heart of central Mysore. And tonight I have 34 years of documentary evidence with me unmasking every step of Siddaramaiah and his family of how they allegedly looted the right of the people and potentially pocketed a huge fortune in the process. So tonight I challenge Mr. Siddaramaiah to come out and either prove the evidence wrong based on the 10 questions I have for him, or resign for abusing his position as Chief Minister for disproportionate gains. Here are my 10 questions. 1. Is it or is it not true that Siddaramaiah's brother-in-law bought this land in 2005 from a farmer at the cost of 5,95,000, and the current value of the land that was given in compensation to Mrs. Parvati is around 65 crore rupees? 2. Is it not true that the land originally belonged to a farmer from a scheduled caste? If yes, then is it not true that this is a case of caste atrocity, Rahul Gandhi? Wrongdoing against a poor farmer from the scheduled caste category? Congress says it's for SC/ST. It's not. It's taking away their land. Question 3, is it not true that the notification of the concerned land was illegally done in 1998 when Siddaramaiah was the Deputy Chief Minister? 4, is it not true that the prime land was allotted to Siddaramaiah's wife when he was the leader of the opposition? 5, is it not true that the prime land was allotted to Siddaramaiah's wife when his son was a MUDA member? And Mysore MLA, you talk about conflict of interest. Question number 6, is it not true that the Karnataka Chief Minister's brother-in-law purchased a land in which the layout had already been formed during 2001 and sites had already been sold to the citizens? 7, is it not true that the land was fraudulent? The land sale was fraudulent also because the land was sold as agricultural land after the said lands were developed and sites were distributed. 8, is it not true that the Deputy Commissioner of Mysore did the conversion even after knowing that the layout had been formed? 9, is it true or not that even after the said property was converted from agricultural to residential land, the gift deed mentions that the land was quote-unquote agricultural land? What a scam! And finally, is it not true that in 2018, Siddaramaiah hid the nature of the land in the election affidavit? And going further, is it not true that there was an attempt made to erase the name of the land demanded by the Chief Minister's wife by using whitener on the documents? I can go on and on, Mr. Siddaramaiah, because the list of documents I have with me are all pointing at you and they're endless. What is ironic is that when similar allegations were made against B.S. Yediyurappa of the BJP, you, Mr. Siddaramaiah, demanded his resignation.
We're tracking that story very, very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, here on Republic TV, we broke the scam. We have the papers. We have the full MUDA file running into about 400 to 500 pages. We can't go back and remove all that we broke. It's on republicworld.com, but it's this channel that went into every detail of the scam, and we'll continue to get you the details. It's shaken up the Karnataka politics right now because the Karnataka Chief Minister could step down, and we're tracking that story closely. Here are the headlines this afternoon on Republic TV. Massive setback for Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka Chief Minister. High Court has upheld the governor's prosecution order. There will be no probe exemption for the Karnataka Chief Minister. Congress plunges deeper into a crisis in Karnataka. Will he resign? He will have to, on grounds of propriety. Out of options, Siddaramaiah will appeal to the division bench of the High Court, will file appeal on Wednesday. Amid Tirupati laddu controversy, Hindu priest states protest demands strict action against the perpetrators. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Maharashtra CID will probe the incident. "29-year-old Mahalakshmi murdered, chopped into over 50 pieces, stuffed in a fridge. Her killer continues to be on the run. The Karnataka police has sent a team to Bengal. On to the big story we've been tracking here on Republic TV. The Maharashtra Crime Investigation Department, the CID, is set to take over the death investigation of Akshay Shinde, the accused in the Badlapur sexual assault case. The Thane Crime Branch officials have brought his body to the JJ Hospital in Mumbai, where a postmortem is being conducted. Now, the allegation is that he snatched a rifle from a policeman and opened fire in the air and also at the policeman, after which they shot him dead. That's the allegation.
ये देखो, पुलिस पर हमला होएगा, पुलिस पर गोली चलाएंगे, तो पुलिस क्या देखते बैठेंगे क्या? जो पुलिस रात दिन मेहनत करती है, आम जनता का संरक्षण करती है, वो खुद का संरक्षण नहीं कर सकती। अगर पुलिस पे आप गोली चलाएंगे तो पुलिस क्या बोलेंगे, आओ अभी मेरे पैर पे गोली मारा है, अभी मेरे छाती पे मारो, ये नहीं बोलेंगे। तुरंत कोई भी आदमी अगर किसी ने उसके ऊपर गोली चलाएगी तो उसका एक्शन का रिएक्शन होएगा। आपको मालूम है बदलापुर में जो हंगामा किया, ताबड़तोड़ फांसी दे दो या फांस पे लटकाओ, इसी तरह का आंदोलन यही विपक्ष के नेता वहां बदलापुर में जाके कर रहे थे। बाहर से बसेस भर के लोग बदलापुर में लेके गए, रेलवे स्टेशन चक्का जाम किया, पूरा दिन वहां आंदोलन किया और ताबड़तोड़ फांसी दे दो, आरोपी को हमारे ताबे में दे दो, इस तरीके का आंदोलन ये विपक्ष की नेता कर रहे थे।
सबसे पहली बात यह है कि जो अपोजिशन के लोग हैं उनसे मेरा पहला सवाल ये है कि आपको नहीं लगता कि बदलापुर में जिन 2 नन्ही मुन्नी बच्चियों का यौन शोषण हुआ था उस पीड़ित परिवार को न्याय मिला है? एक। दूसरी बात, जो एनकाउंटर से पहले उस आरोपी ने जिस तरीके से पुलिस की रिवॉल्वर छीनने की कोशिश की और उन पे हमला करने की कोशिश की, अगर पुलिस वालों को कुछ हो जाता तो बदलापुर में जो हुआ था कल उसका बदला लिया गया है और मैं इसका पूरी तरह समर्थन करता हूं। जब महाराष्ट्र में एक बलात्कारी को सजा दी गई है उस पर आंसुएं बहा रही है। मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं, उबाठा से पूछना चाहता हूं, शरद पवार जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप बलात्कारी के साथ खड़े हैं या बलात्कार को सजा देने वाले के साथ खड़े हैं? हमारे मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि लाडली बहन भी चाहिए, सुरक्षित बहन भी चाहिए, और कल जो हुआ है उससे हमारे पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जो ऐसे हैवानियत करने वाले लोग हैं उनको एक सख्त संदेश दिया गया है कि अगर आपने कुछ ऐसी हरकत की तो आपको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। जो लोग हमारी बहू बेटियों की तरफ नजर उठा के देखेंगे उनकी आंखें फोड़ देनी चाहिए, यह संदेशा है।
We have breaking news now coming in. This is in regard with the sexual harassment case in Kerala. The CPM MLA and actor Mukesh. CPM MLA Mukesh has been arrested in a rape case by the SIT and released on bail. The breaking news now coming in. Mukesh, there was anger against him, and the allegation was that the left government went slow on him. And he will also be let off after the medical. Actor Mukesh's arrest has been recorded in this particular case, and he has also been released on bail. He will be released after medical examination, as the lower court had earlier granted him anticipatory bail. The special investigation team that is probing the complaints against the Malayalam film industry personalities in the wake of the HEMA panel report has recorded the arrest of actor legislator MLA Mukesh in a rape case that was registered against him by the Kochi City Police. Ashwin joining us with more details. Ashwin?
Well, Niranjan, in fact, at 10 a.m. today, actor Mukesh, who is also the Kollam MLA of the CPM, was called in by the special investigating team at the Kochi Coast Guard office, the Coastal Police Office headquarters, where he was questioned for over 3 hours after a complaint was filed. An FIR was filed against him in the Maradu police, stating that by a junior artist, stating that she was raped by the MLA and an actor, and also another case also which is against him, about him taking advantage of a woman as well. 2 cases are there against him, and in this light, the SIT has been ongoing. The investigation has been ongoing. Today, he was grilled for almost 3 hours, and after which his arrest was recorded. But he is right now allowed to leave because of an earlier anticipatory bail that was granted to him by the Sessions Court in Kochi, and therefore he will. The medical examination will be conducted, and he will be allowed to go. As he has stated in the anticipatory bail that he will support and give all necessary support for the investigation that is going on, and he will not abscond or will answer all the questions that the SIT will come that will be put across to him. So in this condition, an anticipatory bail he had secured. So at the moment, as we speak, the medical examination, he is taken for medical examination, and he will also be allowed to go for the moment. But the entire case is now taking a big turn because a sitting MLA has been marked arrested by the SIT, and certainly this is going to become a big political stir in the coming days.
But I understand. I mean, I understand that he had secured anticipatory bail, but this is outrageous. I mean, he's been shown as recorded. He's been granted bail in a case of sexual assault. How do you manage to get away? A lot of people will be asking that question. How do you manage to get away by being released in a case of sexual assault?
One of the primary reasons that we understand from our sources and even from the counsel of Mukesh is that Mukesh has given some electronic evidence to the SIT, this is an act of subversion and they are trying to blackmail him. This particular case is a mere blackmail which he had kept stating it for the past many weeks. The SIT has got hold of these electronic evidences, and so despite that, they also went into the place where the alleged crime had taken place, the Maradu guest house which is owned by Mukesh as well. They had taken evidences from that, but some of the electronic evidence that has been produced by Mukesh is probably one of the reasons that is giving him a strong contention of not being, the anticipatory bail being provided by the court. This was given to the Sessions Court as well. This evidence has been given to the Sessions Court, and probably based on that, he is right now he has been allowed to let loose. But certainly, because he's a legislator, an active legislator, the responsibility on us is huge. Since he has been marked arrested, it is likely, Niranjan, that there is going to be a political outburst as a result of this arrest that has been marked.
Okay, I'm going to stay with you on this. What were the different complaints against him? Because, as far as Mukesh is concerned, he has political backing, right? His party continues to back him, defend him, correct?
Absolutely. In fact, there have been several discussions that the CPM had called in. There was a state committee meeting that was called in. There was a district committee meeting that was called in. In fact, the allies of the CPM are absolutely not happy. The CPI has completely not been happy with it, and still they have also been, kept away. Despite that, the party has given him a strong backup, stating that he need not resign from the post of MLA, because a similar situation had happened to a Congress MLA some time ago, and he did not resign. He faced the investigation. So there is no need for Mukesh to resign. If the investigation found him to be guilty of the crime, that is when the party will has stated that he needs to resign. But for the time being, the party is insisting that Mukesh stands his ground, does not resign as an MLA from Kollam as well. But on the other hand, the opposition, which has been demanding for the resignation of Mukesh, will definitely, because of this particular update that has come, because he has been marked arrested, there is likely that the political outburst, both from the BJP and Congress camp, is going to happen in the days to come and probably in the hours to come.
Yes, I'm staying with these pictures right now. Actor Mukesh, his arrest was recorded in the sexual assault case in the Kerala film industry. He's also been released after being granted anticipatory bail. He's the actor and also the CPM MLA, the MLA who's enjoyed political support. I have some more breaking news updates coming in. Let me go across to the big breaking update now coming in. In the MUDA scam, there is a big update. And this is a demand for a CBI investigation. Union Minister Prahalad Joshi has asked for a CBI investigation in the MUDA scam. Significant, given that there is a belief that it runs much deeper, that many more politicians are probably involved in the scam. And Union Minister Prahalad Joshi, who's from Karnataka, who hails from Hubli, Dharwad region in Karnataka, has asked for a CBI investigation into the MUDA scam. He's a union minister. He believes there should be an investigation, a central investigation, a bigger investigation, because even if the Karnataka Chief Minister were to be investigated in the land scam in Karnataka, it will be a state agency that will conduct the investigation. So how can he then, Siddaramaiah that is, be the Chief Minister when his own agency is investigating? How can he oversee and overlook that investigation? That is the question being asked. There is a view now that the CBI must come in and investigate. So that's the big breaking news update that's coming in right now. All right, let's play out some of the responses coming into the story. Let's play out all the responses coming into the story right now. It's a big setback to the Congress party. The Congress party, which has questioned all other political parties, essentially. Okay, I think Prahalad Joshi soundbite is in. Let's play that out.
There are more than 1,500 sites have been allocated to the various other people also illegally. So overall, this is the MUDA is always involved in such scams. So now that is, and this has happened, most of them they have happened in last few months. So for that reason, it needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially. To conduct the investigation impartially, Siddaramaiah needs to be resigned. He has to henceforth. They should not tell that we will go to the larger bench, we will go to the Supreme Court. If he wants to go, let him go. There are more than 1,500
Quick check of the other top stories we're tracking here on Republic TV from across the country this afternoon. Shiv Sena workers at a railway station after the recent death of sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde. He was shot by the police during a retaliatory firing incident. Workers displayed posters, distributed sweets to mark the occasion. Five wagons of an empty goods train derailed in West Bengal's Alipurduar station this morning around 6:20. There were no casualties reported. Senior railway officials were on site. Restoration work in progress. Trains have been diverted. Overall movement not affected.
जहाँ तक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, इन्फॉर्मेशन के अनुसार ऑन ड्यूटी स्टेशन मास्टर के अनुसार और हम लोगों के ऑब्जर्वेशन के अनुसार एक डाउन ट्रेन जा रही थी, वो डिरेल हो गई। यही देखा जा रहा है।
घायल हुआ है क्या? कितना बजे हुआ है?
6:24 पर रिपोर्ट है।
माल ट्रेन,
मालगाड़ी है, मालगाड़ी।
कोई घायल हुआ है? ड्राइवर और
नहीं, कोई घायल नहीं है। कैजुअलिटी 0 है।
Tensions escalated in Nowshera, Jammu and Kashmir as BJP workers reported being attacked by National Conference members. BJP claims NC workers were pressurizing families to vote for them with allegations of checkpoints being set up in the area ahead of the elections. And before that, another story coming in that the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum has said that the success of India's Chandrayaan 3 mission had opened doors for greater cooperation between NASA and ISRO. Both organizations plan to conduct scientific research aboard the International Space Station in 2025. Second phase of elections around the corner in Jammu and Kashmir. Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajanlal Sharma criticized opposition parties, claiming that BJP had driven development in the region, unlike the Congress National Conference, which he accused of neglecting the region for decades.
यहाँ की सड़कों की स्थिति की ये सड़क बननी चाहिए, यहाँ से इस सड़क को जोड़ना चाहिए। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्या कांग्रेस के लोग और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लोग ये सड़क बनवा सकते हैं? क्या 70 साल में उन्होंने कोई इसमें जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास कराया है? क्या कोई विकास आपने देखा है? अगर ये विकास कराया है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र की सरकार ने यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर विकास कराया है।
Tensions in Nowshera, Jammu and Kashmir as BJP workers claimed they were attacked by NC members. BJP claimed NC workers were pressurizing families to vote for them. Allegations of checkpoints being set up in the area ahead of the elections. Police dismantled a gang involved in producing fake currency. 10 suspects were arrested. Police recovered over 6.5 lakh in counterfeit notes along with illegal weapons. Authorities believe the gang had links to Nepal.
जाली नोटों में डील करने वाले एक गैंग को बस्ट किया गया है, जिसमें टोटल 10 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है। इनके पास से 5.5 लाख से भी ज्यादा जाली नोट वो बरामद हुआ है। 1 लाख से ज्यादा नगद कैश बरामद हुआ है। 10 तमंचे इनके पास से मिले हैं। 30 जिंदा कारतूस मिले हैं। 12 यूज्ड कारतूस मिले हैं। इसके अलावा काफी संख्या में सिम कार्ड, लैपटॉप वो बरामद हुआ है। इनके पास से 4 सुतली बम भी बरामद हुआ है।
A police official shot and killed wanted criminal Mohammad Zahid during a joint operation in Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh. He was linked to the murder of 2 railway constables and had multiple charges against him, including kidnapping. The encounter took place in Dildar Nagar area as police attempted to apprehend him. He was shot dead in the encounter.
तो मौके पर संयुक्त रूप से थाना गहमर, जनपद गाजीपुर की पुलिस, नोएडा एसटीएफ की यूनिट एवं जीआरपी वहां पहुंचे, उसकी घेराबंदी की। तो घेराबंदी के दौरान उसके द्वारा पुलिस पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 जवान पुलिस के घायल हुए और जवाबी फायरिंग में इसके ये भी गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ, जिसको सबसे पहले सीएससी पर ले जाया गया।
In a shocking incident that's been reported from Ratlam, a Dalit youth was brutally beaten, tied to a tree on suspicion of theft. Police have arrested the accused following a formal complaint with the promise of further investigation. Here's a report.
In Madhya Pradesh's Ratlam, a disturbing incident has come to light. A Dalit youth was tied to a tree, stripped and brutally beaten on suspicion of theft. The victim, who was returning to his village from Gujarat, suffered severe injuries following the assault. A complaint has been registered and the police have arrested the main accused.
पीड़ित व्यक्ति है ये, चूंकि गुजरात में मजदूरी करता था और वहाँ से वो वापस लौट रहा था और गांव वाले को संदेह हुआ कि कोई चोर आ रहा है, जिस तारतम्य में गांव वालों ने जो है उसे कुछ लोगों ने उनको बंधक बना लिया। बंधक बना के इनके साथ में मारपीट की है, जिसमें 4 लोग हैं। 4 लोग के ऊपर प्रकरण पंजीबद्ध किया गया है, जिसमें बंधक बनाने, मारपीट करने और उसके चूँकि पैर की हड्डी भी टूटी है, उस तारतम्य में इन सभी धाराओं के तहत जो है कार्रवाई की गई है।
Further investigation into the case is now underway.
Director, the taste of success.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations. And in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with a shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works? Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into 2 categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowances fall under the first category. These components remain the same throughout the year and don't change until your next hike. Then
With a 61% voter turnout in Phase 1, 26 seats of the Jammu and Kashmir region are set to go to polls on Wednesday. Preparations are underway in full swing. Security has been tightened. Watch how our forces have been deployed in Rajouri. The security apparatus includes mass vehicle checks and area sanitization. But meanwhile, in Nowshera, the BJP has alleged pre-poll violence by National Conference workers. Families of the injured claimed to have been coerced by National Conference workers to vote in their favor. With the fate of 239 candidates online, the stage is set for Phase 2.
Okay, on the MUDA scam, ladies and gentlemen, has been the biggest political story today. Biggest headline, in fact, as the sitting chief minister will be prosecuted. That's the story from Karnataka, where Siddaramaiah will be investigated. The court has allowed the investigation against Siddaramaiah in Karnataka. The Karnataka chief minister had gone to the High Court, challenging the sanction to prosecute him. The sanction was given by the governor. That was challenged, and that's been rejected. He will be investigated. He has no choice. Let me go across straight to Pradeep Kumar, who's joining us. Pradeep, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Pradeep is one of the complainants. He's a petitioner in the case. Pradeep, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you? Yeah, Pradeep, this is Niranjan here.
Yes, sir.
This is Niranjan here. Please tell me, what are the options in front of Siddaramaiah? He's saying that he will not...
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
He says he will not resign. He's indicated he will not resign. He says, I will check legal options to see if I can stop the investigation.
Sir, without any reasons, without any single moment, he is not continued to the seat. Let them resign immediately. It is no option.
No, but tell me one thing. Can he stop the investigation? Because the chief minister has given a press statement. The chief minister in a press statement has said, and I'm quoting the chief minister, Pradeep. The chief minister says, I will check. He has said, 1 minute. Listen to this.
No, sir. Stay was vacated, sir.
So he can't stop the investigation?
Yes, sir.
He has said, in the press statement, he has said, I will consult experts on whether such an investigation is allowed under the law or not.
Continue, sir. Today only the interim order was vacated, sir.
Okay. So what are the options in front of Siddaramaiah then?
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. There are already two PCRs are already pending. Our PCRs also. They are challenging the order in Supreme Court, sir.
Now, Mr. Pradeep Kumar, they will go to the Supreme Court.
They are challenging the order in Supreme Court. That is left the option to the Siddaramaiah.
Okay. Now what happens in the government next? Can Siddaramaiah continue in power?
I already filed the caveat, sir. I already filed the caveat. Just 2 minutes, 5 minutes back, I filed the. No, sir. No. Immediately he resigned. There is no reason to continue the seat as a chief minister.
Yes. My question to you is...
He always says, sir, he's a morality. He speak. Anything his morality is there, he immediately resigned to the chief minister post, sir.
No, I'm asking you, there is a little bit of delay, sir. Pradeep, listen to me carefully. There is a little bit of a delay between your voice and mine. You'll hear my voice after a few seconds, so I'm asking you a question. Looking at the facts of the case, right? Is there a scam or not? You are one of the complainants. You went to the governor, and we have shown the full MUDA files on Republic Kannada and Republic Media Network.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a scam or not?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. The Siddaramaiah and his family was involved in this scam. Definitely, no doubt. That is the reason I filed a complaint before the Lokayukta SP office, Mysuru. Thereafter, I filed a complaint before the Raj Bhavan to governor. That is the reason I request the Chief Minister of Karnataka, let them resign and support to investigation. Let them support to cooperate with the investigation.
Okay. Pradeep Kumar is one of the complainants in this particular case. Petitioners, one of the petitioners. He went to the governor along with two others. So, Pradeep, thank you for joining us. And they have been fighting the Karnataka Chief Minister in court. We'll pick this up at 9 p.m. tonight. Pradeep, thank you very much for joining us here on Republic TV. We'll take a short break right now. We'll take a short break and come back with the live coverage. In about 3 to 4 minutes, we're expecting the Karnataka government to hold a news conference. Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, all top ministers in the cabinet to hold a briefing in a short while from now. We are live. Stay tuned. Okay, so Siddaramaiah will be prosecuted. That's live. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Director, the taste of success.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Setback for Siddaramaiah as Karnataka High Court rejects plea against Governor's approval for probe in MUDA Scam case. Siddaramaiah issues first statement after the High Court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and JDS to frame him.
This is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress government in Karnataka, demands Chief Minister's resignation. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter, Maharashtra CID to probe the incident. CPIM MLA and actor Mukesh arrested by SIT in rape case, released on bail just hours after the arrest. Amid Tirupati laddu controversy, Hindu priests stage protest, demand strict action against the perpetrators.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Now, after the High Court rejected the plea of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, challenging the prosecution nod that was given by the governor to probe those charges against Chief Minister, the Congress remains firm that Siddaramaiah will not tender his resignation. A statement that's also now coming from the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, who says that Siddaramaiah will remain the Chief Minister and that the party will explore all possible legal options.
There is no question. My Chief Minister has not done anything wrong. He is not involved with any scam. It is a political conspiracy by the BJP to all of us, to all the opposition leaders in the country. This is what is going on. So there is no question of my Chief Minister has done anything wrong. They are creating problem. We stand by him. We support him. He is doing a good work for the country, for the party and for the state.
I am not surprised. The idea of involving the governor and the governor's office was to ensure that this plays out like this. And the governor very clearly has overstepped his legal ambit, and he's done these things. So, and we see this as a standard operating procedure. We see this as a playbook. What is happening in what happened in Jharkhand, what happened in Delhi. We are seeing that in Karnataka as well. We still believe in the law of the land. We believe in the Constitution of India. The BJP might have the governor of Karnataka with them. We have Baba Saheb Ambedkar's Constitution with us.
Whose government was there when this land was given? It is a compensatory land given for the land that was taken by the government. Who was there in the government? BJP was there in the government. One. How many leaders were given compensatory land and which all parties they belong? Let there be an inquiry in all the cases of compensatory lands, not only in this issue, but also the compensatory lands given elsewhere in the entire state. Then you will get to know which leader and of which party is involved in this. Why are you cherry picking one leader and saying that he is involved? And you could have said that had our government, had our party been there in the government at that time. It was BJP's government. Why is it that the BJP and the Janata Dal leaders are not ready for investigation in this particular case? Why is that government not ordering an inquiry in this particular case? Let all the compensatory lands that have been given, especially in this case, and all the lands that have been given elsewhere in the entire state be investigated.
Now, while the Congress has said that it will challenge the High Court order, the BJP has been mounting pressure, demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister. In fact, Prahlad Joshi, the Union Minister, says that there is a need for CBI inquiry into these allegations.
Ma'am, Karnataka has prosecuted Siddaramaiah in MUDA scam. What do you have to say about that?
He should resign immediately. क्योंकि सिद्धारामैया का एक हिस्ट्री है. 2013 में ये मुख्यमंत्री बने तब लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाया था. लोकायुक्त संस्था कर्नाटक में नहीं थे क्योंकि लोकायुक्त में इसका 25 से ज्यादा केस था. उसको बंद करवाने के लिए लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाया। अभी ये केस को कौन जांच करेगा? वही लोकायुक्त करेगा। फिर से लोकायुक्त हमारे सरकार आने के बाद हम करवाया, संस्था को रखा, हम उधर जज को अपॉइंट किया, पुलिस को अपॉइंट किया, वही लोग इसको जांच करेंगे। अभी फिर से क्या करेगा सिद्धरामैया? ये लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाएंगे। इसके कारण तुरंत सिद्धरामैया इस्तीफा देना एंड क्या फेस करना है, इसका केस को फेस करना है, केस को लड़ना, फेस करना।
मैम, इज ही लाइकली टू फेस द प्रोब या फिर आपको लगता है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अप्रोच करेंगे? क्या हो सकता है आगे?
ये जमीन दलित का जमीन है। नंबर 1 गलत किया। नंबर 2 गलत है 50-50 शेयरिंग करने का एक डिसीजन मुडा में मैसूर में लिया था। कौन जमीन मुडा को देते हैं उसको 50% किसानों को डेवलप करके देना बोल के। इसका 50% कब से था? वो प्रोस्पेक्टिव था, तब डिसीजन लिया। उधर के बाद कौन देते हैं जमीन उसको। सिद्दारामैया का बीवी क्या किया? इसको रिट्रोस्पेक्ट करवाया। ये दूसरा गलत है। तीसरा गलत है, सिद्दारामैया हर समय कब मुडा का डिसीजन हुआ था तब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट में था। ये तीसरा गलत है। उसको पता था मुडा में क्या हो रही है। 4वीं गलत, अभी गवर्नर का बारे में कितना गलत बोला। उसका पार्टी का एक नेता बोलता है बांग्लादेश में क्या हुआ शेख हसीना के साथ, ऐसे कर्नाटका का गवर्नर को हम करवाएंगे, हम भगाएंगे। अभी तक एफआईआर भी नहीं डाला। क्यों? सिद्दारामैया ये पूरा केस को खत्म करना चाहते हैं। इसके कारण मैं मांग करती हूं एक केस में अभी जांच होना चाहिए, ऐसा हाईकोर्ट ने बताया। क्या गवर्नर डिसीजन लिया था प्रोसिक्यूशन करना है, फेस करना है, केस लड़ना है, उसको अपील किया है। इसके कारण सिद्दारामैया इस्तीफा देना है एंड फेस करना है।
Also, so the BJP has been, of course, mounting pressure on the Congress, demanding Siddaramaiah's resignation. Let's go across to Niranjan as well. Niranjan, if Siddaramaiah were to resign from the CM post, who are the front runners to take over the mantle from the Chief Minister?
Well, there are many self-declared aspirants for the Chief Minister's chair, many of whom have gone on record in the last 1 month since the case has reached the court. Many have been sharpening their swords for the last few weeks and months. Let me tell you that the Karnataka Chief Minister is expected to... We have a live frame. That's a live frame of the Karnataka Chief Minister who's expected to speak to the media along with the Deputy Chief Minister. There is some news coming in that cabinet ministers in Karnataka will also be a part of that news conference that will start in a few minutes from now. This is significant. And you asked me about the front runners. There are many. When the Karnataka government was formed, the other frontrunners included D.K. Shivakumar. Many felt that he will be made the chief minister. But Siddaramaiah is the senior most and has a majority of MLAs supporting him, backing him. So clearly he was the first option. He was given the chair. But the Congress party had assured the, D.K. Shivakumar that he would be made the chief minister at some point. So if he were to step down, I think the logical decision will be to make D.K. Shivakumar the chief minister. But there are aspirants. Like I said, there is a leader called Satish Jarkiholy, who's a minister believed to be from the Siddaramaiah camp. And he could be, one of the front runners along with D.K. Shivakumar. The third front runner is M.B. Patil. M.B. Patil is another senior leader of the Congress party, also a minister of the Karnataka government. He's another front runner. There is also G. Parameshwara, who is the Home Minister of Karnataka, who himself has been very candid that he was in the running for the top post when the elections took place. So there are many front runners, Samiksha, at least 5 of them, 4 have already named, and many have been speaking on record saying that they are leaders who've served in the party for many years. So anything could happen. Now, if you're asking whether Siddaramaiah is going to step down, that is a possibility. He has to step down on grounds of propriety, given that this is an election year and there are elections in several states, and the Congress party will have to take a cue from their own allies. For example, in Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal has stepped aside. He's still facing charges. He's out on bail. He has stepped down, knowing well aware that he can't be the chief minister pending investigation. And that is why Atishi became the chief minister, took over yesterday, took oath and served in office starting yesterday. And then you have the case of Hemant Soren in Jharkhand. When he was arrested, he stepped down, gave the mantle to one of his relatives, and he's back as the chief minister now that he's on bail. So these are some of the precedents for the Indie bloc to look at and work on. And as we speak, we have a live shot of the Karnataka chief minister. He's going to address the news conference any minute now. We'll stay on that live shot of the Karnataka chief minister, who's expected to address the news conference. The BJP ramping up the pressure, saying that he will have to step down. There is no option left. Listen in.
There are more than 1,500 sites have been allocated to the various other people also illegally. So overall, this is the MUDA is always involved in such scams. So now that is, and this has happened, most of them they have happened in last few months. So for that reason, it needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially. To conduct the investigation impartially, Siddaramaiah needs to be resigned. He has to henceforth. They should not tell that we will go to the larger bench, we will go to the Supreme Court. If he wants to go, let him go.
Respected governor had given the sanction for prosecution. But Chief Minister and the Congress ministers challenged the order of the governor, challenged the order of prosecution given by respected governor. They challenged it in the High Court. So after a detailed argument that had taken place in the High Court, today High Court has come out with a judgment which has clearly said the petition challenged by the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been dismissed by the Honorable High Court. At the same time, the judge has observed that all are equal before the law. All are equal before the law. So, Honorable High Court has upheld the order of prosecution given by the governor. So at this juncture, I demand Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji to resign from the post of Chief Minister immediately without any further delay. I demand Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji, without wasting any further time, he should tender his resignation immediately.
In fact, let's also tell you that the Karnataka High Court's order upholding the prosecution nod against the Chief Minister of Karnataka comes days after Republic's Editor-in-Chief posed 10 sharp questions to Karnataka Chief Minister on the MUDA scam. Listen in.
The huge land scam that is actually spanning many acres, dozens of crores of rupees, and the responsibility is on the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah. This is the MUDA scam, that is the Mysore Urban Development Authority scam. It's a classic example of the Robert Vadra model of land grabbing that the Congress seems to have perfected throughout years. Republic Canada has led a very deep and very popular investigation in this case because it is not just another land grab case under a development authority. It is the shining example of how systemic corruption potentially precipitates into multifold dividends through the outright abuse of power. The story of the MUDA land scam is that of a farmer whose land was usurped for just 5 lakh rupees. And through arm twisting, political arm twisting, and alleged bending of the rules to convert that land into a 65 crore rupee cash cow right in the heart of central Mysore. And tonight I have 34 years of documentary evidence with me unmasking every step of Siddaramaiah and his family of how they allegedly looted the right of the people and potentially pocketed a huge fortune in the process. So tonight I challenge Mr. Siddaramaiah to come out and either prove the evidence wrong based on the 10 questions I have for him, or resign for abusing his position as Chief Minister for disproportionate gains. Here are my 10 questions. 1. Is it or is it not true that Siddaramaiah's brother-in-law bought this land in 2005 from a farmer at the cost of 5,95,000, and the current value of the land that was given in compensation to Mrs. Parvati is around 65 crore rupees? 2. Is it not true that the land originally belonged to a farmer from a scheduled caste? If yes, then is it not true that this is a case of caste atrocity, Rahul Gandhi? Wrongdoing against a poor farmer from the scheduled caste category? Congress says it's for SC/ST. It's not. It's taking away their land. Question 3, is it not true that the notification of the concerned land was illegally done in 1998 when Siddaramaiah was the Deputy Chief Minister? 4, is it not true that the prime land was allotted to Siddaramaiah's wife when he was the leader of the opposition? 5, is it not true that the prime land was allotted to Siddaramaiah's wife when his son was a MUDA member? And Mysore MLA, you talk about conflict of interest. Question number 6, is it not true that the Karnataka Chief Minister's brother-in-law purchased a land in which the layout had already been formed during 2001 and sites had already been sold to the citizens? 7, is it not true that the land was fraudulent? The land sale was fraudulent also because the land was sold as agricultural land after the said lands were developed and sites were distributed. 8, is it not true that the Deputy Commissioner of Mysore did the conversion even after knowing that the layout had been formed? 9, is it true or not that even after the said property was converted from agricultural to residential land, the gift deed mentions that the land was quote-unquote agricultural land? What a scam! And finally, is it not true that in 2018, Siddaramaiah hid the nature of the land in the election affidavit? And going further, is it not true that there was an attempt made to erase the name of the land demanded by the Chief Minister's wife by using whitener on the documents? I can go on and on, Mr. Siddaramaiah, because the list of documents I have with me are all pointing at you and they're endless. What is ironic is that when similar allegations were made against B.S. Yediyurappa of the BJP, you, Mr. Siddaramaiah, demanded his resignation.
And with that, we head into a very short break. In just a while from now, Karnataka Congress will address the media.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations, and in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with this shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works. Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into two categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowances fall under the first category. These components remain the same throughout the year and don't change until your next hike. Then comes the commissions and incentives that are subject to your performance, which can vary on a month-to-month basis, and also these aren't guaranteed. So when you receive a job offer, the CTC may include both of these components.
And a quick look at other stories that we're tracking. Polling parties have begun collecting electronic voting machines for their designated polling stations ahead of phase 2 of polls in J&K. Tomorrow, security personnel have been deployed across the region and vehicles are being thoroughly checked. A total of 26 assembly seats across 6 districts in J&K will go to polls tomorrow. All right, stand by for the Karnataka Congress briefing in just some time from now.
ಊಟ ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡೋದು. ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಎದ್ದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮದುವೆ ಕಾಯ ಕೊಡಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೈಲೆಂಟು. ಅನ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನಡೀರಪ್ಪ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ, MLAಗಳು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ CM ಆಫೀಸು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿ, ಗನ್ಮೆನು PAಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿ. MLAಗಳು, MLCಗಳು, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮೀಡಿಯಾದವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರಬೇಕು.
This is the Karnataka Chief Minister saying that apart from the MLAs, MLCs and the media, everybody else should leave the room. This is a news briefing. Karnataka Chief Minister has come out himself.
ರೆಡಿನಾ? ರೆಡಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಾನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಂತ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು ಇವತ್ತು ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು
The court has today decided on the petition that I had filed challenging the sanction to prosecute me in this land scam.
ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಂಥ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ.
The governor's decision to give sanction to prosecute me was challenged by me. I went to the High Court.
ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ನಡೆದು
Arguments have been presented by all sides, were presented in the case.
ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪೂರ್ಣ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ಓದಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ.
I have not been able to read the entire judgment in the case, but I have gone through the main aspects of the order.
ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ.
I will go through the entire detailed order shortly.
ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ದೂರುದಾರರ ದೂರಿನ ಮೇಲೆ 17A 218 BNSS ಹೊಸ criminal procedure.
The governor, on the complaints of a few complainants, has invoked a few sections
PC Act
under BNSS to give sanction to prosecute me based on these
complaints.
complaints.
Sanction ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟು 17A ಸೀಮಿತಗೊಳಿಸಿ
The Chief Minister is talking about the technical aspect
of
Section 17A of the PC Act, which is mandatory.
ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 19 PC ಆಕ್ಟ್ನ ಅವರೇ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರೇ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ದೂರದಾರರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು 19C PC ಆಕ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರೇ ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ 218 BNSS New Civil Criminal Procedure Code.
The High Court has gone through the different provisions of the BNSS.
ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The court has declined that aspect.
I repeat, the order is read to be restrictive to an approval under Section 17A of the Act and not an order granting sanction to 18 of BNSS. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ 218 BNSS ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಿರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 17A PC Act.
The Chief Minister claims that it is not an order granted under Sanction 218 of the BNSS. He's challenging...
Not a prosecution. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 17A ಆಫ್ ದಿ PC Act.
He claims there is no sanction to give investigation under Section 17A of the Act.
ಇದರ ಮೇಲೆ
The Chief Minister still going into the technical aspects while challenging the investigation.
ಕಾನೂನು ತಜ್ಞರ ಜೊತೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
He says he will consult legal experts on whether investigation can proceed.
ಕಾನೂನು ತಜ್ಞರ ಜೊತೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
He says he will discuss and take further advice on steps to be taken.
ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ PCC ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು.
The Karnataka Chief Minister saying that he will consult his ministers, his Council of Ministers and the Karnataka Congress on what to do next.
ನಾವು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು JDSನವರ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಪಿರಸಿಗೆ ಎದುರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಯಾವತ್ತು.
The Karnataka Chief Minister is blaming the BJP and the JDS. He's calling it a conspiracy.
ಒಳ ಸಂಚು, ರಾಜಭವನ ದುರುಪಯೋಗ, ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಎದುರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ.
The CM says that they are misusing the constitutional bodies, in this case trying to allege that the BJP has worked with the governor to target him.
ಜನರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿದೆ.
He says the blessings of the people are with him.
ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್, MLAಗಳು, ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮುಖಂಡರುಗಳು, ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಮತ್ತು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ
The Karnataka Chief Minister says High Command,
ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
party leaders, workers are firmly with him.
ಕಾನೂನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್.
He says the High Command and everybody else is with him and are giving him complete support.
ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸೇಡಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸೇಡಿನ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ.
He's calling it politics of revenge by the BJP-led Narendra Modi government. Is targeting the center now, calling it revenge politics.
ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ, ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಕ್ಷದವರು ಮತ್ತು JDSನವರು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ವಂತ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. 2008ರಲ್ಲೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, 2018ರಲ್ಲೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹೀನಾಯವಾಗಿ ಸೋತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ.
He said the BJP is losing elections consistently.
ಅವರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಹಿಂಬಾಗಲಿನಿಂದ.
BJP rarely comes to power in Karnataka. They face electoral setbacks.
ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಲ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ.
And then he says they do Operation Lotus or Operation Kamala to topple governments.
They never came to power on the mandate of the people of Karnataka, both BJP and JDS. ನಾವು 136 ಗೆದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಳೆದ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
Okay, well, there was a poor signal there. He was saying that they have won 136 seats on their own. And the BJP can't touch them.
ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು MLAಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ MLAಗಳು ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬೀಳಲಿಲ್ಲ.
He says the MLAs will not leave the party. He says there is an attempt to create trouble and break the government and buy out MLAs.
ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಡವರ ಪರವಾದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಹಿಂದೇನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು 2018.
The Chief Minister saying that they have introduced pro-poor schemes. He is referring to the guarantees.
ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯ, ಕ್ಷೀರಭಾಗ್ಯ, ಕ್ಷೀರಧಾರೆ.
He's talking about the different schemes: free rice, free money to the women of Karnataka.
Manashwini
talks about free bus rides.
shoe bhagya, shadi bhagya.
He's talking about all the schemes, freebies under his watch to build a case for himself.
ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಶಕ್ತಿ, ಗೃಹಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ,
talking about guarantees now.
ಅನ್ನ ಭಾಗ್ಯ, ಯುವ ನಿಧಿ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
Listing out the poll SOPs based on which the Congress party won.
ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬಡವರಿಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ.
He says BJP is anti-poor.
ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಪ್ಪು ಮಸಿಯನ್ನು ಬಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
He says there's been an attempt to somehow tarnish the image of his government in Karnataka.
ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
He says he will read the entire judgment and react in greater detail.
197-8 ಪೇಜ್ ಇದೆ.
He says the entire judgment is nearly 197 or 198 pages long and that he will go through the detailed judgment.
ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಾಕಿ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಆತರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ?
That's him targeting the media. Someone asking a question.
ಓದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮಾತು.
He says he wants to speak more.
So BJP ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ
The Karnataka Chief Minister saying that the BJP, like they have done across the country,
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು
even in Karnataka, trying to shake the Congress government, trying to tarnish the Congress government.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಹೆಸರು ತರಬೇಕು.
Somehow to malign the government in Karnataka. He says it's a very calculated attempt being made.
Both BJP and JDS.
He says both BJP and JDS.
Both BJP and JDS.
He says both BJP and JDS are trying to target his government.
ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆದೇಶ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ನ ಮೊದಲನೇ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ
This is my first reaction after the High Court passed its order. I will go through the entire details.
ಇದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು. See, ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ today the High Court passed an order I have seen the orders through the media. I am yet to go through the judgment of the Honorable High Court. After going through the judgment, I will react to the judgment both legally and politically. The complainants who made a complaint before the Honorable Governor that they made a complaint under Section 17A of the PC Act and 19 PC Act and also 218 of BNSS, old Criminal Procedure Code. ಈಗ ನ್ಯೂ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಕೋಡ್ BNSS. The Honorable High Court said inquiry may be conducted under Section 17A of the PC Act. And they rejected another prayer made by the complainant that prosecution is to be sanctioned under Section 218 and 19 PC Act. 19 PC Act has been rejected by the Honorable Governor before he gives the order. The High Court held that the prosecution under 218 is totally rejected.
In the words of the court, you can read.
And you may, court orders.
Sir,
ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ದಿ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಸ್ read to be restrictive to an approval under section 17A of the Act and not an order granting section 218 of BNSS. Shall I repeat again? You got it? ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಾಗ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಳು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಇರು, ಕೇಳುವೆ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನೀನು ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳೋಣ. ಸೊ after go through the judgment, I will discuss with the legal experts and also with my cabinet colleagues and party and also with the High Command what action to be taken legally to be spelled out. So BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed. I am not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS, because people of Karnataka are with our party, are with me, and also with our government. After whatever futile exercise they made to dislodge our government, it is not possible for them. See, they were succeeded in 2018 or 19. In 2008 also they were succeeded, because the people of Karnataka gave, they are given mandate, absolute majority to Congress party. 136 MLAs we got. So BJP is always against social justice and programs of the poor people of the society, because they opposed in our previous regime all our poor programs,
welfare measures,
welfare measures that we have undertook.
like
Now also they are opposing all 5 guarantees. All flagship programs. Because they basically, BJP and JDS are against social justice and programs of the poor people. It is not only they have tried in Karnataka, in the entire country, wherever governments of opposition party is there in power, they try to dislodge such governments, and they have succeeded in sending some chief ministers to prison. So it is not possible in Karnataka because people are standing with us like a rock, and also with me, all our cabinet colleagues, all our leaders, all our workers, and also party, MLAs, MLCs, and High Command, MPs and High Command. So these are the first reaction today, and my colleagues are here. Please, you can ask questions. ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ಇದು ತೃಪ್ತಿ ತಂದಿದೆಯಾ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ತಂದಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಗವರ್ನರ್ನ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದನ್ನ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಅವರು 19 PC ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು 218 ಮತ್ತು 17A ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು 17A ಮಾತ್ರ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 218 PC ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅದನ್ನ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಫ್ satisfaction or dissatisfaction. It's a legal fight.
Director, the taste of success.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one.
The order is read to be restrictive to an approval under section 17A of the Act, and not an order granting sanction under section 218 of the BNS is not there.
Sir, you have said you are open for an investigation. Would the state government order an investigation, or would you wait for what happens in the special court, sir? You have said you are open for an investigation.
See, whatever court said, I have read it. You are asking the question to the government. You see, I am confining to only the orders passed by the High Court.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ತೀರ್ಪಿನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒತ್ತಾಯಿಸಿ ಪ್ರತಿಪಕ್ಷ ಹೋರಾಟ.
ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ? ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರ? ಬೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾರೆ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾರಪ್ಪ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ರಿ. ಈಗ FIR ಇರೋರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಕೇಳೋದು ಅಲ್ಲ. ನೀನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯನೆಯ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀನ್ ಬಿಡು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಬಿಡು. ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಫೇಸ್ them politically.
Okay, he's calling it a witch hunt, saying that many others have not resigned. We'll take a short break now. This is the Karnataka Chief Minister was addressing the news conference. And we'll take a break and we'll come back. The news conference will go on and on. Questions being answered by him, routine questions by the media. He's answering those questions. We'll take a break and come back. Stay tuned.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳು, ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳು.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been
This is Republic Kuchina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started.
Director, the taste of success.
ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸಾಕು ಸಾಕು ಸಾಕು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
Siddaramaiah issues the first statement after High Court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and JDS to frame him in the MUDA scam. He will now be investigated. The court has rejected his petition.
This is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. His investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress government in Karnataka, demands Siddaramaiah's resignation on the MUDA scam. He will be investigated. The court has allowed the investigation. Badlapur sexual assault case, accused shot dead in the encounter after he allegedly opens fire. Maharashtra CID will probe the incident. CPM MLA actor Mukesh arrested by SIT in the rape case, released on bail within hours after arrest. On the Tirupati laddu controversy, Hindu priests stage a protest, demand strict action against those who insulted the Hindu faith by adulterating the prasad given to the gods.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
Okay, starting with the big story we're tracking, ladies and gentlemen, on the MUDA files. The MUDA, or the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. Now you may be wondering, what is the MUDA scam? It's a scam in Karnataka that dates back almost 20 to 24 years. And a few weeks back here on Republic TV, we accessed the entire MUDA files while showing how the Chief Minister, the current Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, over the years had managed to amass property which he was not supposed to get in the first place. Prime property that was allotted to him after rules were broken, after paperwork, paper trail, illegal transactions that have taken place over different years. What was bought for 5 lakhs, now worth 65 crore rupees. And after that scam came to light, the governor of Karnataka gave the sanction to prosecute Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah is not willing to resign. He went to court, he challenged the prosecution, and the court has dismissed his petition while allowing an investigation. The court has said that the facts narrated in the petition would undoubtedly require an investigation, in the teeth of the fact that the beneficiary of all these acts is not anybody outside but the wife of the petitioner. So those are very powerful words. I want to go across to C.R. Kesavan of the BJP joining us on the broadcast. C.R. Kesavan, going through the order, I have the order with me. The court has said that the facts narrated in the petition would undoubtedly require an investigation in the teeth of the fact that the beneficiary of all these acts is not anybody outside, but the wife of the petitioner. It's simple. Land that was taken by a farmer for 5 lakh rupees. We've gone through the facts in this case threadbare. There was a scam. There was a scam. Prime land was given to the Chief Minister's wife in return for land that does not exist or belong to them in the first place. Paper trail was created. What was 5 lakhs in the late 90s and early 2000s is today valued at 65 crore rupees. It's a scam. And when a scam is happening, investigation has to happen. He's not even willing to be investigated. He's challenging the investigation now.
Good evening, Niranjanji. What you saw today in the press conference was a rattled, nervous, beleaguered chief minister. He's a lame duck chief minister who has lost every smidge of moral and ethical authority and right to continue. Mr. Siddaramaiah has to resign immediately. His continuance is untenable. You know, the scam Congress Sarkar in Karnataka is neck deep, and it's engulfed and encircled by allegations of blatant corruption. And in this MUDA, scam, as you had very detailedly also taken it up on many occasions, this involves, sordid corruption, crony capitalism, and snatching away land belonging to Dalit. The question I'm asking now is, Mr. Siddaramaiah should resign, but where is Mr. Rahul Gandhi? He talks about crony capitalism, he talks about corruption, he talks about the welfare of Dalit and tribals. Mr. Rahul Gandhi should stop his hypocrisy. He should instruct Mr. Siddaramaiah. Rahul Gandhi should not protect Mr. Siddaramaiah. He should ask him to step down immediately. They talk about the constitution, they talk about democracy. How can he let Mr. Siddaramaiah continue after such a verdict from the High Court, which has turned down his plea and upheld the sanction to prosecute by the governor? More importantly, if you see, this is not one scam. This government has been, engulfed with, many scams. We know that Mr. Siddaramaiah himself, as Chief Minister in the Assembly, conceded 289 crores being swindled and siphoned from the Maharishi Valmiki Tribal Development Fund. This was meant for the benefit of progress of tribals. They swindled the money from there. And the minister concerned was forced to resign. And then the ED, took him into custody and the investigation is on. So, when the concerned minister in the Valmiki Maharishi scam resigns, how can Mr. Siddaramaiah continue for a free and fair and impartial investigation? He's not only the chief minister, he's also the finance minister. And this scam, this MUDA scam talks about it's straightforward, points fingers, allegations to the family of Mr. Siddaramaiah. It involves massive irregularities, severe irregularities in land allotment and disproportionate compensation and snatching away land from Dalit families. And in this situation, how can a chief minister, and you would know, Niranjan, it's a ironic case. The severity of this thing is also highlighted and exposed by the fact that the state government of Karnataka, headed by Siddaramaiah, has ordered 2 commissions to investigate the MUDA scam. One is a judicial commission. Imagine 2 commissions investigating the same scam. So the government itself, the Congress government, the scam Sarkar itself concedes that this is a huge scam, this is a huge problem. That's why 2 commissions are underway. And now, for a free and fair and impartial probe, Mr. Siddaramaiah has to resign, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he can't duck his responsibility. He has to instruct Mr. Siddaramaiah to resign. Second important point I want to underline, Niranjan. You know how the Congress party shamelessly insulted the governor? You know how they besmirched the reputation of the governor? They should keep in mind, the governor is from a Dalit community. And they called him unconstitutional, they called him names. I mean, you can't even express that, in words. And today, the High Court has very clearly said the governor was well within his constitutional, duty to do what he's done in terms of giving sanction to the prosecution. So, not only the resignation of Mr. Siddaramaiah, Rahul Gandhi should ask the entire Karnataka Congress party and all the ministers to resign and to ask pardon and apologize to the governor for defaming him and abusing him. And he comes from a Dalit community, and Rahul Gandhi waxes eloquently about, Dalit and tribal rights. First money was siphoned from the Tribal Development Fund, and now they abuse the governor who's from the Dalit community. So first let Mr. Siddaramaiah resign and let the Congress party apologize to the governor.
Yeah, now my last question to you is, CR, see, there are many scams, I'll tell you. There are many scams that have happened, corruption that has been exposed in Karnataka in the last 1 year or more, right? They've been in government for a little over 1 year, and there have been many scams. Now, my question is, there are precedents within the Indie bloc. For example, Arvind Kejriwal faced charges, he came out, he's resigned. Somebody else is the chief minister now. Hemant Soren faced charges, resigned, and then was arrested. Now, you can't say that it's different for Karnataka because he has to face an investigation. And it's even more surprising that he's not willing to even face an investigation. Today, he says, I will consult the legal experts to see if an investigation should be carried out in the first place. Now, my question is, can you remain the chief minister and oversee an investigation against yourself? Because the SIT, in all probability, or the police will be probing it. You can't oversee an investigation that your own people are going to probe. It's conflict. You will have to resign on grounds of propriety.
Very well pointed out, Niranjan ji. Mr. Siddaramaiah in his press conference said, the Congress party is with me, the Congress High Command is with me, but the people are not with them. The justice is not with them because this is a case of corruption when it comes to Dalits and also crony capitalism and corruption. And you pointed it out right. When the Valmiki tribal development scam happened, the minister concerned was forced to resign because he would impede a free and fair probe, and the law could not take its course. When he resigned, it happened, like you correctly said, the chief minister is the head of the government, and the accusation and the allegations are against him and his family. So how can a free and fair probe be possible? How can the Karnataka state police investigate the Karnataka chief minister to whom they report to? So which is why Mr. Siddaramaiah, there is a clear conflict of interest. His position is untenable, and the law should take its course. Mr. Rahul Gandhi should not protect him and impede justice, for the Dalit families and also, for the people of Karnataka. So, for a free and fair probe and to ensure that justice and the process of law is not impeded, Siddaramaiah has to immediately resign so that the law takes its course and an investigation happens, and let the truth set them free. Why is the scam Sarkar of the Congress party in Karnataka afraid to face a probe? If they don't have any guilt, they should welcome a probe and let the probe and let the investigation end, and the truth will come out. I think there is something very murky here in the way they're trying to duck the probe. It also reveals that they have something to hide.
Yeah. Thank you, C.R. Kesavan, for joining us on this big breaking story. His position has become untenable. In fact, we've been closely tracking the story in Republic Kannada and Bengaluru for the last over 2 months. And in one of the documents, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, there was a whitener used to clean up what the Chief Minister's wife had written in one letter. That's the level of cover-up that they have tried to do in this particular case. There is a lot that needs to be investigated. Let's see where the story goes. Moving on to some more breaking news that's coming in from across the country now. Congress MLA Maman Khan has been charged with UAPA. In the past, in the new violence case, has stoked another controversy. He was in the spotlight during the communal riots last year. During the Jal Abhishek in New, has come again under the limelight with a statement that has been made while addressing the people during election campaign. This Congress leader called Maman Khan, has said that those who have done injustice to the children of Mewat will have to leave Mewat as soon as the Congress government is formed. A controversial comment being made. Listen in.
तीसरे दिन गाड़ी लेके बच्चों को ऐसे मुर्गी की तरह भर के ले जाना शुरू कर दिया, मारना पीटना हाथ पैर तोड़ना बहुत आम हो गया। हौसले बुलंद हो गए, वक्त आएगा सरकार बनेगी इंशाअल्लाह। जिन जालिमों ने हमारे बच्चों के साथ अन्याय किया है, मुझे एक एक की पता है, एक एक को जानता हूं, जिन्होंने लिस्ट दी है। किसी भी सूरत में बख्शूंगा नहीं, या तो उनको मेवात छोड़ना पड़ेगा, यहाँ नहीं रहना पड़ेगा, यहाँ बाहर जाना पड़ेगा। तीसरे दिन गाड़ी लेके बच्चों को ऐसे मुर्गी की तरह भर के ले जाना शुरू कर दिया, मारना पीटना हाथ पैर तोड़ना बहुत आम हो गया। हौसले बुलंद हो गए, वक्त आएगा सरकार बनेगी इंशाअल्लाह। जिन जालिमों ने हमारे बच्चों के साथ अन्याय किया है मुझे एक एक की पता है, एक एक को जानता हूं, जिन्होंने लिस्ट दी है, किसी भी सूरत में बख्शूंगा नहीं। या तो उनको मेवात छोड़ना पड़ेगा, यहाँ नहीं रहना पड़ेगा, यहाँ बाहर जाना पड़ेगा।
Okay, Lalit is joining us with more details. Lalit, give us more details of what Maman Khan has said, why it's controversial.
If we talk about the Congress MLA, Mr. Maman Khan is once again in the controversies and again in the spotlight, as yesterday during a rally, while speaking to the public, he said that when Congress would be coming in power, the way BJP has done with his community people, he will take the revenge of each and everything. He said that he knows what the previous government have done, and when the Congress will come in power, he will take the revenge of everything. If you talk about last year when there was a Jal Abhishek program and there was riots in Mewat, that time also Maman Khan gave the controversial statement. So once again now he is in the spotlight, he is into controversy over his remarks. He has given that if Congress comes in power, he knows how to deal with the BJP and how to take revenge. Back to the studio.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Moving on to some more breaking news update now coming in poll-bound Haryana. I have some details coming in. Let's go across to that. Former Haryana Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda has stirred a controversy. Hooda has said that if the Congress government comes to power in Haryana, we will open the Shambu border. Shambu pole plank, Shambu border, it was alleged that the opposition, primarily Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, instigated farmers to go and sit on the Shambu border. And look at this. Hooda says if Congress government comes to power, we will open the Shambu border. They were the ones who closed the Shambu border. Now they're saying they will open the Shambu border. What's going on? Lalit.
Once again, if we talk about the former Chief Minister and the CLP leader of Haryana, senior leader, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, while speaking to the rally and addressing the people, he said that they are totally supporting the farmers. They have cornered BJP on every issue in Haryana, whether it was the wrestlers issue, law and order issue, or the farmers issue. He even said that when Congress would come in power, they would open the gates of the Shambu border. It's been around more than 8 to 9 months that farmers are still sitting in the Shambu border.
Yes.
Bhupinder Singh Hooda alleged that BJP government especially has put big nails and big barricades over the Shambu border. So if the Congress comes into power, he would be the first one to open the gates so that farmers can move and cross to Delhi. Back to studio.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Let's move on now and get you some breaking news updates coming in from Shivamogga in Karnataka. I'm going across to that next breaking update. The National Investigation Agency, the NIA, has filed a charge sheet against 2 more people in the Shivamogga ISIS conspiracy case, the terror conspiracy case, taking the total charge sheeted accused to 10 now. The duo have been identified as ISIS radicals Abdul Mateen Ahmad Taha and Musawir Hussain Shazib, who were earlier charge sheeted by the NIA in the Rameshwaram Cafe blast case. They were involved in the Al Hind ISIS module in Bengaluru, and it appears that there was a larger terror nexus. These were terror modules operating in Karnataka for a very long time. They perhaps were part of a larger ISIS conspiracy. Go across to my colleague Sri Lakshmi joining us from the newsroom in Republic Kannada in Bengaluru. Sri Lakshmi, take us to the details.
Right, Niranjan, NIA has already filed a charge sheet in Rameshwaram cafe bomb blast against Abdul Mateen Taha and Muzawar Hussain, who are hailing from Tirupati of Shimoga district. Now another charge sheet has been filed against them in this ISIS radicalization and conspiracy case by NIA. It shows us that since, as many police officers in Karnataka were saying, since 2017-18, they were active in radicalizing people and creating conspiracy to destabilize the nation. This case is an example which has happened in Shimoga back in 2022. Now the charge sheet has been filed in regarding this case. This case is a most apt example wherein these accused were involved in creating instability, terror by burning a national flag and conducting a trial blast in Shimoga. It is unbelievable that for many long years these guys have been conducting these activities in places like Shimoga, Tirupati and even in places like Bengaluru and radicalizing many gullible Muslim youths, including many other accused. These guys were conducting such activities and involved in radicalizing people. Now, after many years in Rameshwaram cafe blast case, these Abdul Mateen Taha and Muzawar Hussain, they were found to be, now they are being accused. Like there might be, this case shows that there might be many more such sleeper cells all over Karnataka. Police should be more careful and there needs to be more deeper investigation which has to happen regarding this ISIS radicalization in Karnataka. Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Okay, let's move on now and get you some updates from across the country. Quick look at the top stories from across India in 2 minutes. Polling parties have begun collecting electronic voting machines for their designated polling stations in preparation for the second phase of assembly elections, which will take place tomorrow, 25th of September. Security personnel have been deployed across the region. Vehicles are being thoroughly checked. Total of 26 assembly seats across 6 districts in Jammu and Kashmir will go to polls in this phase. A team from the Election Commission of India, led by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, held meetings with senior officials, including IGs, DIGs, DEOs and SPs. Discussions focused on preparations for the upcoming assembly elections in the state, which are scheduled to take place this year. Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan met with farmers and representatives from farmers' unions at the board meeting hall in Delhi, emphasizing that the agriculture was the backbone of India and that serving farmers was like worshipping God, and that the government was trying to do everything that they possibly can. A violent clash broke out in Muzaffarnagar after a dispute between two parties over reading of the namaz. The dispute occurred when the imam of the mosque reprimanded a worshipper, leading to the assault. 6 to 7 men, including the imam, attacked the worshipper, and the entire incident was caught on CCTV. The victim has now filed a police complaint against the attackers at the masjid. Former Haryana Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda, addressing supporters, said that if the Congress comes to power in Haryana, they will reopen the Shambhu border. Hooda criticized current BJP government, focusing on issues related to the farmer movement, injustice faced by wrestlers, law and order, etc. For many years and decades, ladies and gentlemen, we've been saying that Indian football has been neglected. Neglected primarily because there is a disproportionate interest in promoting cricket. Football administration in India run mostly by politicians, and they have for a very long time treated it like a stepchild. And we have now Indian footballer Akash Mishra requesting fans not to give up on Indian football and attend their games, attend football games and rally behind Indian football teams and leagues.
See, in one day we cannot change everything. People talk about, okay, when India will play World Cup, why India is not playing World Cup, and then question mark. whenever national team is playing, this question comes always in the newspaper or in Twitter, media, everywhere. So it's not about one day. It's about many nights which we have to work, and of course, supporters, they play a very big role. I think, if you see any Premier League viewership or any La Liga, I think there are many of viewers who are coming there from India. But when it comes to ISL, when it's come to Indian football, now, of course, now we are growing day by day, season by season, people are coming more and more. But this I have requested, even whenever I have got a chance to speak, that I have said that how you support Manchester United, how you support Manchester City and other Premier League teams, at least you have to give time to us also, to the national team, to the clubs. Of course, when you'll give time, we'll do good, because we also don't want to play in front of an empty stadium. We also need supporters, and football, those who know football, I think supporters are very important. They are like an extra motivation for all the players to do well. So yeah, it's all about coming together and have patience. In one day we cannot change everything. People talk about, okay, when India will play World Cup, why India is not playing World Cup, and then question mark. Whenever national team is playing, this question comes always in the newspaper or in Twitter, media, everywhere. So yeah, it's not about one day. It's about many nights which we have to work, and of course, supporters, they play a very big role. If you are interested in football, if you are supporting a team, I don't know if you see the European culture, it's different, because if your team is playing even a friendly, there are supporters in the ground. But only when we are playing like big games, then the big crowd is coming over. But that's not what we need. We need, even in our tough times, when we are losing, when you are not winning games. Of course, you can criticize us if we are not playing well. But if you are there, even that criticism gives us that, okay, ye dekha, next time we have to do well. Next game we have to do well. When there is no one to say anything, sometimes that goes in the mind of the players. So yeah, like you said, not only in the big games, not only in the World Cup qualifiers, of course in the friendly games, of course through the season, even in ISL, of course we need supporters, bro.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.
Child molester eliminated in an encounter, but politics picks up in the Badlapur case. We're going to focus on that. Let's begin with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
Siddaramaiah issues first statement after the High Court verdict calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and the JDS to frame him.
And evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. His investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress. Government in Karnataka demands Siddaramaiah's resignation. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Maharashtra CID to probe incident. CPM MLA and actor Mukesh arrested by SIT in rape case. Released on bail just within hours after arrest. Amid the Tirupati laddu row, Hindu priests stage protest, demand strict action against the perpetrators.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
All right, welcome friends. Remember the Badlapur child molestation case. So one of the accused, Akshay Shinde, was shot dead, eliminated in an encounter yesterday, day before yesterday in fact. And now the Maharashtra Criminal Investigation Department, the CID, is taking over the probe in the Akshay Shinde encounter case, following politics that panned out over the encounter, with some calling it fake. Thane Crime Branch officials have brought Shinde's body to the JJ Hospital in Mumbai, where a post-mortem examination is underway. We in fact have a ground reporter by our correspondent Sandeep from Mumbai. Let's look at that.
How was Akshay Shinde killed? Remember, the Badlapur sexual assault accused, Akshay Shinde, was encountered by the Thane Police Crime Branch, and it is being said that this action was taken as a self-defense by the Thane Crime Branch officials. Remember, a similar kind of vehicle, a similar kind of van was carrying Akshay Shinde yesterday from Taloja jail to Thane, and in fact at the same point in time similar kind of vehicle was there, and in fact Akshay Shinde was accompanied by two of the Thane police constable sitting with him, one at this side, another one at this side, and API Nilesh More was sitting just opposite to this Akshay Shinde, the accused. Now, while returning from Taloja jail, Akshay Shinde started troubling the officer. It is being said that he started abusing the officers, that he has been booked in fake cases, he is being tortured. Now, when this whole incident happened, and when Akshay Shinde in fact started abusing API Nilesh More, at that point in time, when this van or the similar kind of van reached at the Mumra bypass, Nilesh More, API Nilesh More in fact called Sanjay Shinde. Now Sanjay Shinde was sitting next to the driver. This van, in fact a similar kind of van which was carrying Akshay Shinde, stopped at Mumra bypass. Sanjay Shinde stepped out from that very door and entered this vehicle. Now API More, who was sitting this side, stepped out here and sat next to Akshay Shinde, and at the same sequence Sanjay Shinde sat here. Meanwhile, the accused Akshay Shinde got more aggressive, and in fact he tried snatching the gun from API Nilesh More, who was just sitting next to Akshay Shinde. At that point in time, the officers were trying to stop him, but ultimately during this snatch, the gun got loaded, in fact unlocked. As we talk, it got unlocked, and one of the bullet got fired out here on the legs of, on the thighs of API Nilesh More. At that point in time, Akshay Shinde was able to take out the gun from Nilesh More's custody, and in fact he fired 2 to 3 rounds. In fact 3 rounds were fired by Akshay Shinde, and ultimately Sanjay Shinde, the officer, police inspector, who was just sitting opposite to Akshay Shinde, stepped up and nailed the gun against Akshay Shinde and fired Akshay Shinde, in which Akshay Shinde lost his life. And in fact the officer didn't call the ambulance. The same vehicle went on to Kalwa hospital, and the same vehicle, in fact when Akshay Shinde was brought out there in the hospital, he was declared dead before arrival. So that is what we have learned from our sources. This was the similar kind of testimony. This was in fact the testimony that Sanjay Shinde, this is the statement that has been given by Sanjay Shinde, the police inspector, who fired bullet on the accused Akshay Shinde in this very matter. Although the case has been given to CID to investigate the full sequence, this will be very much crucial to see whether the investigating team of this very whole encounter.
All right, Sandeep in fact joins us live. Sandeep, what politics are panning out on this encounter episode? Was the government under pressure to order this CID probe?
See, as far as the CID probe is concerned, Abhishek, as far as the legal and the technicalities of the encounters are considered, it is a protocol that every legal organization, every probe agency has to follow. And similarly, this CID probe has been ordered. Earlier, an SIT was formed to probe the sexual assault case, and in fact, the DCP, who was in fact in charge of that SIT, also visited the spot and also inspected the vehicle. So this CID probe is nothing to do with the politics, but ultimately a part of a protocol that needs to be followed. It is a part of rules and regulation system that law agencies follow. But ultimately, yes, the uproar that was made by opposition at that point in time when Badlapur railway station was ultimately blocked, there was a lot of chaos. Politics was played when Akshay Shinde was in fact not arrested or arrested, but late arrested. So ultimately at that point in time, the whole Badlapur station was blocked out. There was lathi charge that was done to disperse the crowd. But after this very kind of incident, or wherein we can say as a part of self-defense when Thane Police Crime Branch shot Akshay Shinde, now the opposition is pointing out government and calling it as a fake encounter or planned encounter, although Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had made it clear that an inquiry has been ordered, and the way it has been, the way government has been targeted is something that opposition should not do. So ultimately, war of words have started, Abhishek, but the question remains the same. Whether it is a planned encounter, or did Akshay Shinde, actually did what it is being said by, or what it is being claimed by the Thane Police Crime Branch officials.
All right, Sandeep, thank you so much for sharing those details with us, and we move on, and there is a breaking news development coming in. In fact, friends, it's coming in from the war-torn Middle East, where the IDF has issued a statement, the Israeli Defense Forces, where they have said that a short while ago, with the direction of the IDF intelligence, the IAF, which is the Israeli Air Force, struck terror targets belonging to the Hezbollah terrorist organization in the Bekaa and several areas in southern Lebanon. Among the targets struck were buildings in which weapons were stored, command centers and additional terrorist infrastructure sites. During the strikes, secondary explosions were identified, indicating that large amounts of weapons and ammunition were stored in the buildings. This is a statement being attributed to the Israeli Defense Forces. They have carried out another round of air strikes in southern Lebanon, and reports suggest that once the missiles struck those targets, there were secondary explosions suggesting that those places were acting as ammunition dump, and that's what Israel has been indicating too, that the Hezbollah has been using civilian areas to hide its war stores, its weapons and ammunition, and even missiles and missile launchers from civilian neighborhoods, and that's why those have been targeted. Remember, yesterday Israel carried out a massive mass contact program where they issued hundreds and thousands of messages through mobile networks across southern Lebanon, asking civilians to evacuate. And in fact, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out and made a statement saying that Israel is not against the civilian population of Lebanon, but unfortunately the Hezbollah terrorist group uses civilians as shields, human shields, and that's why we have to act against Hezbollah and target those locations within civilian areas. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu said that civilians have been asked to vacate those pockets of southern Lebanon which have been hit today. Now, we have a live coming in from Israel. Haifa joins us live. And Haifa, if you could share with us what exactly made Israel go after Hezbollah? Was it, or is it seen as a preemptive strike? Was there some intelligence-based information available based on which these strikes have been carried out? And do we have an idea of the kind of objectives that have been achieved?
Hello, thank you for hosting me. First of all, we see that the Israeli intelligence worked very well with the pagers, with the walkie-talkies. And again, we see that far away from the Lebanese border with Israel, in the Baqa, in Baalbek, which is like, a few dozen kilometers from the border, still Israel has a perfect intelligence to know where Hezbollah is hiding its weapons. And Hezbollah right now is quite shocked. We don't see yet tanks or infantry, Israeli ones, inside Lebanon. But let me remind you that also 1 year back in October, it took some time in which only Air Force worked, and only later on we saw Israeli boots on the Gazan ground. So I guess with Lebanon it is like the same scenario. First of all, we need the Air Force to create the advantage for Israel. And later on, if we don't find a diplomatic solution, I guess infantry and tanks will also be inside Lebanon.
And do you suggest that the infantry would be going in southern Lebanon? Are you sure that Israel would be launching a ground offensive?
Again, if there is no diplomatic solution, because we have a diplomatic solution of 2006, and it means that all Hezbollah terrorists must be beyond the Litani River. And what happened is that, of course, Hezbollah is a terrorist group. They sent their nukhbas, their foot soldiers, to the border. I guess that if they give reliable promises to the international community that they will go beyond the Litani River, this war will be Hogaya, it will be stopped.
Okay, and the statement that was made by Prime Minister Netanyahu last evening, was it aimed at international audience to convince them that Israel is following all protocol, and that before going for the strikes, you have already communicated to the civilians to evacuate so that only the terrorist organization and their operatives be targeted?
I think the first priority of Netanyahu is the civil population, the civilians and citizens of Lebanon, not the international community. Because even among the Shia community, Hezbollah enjoys like 70 to 75% of popularity. It means that even within Shia community, Hezbollah has like 1/4 of Shias who dislike Hezbollah. Among other communities, Sunni and Christians and others, Hezbollah is hugely unpopular, and I guess that when Netanyahu speaks, he speaks also to them.
And Lev, are we seeing more focus on southern Lebanon because Israel has decisively decimated Hamas, and that Hamas is no more a military threat in the southern part of Israel?
I think you put it well. Hamas can still kill our soldiers and still has our hostages, but it is a one-front war against Hezbollah. We have some foot soldiers in Gaza, but the best units and most of the soldiers are in the Lebanese border. Hamas right now cannot have a real impact on the arena. I agree with you.
All right, but Lev, where does it go from here? Like, are we seeing escalation building up, or are we seeing that the manner in which Israel has made sure that Hamas cannot repeat what they did last year? In fact, we are just completing 1 year in a few days from now. Similarly, in the case of Hezbollah, is it going to be a long haul in the northern part now?
Okay, so we have like 3 actors. One is Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, and so on. Second player is Israel, and the third one is America, and we are like part of the, of the Western civilization, of the American fold, and so on. So I guess that right now it depends on Hezbollah if they are ready to give Israel some kind of assurance that our like half lakh of residents of the northern border, they can go back to their villages, to their towns. It depends also on the level of relationship between Biden and Netanyahu, because we are banking on Americans both diplomatically and also in the military sphere. So, of course, we have the Desi scenario, the domestic government, which is quite right-wing and is willing to go for a long war. And it depends on stability of the government. So we have like three players.
All right. Thank you so much, Lev, for joining us from Haifa. And sorry for getting the name wrong. It was the location. And it's an evolving situation. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Thanks for joining us. And moving on, friends, the special investigation team probing the Me Too complaints against Mollywood personalities in Kerala today arrested Malayalam actor M. Mukesh in connection with a sexual assault allegation against him. But later he was released on bail as the CPM MLA secured an anticipatory bail from a court in the state. Meanwhile, the Kerala High Court has denied bail to Malayalam actor Siddiq amid ongoing investigation in the alleged rape case against him. We in fact have Ashwin joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, do you have a sense of why or how the actor got bail so early?
In fact, it's an interesting development that has come forward. Mukesh, the CPM MLA, the legislator, who's also an actor, who was an accused in a case registered in the Maradu police for sexual assault of a junior artist, has although got an anticipatory bail, he has been marked arrested by the special investigating team following almost 3 hours of grilling by the SIT team in Kochi. After which he has been subjected to medical test as well, and then he has been given, because of the anticipatory bail in the Sessions Court, he has been allowed to go. At the same time, another big setback for the another actor is Siddiq, whose anticipatory bail has now been cancelled, and he has there's a lookout notice, in fact, that has been given. Till yesterday evening, Siddiq was there available, but ever since the SIT today, the anticipatory the bail got cancelled, Siddiq is nowhere in sight. He has not been taken into custody now by the investigating team. Although the survivor on the side has now also blamed the laxity from the part of the SIT for holding on to the information so long. He has to come out to allow that some of the evidences that were required to be collected have not been done so far. That has given enough for the accused, being Siddiq case, to tamper with the evidence as well. So on one side, this has happened. Society is moving at a pace. Meanwhile, the opposition has come forward to raise their voice against the ruling government.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashwin, with those details. And we move on and let's look at some other stories from across the country in a top wrap. Bharat in 5 minutes. Shiv Sena workers celebrated at the railway station after the recent death of sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde in an encounter. He was shot dead by police during a retaliatory firing incident. Workers displayed posters and distributed sweets to mark the occasion at Badlapur. 5 wagons of an empty goods train derailed in West Bengal's Alipurdwar and New Mayanagari station early this morning around 6:20 a.m. There were no casualties reported. Senior railway officials are on site and restoration work is currently in progress. Trains have been diverted, but overall movement has not been affected.
जहाँ तक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, इन्फॉर्मेशन के अनुसार ऑन ड्यूटी स्टेशन मास्टर के अनुसार और हम लोगों के ऑब्जर्वेशन के अनुसार एक डाउन ट्रेन जा रही थी, वो डिरेल हो गई। यही देखा जा रहा है।
घायल हुआ है क्या? कोई कितना बजे हुआ है?
6:24 पर रिपोर्ट है।
माल ट्रेन,
मालगाड़ी है, मालगाड़ी।
कोई घायल हुआ है? ड्राइवर हो?
नहीं, कोई घायल नहीं है, कैजुअलिटी 0 है।
The US-India Strategic Partnership Forum said that the success of India's Chandrayaan-3 mission has opened doors for greater cooperation between NASA and ISRO. Both organizations plan to conduct scientific research aboard the International Space Station in 2025. As the second phase of polls approaches in Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan's Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma criticized opposition parties. He claimed that the BJP has driven development in the region, unlike Congress and National Conference, which he accused of neglecting the area for decades while campaigning in the Union Territory.
यहाँ की सड़कों की स्थिति की ये सड़क बननी चाहिए, यहाँ से इस सड़क को जोड़ना चाहिए। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्या कांग्रेस के लोग और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लोग यह सड़क बनवा सकते हैं? क्या 70 साल में उन्होंने कोई इसमें जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास कराया है? क्या कोई विकास आपने देखा है? अगर ये विकास कराया है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र की सरकार ने यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर विकास कराया है।
Tensions escalated in Naushera, Jammu and Kashmir, as BJP workers reported being attacked by National Conference members. So the BJP claims the NC workers are pressuring families to vote for them, with allegations of checkpoints being set up in the area ahead of the elections. Police dismantled a gang involved in producing fake currency. 10 suspects were arrested. And police recovered over 6.5 lakhs in counterfeit notes along with illegal weapons. Authorities believe the gang had links to Nepal.
जाली नोटों में डील करने वाले एक गैंग को बस्ट किया गया है, जिसमें टोटल 10 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है। इनके पास से 5.5 लाख से भी ज्यादा जाली नोट वो बरामद हुआ है। 1 लाख से ज्यादा नगद कैश बरामद हुआ है। 10 तमंचे इनके पास से मिले हैं। 30 जिंदा कारतूस मिले हैं। 12 यूज्ड कारतूस मिले हैं। इसके अलावा काफी संख्या में सिम कार्ड, लैपटॉप वो बरामद हुआ है। इनके पास से 4 सुतली बम भी बरामद हुआ है।
Police shot and killed wanted criminal Mohammad Zahid. During a joint operation, Zahid was linked to the murder of 2 railway constables and had multiple charges against him, including kidnapping. The encounter occurred in the Dildar Nagar area as police attempted to apprehend him in Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh.
तो मौके पर संयुक्त रूप से थाना गहमर, जनपद गाजीपुर की पुलिस, बायडा एसटीएफ की यूनिट एवं जीआरपी वहां पहुंचे, उसकी घेराबंदी की। तो घेराबंदी के दौरान उसके द्वारा पुलिस पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 जवान पुलिस के घायल हुए और जवाबी फायरिंग में इसके ये भी गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ, जिसको सबसे पहले सीएससी पर ले जाया गया।
All right, a short break, and on the other side, India goes a couple of notches up in the Lowy Institute of Power Index for Asia, 3rd most powerful country in the continent. That on the other side of a short break.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations, and in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with a shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works. Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into 2 categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowances fall under the first category. These components remain the same throughout the year and don't change until your next hike. Then comes the commissions and incentives that are subject to your performance, which can vary on a month-to-month basis, and also these aren't guaranteed. So when you receive a job offer, the CTC may include both of these
This is Republic Kuchina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started.
character, the taste of success.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we get you explosive details of how one particular company responsible for supplying ghee to the Tirumala temple in Tirupati was actually a company that was favored, so much so that tender conditions were actually violated. Tonight, we take you through the details of the documents that have been accessed, which clearly goes on to indicate that one company perhaps was being favored. And that's where the investigation lies at this point in time. But up first, let's also take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Large our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
Sidaramaiah issues the first statement after the High Court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and JDS to frame him.
Proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress government in Karnataka, demands Siddaramaiah's resignation. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter. Maharashtra CID to probe incident. CPM legislator and actor Mukesh arrested by SIT in rape case, released on bail just within hours after the arrest. Amid Tirupati Laddu Rao, Hindu priests stage protest, demands strict action against the perpetrators. Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano. First, traces of animal fat was found in the ghee that was being used to make the laddus in Tirupati temple. Thereafter, the test reports that confirmed that animal fat was used, and investigation revealed that proper checks were not even carried out. It turns out that one particular company that was responsible for the supply of ghee, that supplied ghee at a rate which again was questionable in the first place. It turns out that this particular company did not even meet the tender condition. The tender that was actually floated by the board required that a company should have a turnover of about 250 crore rupees. Republic TV has now accessed details from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which basically shows that this particular company, AR Dairy, had a turnover of only about 244 crore rupees. Now, I'll take you through the documents that we have accessed. On your screens right now, this is clause number 74, where they are clearly making a mention that for anyone to participate in the bidding process, the annual turnover should be more than 250 crore rupees. The suppliers should produce evidence of the same, issued by chartered accountant, audited, and this should be the period of about 5 years. Now, I will take you through the details of whether at all there was an attempt that was actually made to favor this particular company. Because if you see clause number 74 of the tender document, it is very clear that you need to have a cutoff about 250 crore rupees. Now, I'll tell you what's the reality. The reality of this particular company, and in fact, we've gone through the documents, what you see right now on your screens. Let's just once again come here and take you through. The required revenue was 250 crore rupees. It was way lower than that. 244 crore rupees is the net sales and other operating income of this very company. If you're wondering where does this figure come in from, this is from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Their own documents of the company basically indicates that they haven't even met the criteria. So the question is that if at all the tender conditions were actually violated, then why was this company given the tender? And the tender was what? The tender was to basically supply ghee to the temple. And in fact, what it turns out that not only were the conditions were actually flouted, it turns out that they were given a tender for a longer period of time. We'll try and see if we can also go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. So what you see, the required revenue as per the tender document was 250 crore rupees. The ghee supplier's actual revenue was about 244 crore rupees. And more importantly, the fact that they were basically supplying the ghee at a much lower rate, that in itself would have been the first alarm. The first alarm that should have been raised was about the rate in which they were actually giving this entire ghee. Let me also go across to my colleague Harsha as well as Aneri, who is joining us from Tirupati. First to you, Harsha, getting us the documents, details of what we believe is the clincher. We'll go back to the graphics of it, the graphics of the tender documents, clause number 74. Quickly take us through the details of it. What was the tender process in the first place? And has the company really responded to the allegations that have been leveled against them?
Shivan, so now cat is out of the bag, and right now we know that the elephant which needs to be addressed is that how this Tamil Nadu-based company AR Dairy not only flouted with the rules in which the ghee tender was allotted to it, but now the bigger thing is the financial statements of the AR Dairy, which has come into light, where it clearly specifies that how the AR Dairy's annual turnover and income and the sales and market profit is only 244 crore, while the company, the which to the tender was to be allotted, should have 250 crores turnover and more than that, but the rules were clearly flouted. No mandate and procedure were followed while giving the tender and allotting the tender to the AR Dairy, which is the Tamil Nadu-based company in this entire matter. However, AR Dairy has stated that these allegations are false, these are not true, but the statements clearly reveal that how not only during the ghee that the lower price of rupees 320 per kg was given to AR Dairy, which was supposed to be 410 rupees per kg, but in this sense also annual income is much lower. It is almost much lower than more than 60-70 crore not followed while the tender was allotted to AR Dairy. And now we are looking at the larger picture, because at that time YSRCP Congress was in power and the rules were flouted. In fact, the laboratory clearly has mentioned that how animal fat, the beef tallow and fish oil was found in the laddus which were made and which was given to the Tirupati Devastham also. In that case also, they never said that FSSAI and the NABL accredited, and NABL has double checked their ghee testing from the laboratory which they had to do. Clearly this is an oversight and the deliberate attempt to play with the sentiments of the devotees in this entire matter. Now we are looking at the larger picture, and we have to envisage exactly how present TDP government will take action against AR Dairy, where it is clearly said that how no rules was kept in mind and everything was flouted and the violations were at the larger picture. Back to you.
Let me also go across to my colleague Aneri, who is joining us from Tirupati. Aneri, first it was about the rate of ghee. That in itself should have raised the alarm bells, but that did not happen. There are a few other documents that have also been accessed, which clearly goes on to indicate, one, that there were no tests that were conducted despite multiple complaints that were received by the board authorities.
Well, that's right. What we have been seeing is that AR Dairies had definitely come out with a statement that they have not violated or they did not supply adulterated ghee to the Tirumala temple. But now that the document shows that how they have flouted the rules of the board, and also at the same time, as they do not match the tender requirements, that is 250 crores. But also at the same time, what we have been seeing is that the AR Dairies, which is a Tamil Nadu-based company, had supplied ghee only for rupees 319. That itself was questionable, because it is practically not possible to get ghee at rupees 319. But also at the same time, what we see is that the Tirumala board, the documents which were handed over to the chief minister, the TTD had mentions that there was no test in the last 5 years during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government itself. It clearly mentions that the adulteration test was never carried out during the Jagan Mohan Reddy's government, and that is the reason why it never came out that the ghee which has been supplied to Tirumala temple for making of the laddus was never known that the ghee was adulterated. And also at the same time, this is the first time that the adulteration test was done, as they had violated the tender rules as well. And also the many people back then had also raised complaints that the quality of the laddu has gone down, and many of them had also questioned about the Anna Prasad which is given. So now we'll have to see what's next, because SIT team will be formed at an IG level which will be investigating into this matter. But yes, now the question arises is that why did Jagan Mohan Reddy's government or the TTD board members back then during the previous government had given tenders to AR Dairies which did not meet the requirements of the rules and regulations of the tender procurement?
Well, in fact, for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, let me just take you through all the details that we have accessed. Republic TV has now accessed documents from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs of the company that is in the dock, AR Dairy. It turns out that the ghee supplier did not even meet the tender conditions. The tender conditions, as per clause number 74, basically indicates that any company that has to participate in this entire process would be about 250 crore rupees. Now, the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV goes on to indicate that AR Dairy's net revenue was about 244 crore rupees. So there is an indication that perhaps this particular company was favored. Let me also try and see if we can get in some more reactions on this story. And before I go across to Harsha, I'm told that Patabi Raman of the TDP is joining us. Mr. Patabi, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. We have accessed certain documents which goes on to indicate two things. That this company, which is in the dock for supplying ghee to the Tirumala temple in Tirupati, did not even meet the tender conditions.
Yeah, Shavan, good evening. Here I would like to bring out one more fact. It is, I think in February 2020, the then chairman of TTD, Y.V. Subba Reddy, who happens to be the uncle of Jagan Mohan Reddy, through a special resolution, had altered all the tender conditions to favor particular companies. As you have rightly pointed out, previously, for all ghee tenders, the tender condition is any company which is participating in the tender should have a turnover of 250 crore. But that was altered by Y.V. Subba Reddy through a special resolution, and the 250 crore slab was brought down to 150 crore. They have reduced the annual turnover condition by around 100 crore so as to facilitate companies like AR Foods. So this clearly indicates, as you also rightly pointed out, AR Foods as it is does not meet that 250 crore criteria. So to favor AR Foods, they have even changed the tender conditions. They have reduced the turnover criteria to 150 crore. So this clearly shows that there is a collusion. It is a pre-planned corruption that was carried out in TTD in the purchase of cow ghee. So they collude with
some confusion on this entire matter. There appears to be some confusion on this entire matter. The documents that we have, the tender documents indicate that the cutoff was 250 crore rupees. Are you suggesting that the clauses were changed over a period of time, ensuring that it suits the requirements of AR Dairy? Is that the allegation that the TDP is leveling?
No, it is not an allegation. It is a fact. The tender conditions were changed by passing special resolutions. I will give you the resolution number also, which was signed by Y.V. Subba Reddy. So this is a pre-planned thing which was done. I'll give you the resolution number 7. It is resolution number 371. 371 is the resolution number through which they have changed the tender conditions. So it is a collusion beforehand. So they come into kind of a with AR Foods. They bargain, the kind of kickbacks. They come to an understanding regarding the kickback, and then they change the tender conditions to favor this company. They release the tender document and they award the contract to AR Foods. So that is how it was done.
I just want to repeat this once again, Mr. Patabi, because you are saying that there is evidence to suggest that there were changes that were basically made. So this is beyond what we are already showing to our viewers. You are saying that after the documents, I just want to once again, Mr. Patabi, meanwhile we'll try and see if we can get you on air, because this is a sensational charge you are making. You are saying that the document that we have, there is something more to it. So I'll just once again go back to our viewers. Mr. Patabi, stay with me, because I want to take our viewers through the latest documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, in which we are showing the tender document clause number 74. Let's just once again remove this graphic, get back to the breaking that we have right now. It's the tender clause number 74, which talks about the requirement of 250 crore rupees. Now that's the eligibility criteria put across in this particular tender document. AR Dairy does not even meet those criteria. 244 is their net revenue as per the documents available at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Despite that, this company is actually given the entire tender to carry out the supply of ghee. I'll go back to Mr. Patabi of the TDP, and let's put out this breaking news coming in. TDP is making another sensational charge. They are saying that the clauses were changed. Mr. Patabi, could you give us more details? When were the clauses changed? I'm not sure if you can see the documents that I've put out right now. Are you saying that after these clauses that were made public, there were certain changes that were brought in?
Yeah, see, I have, as you have rightly said, I am in a phono, so I can't see the visual. But the resolution which I have, item number 371, which was signed by Y.V. Subba Reddy on 29/2/2020, in this resolution, in condition number 72, the actual condition was annual turnover of the firm to be at least 250 crore. Now that was changed to annual turnover of the firm to be at least 150 crore. So I've shared this document to your team so that you can also go through it. So the 250 crore was reduced to 150 crore by Y.V. Subba Reddy. Why was this done? To favor companies like AR Foods.
Well, in fact, I'll just request our team to just put out the documents that we have just received. So there is another document. There were revised tender conditions. Let me also try and go back to my colleague Aneri. Mr. Patabi, we'll try and see if we can get you on Zoom in a short while from now as you are making it. Other channels are now following this news break of Republic TV, where we have been able to put across full details of what was really happening. We'll try and get those documents in a short while from now. Mr. Patabi, I'll just request you to perhaps come back to us through Zoom, because this is a big news break. Almost all other channels now following this big news break by Republic TV. Aneri, we have now accessed another document which shows the revised tender conditions. Can we put this out on our grids right now? The revised tender condition, which basically indicates that the criteria was completely changed. Why don't you quickly walk us through the details, Aneri, of the revised document that has been accessed by you? Aneri, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Aneri has accessed those details. I want Aneri to be back on our screens right now. The revised tender conditions, which goes on to indicate that beyond what we have right now, we are talking about the 250 crore rupees. TDP is now making a sensational charge. TDP says that even after this, after the eligibility criteria that was made public, they've made certain changes, and we have just got details, the documents which shows that there have been revised tender conditions. Harsha, why don't you take us through the details till the time we can go across to Aneri, who's just accessed the revised tender conditions.
So, Shravan, the tender conditions along with the clauses were changed just to benefit one company, which is a Tamil Nadu-based company, and it happened in the year 2022 and till 2024, till the new government was formed. It happened in that period of time when the Karnataka Milk Federation denied to supply ghee and everything to the Tirupati Devastham. At that time, this company got the tender, and the clauses were changed, and the new clauses clearly stated that how 244 crore was okay, the lower price was okay with the YSRCP government to give the tender to the AR Dairy. This is a Tamil Nadu-based company who came into light after 2022 when Karnataka Milk Federation denied that they will not be supplying any sort of product to Devastham for the laddu making, and that was the time when the lower price of the tender was given to AR Dairy. This is clearly the flouting and the violation of the rule. No procedure and mandate was followed, and that is the larger question which everyone is seeking, that why YSRCP government changed the rules just to benefit one company, which is the AR Dairy Private Limited. Right now, only statement was made from the side of AR Dairy that these allegations are false. There's no truth to this allegation, but right now the chairman of the AR Dairy is underground. He has not come in front of the media by speaking that how at such lower price this tender was allotted to him. In fact, when YB Subba Reddy was at the position of the chairman of the TDT Devastham, at that time only this company was first contacted by the Devastham official employees. Yes, back to you.
Well, Harsha, I'll just request you to stay on with us, because Aneri is getting us more details of the revised tender conditions. So, Aneri, this goes way beyond that what we have broken a short while back. So it's just not about the eligibility criteria. They've actually changed it. Their procurement was supposed to be nearly 200 crore rupees. They've reduced it to about 150 crore rupees. Now, that's the other big breaking news coming in. Aneri, take us through the details you're getting it. The big news break followed by all other channels.
Well, Shravan, what we have been seeing is that the tender document which was given, which was changed basically during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government. Earlier it was 250 crores, but then now after Jagan Mohan Reddy had come to power in Andhra Pradesh, he had changed, the TTD board had changed the numbers to 150 crores. We have the document, the revised document with us. We'll just read out what it mentions.
Aneri, just do something. Aneri, I'll just request you. Aneri, why don't you ask your camera person? Why don't you ask your camera person to perhaps zoom in? Why don't you try doing that? I'll get a quick reaction from Jyotsna, who is joining us on this broadcast. Meanwhile, get your camera person to zoom into that clause number 72. Ms. Jyotsna Garu, Republic breaking the biggest story of the day was AR Dairy. AR Dairy being favored because the documents that we have accessed clearly goes on to indicate that 250 crore rupees was the eligibility criteria. turnover of the company was 244 crore rupees. A while back, your colleague, Mr. Pattabi Raman, has broken another big news saying that even after that, there was a revised condition. While my colleague Aneri is showing, Jyotsna Garu, I'll just request you to stay on. Aneri, take us through the revised documents that have been accessed by Republic TV. Go on.
Shravan, what you are seeing on your screen right now is the condition number 72. The annual turnover of the firm should be more than 50 crores. The supplier should produce an evidence that the turnover issued by the chartered accountant. So this is the condition number 72, which was changed. And also, I'll just show you that this is condition number 21. The tender shall be a ghee dairy manufacturing, procuring cow milk and cream. This is the license which they have to submit. And also such tender shall present records of procurement to the turn of at least 3 tons of cow milk, fat, and also...
Aneri, let's just quickly get to the first response from TDP's Jyotsna Garu, who is joining us on this broadcast. Ms. Jyotsna, as I've been pointing out, Republic TV has brought out another document. Now, this document is with regards to the eligibility criteria. 250 crore rupees was the eligibility criteria. The company, as per their revenue records, had clocked in about 244 crore rupees. So it appears that there was some sort of favors meted out.
Absolutely, Shravan. And also it's just not condition number 72, Shravan. There are also condition number 19 and 20. Both the conditions were removed. The earlier existing tender conditions, condition number 19, the same document carries them as well, Shravan. Condition number 19 talks about the dairy should have been collecting at least 4 lakh liters of cow milk per day for the last 1 year, as evident from their procurement records and returns submitted to FSSAI. This is another condition which they have tampered with, and the recommendations of the committee, which was accepted later on, they have removed this particular condition. Again, condition number 20, which talks about it shall also have a processing capacity of minimum of 8 tons cow milk or fat or ghee, cow milk fat ghee in excess of its market requirement of cow milk fat for liquid milk and other products for the last 1 year. This shall be evident from the return submitted to FSSAI. Even this was tampered with, this was removed. Condition number 19 and 20 were removed. And again, as Aneri was speaking about the condition number 21, it was removed. And yes, as very rightly quoted by Pattabi Garu earlier, condition number 72. 250 crores of annual turnover of the firm. The firm should be at least having 250 crores of annual turnover. Even that.
Can I just get a quick answer from you? Now, this document that I'm holding, the existing tender condition made a mention of 100 crore rupees. As per this document, condition number 72, it has been turned over to 50 crore rupees, and they're saying this is a recommendation of the committee members. Do you know who are members of this committee and what were the recommendations? Was it followed up?
See, the recommendations, this we are talking about the second one. Yes, the recommendation of this committee led by Y.V. Subba Reddy, the then chairperson of TTD board. You can find it here very clearly, Shravan. The TTD board chairperson, uncle of Jagan Mohan Reddy, Y.V. Subba Reddy, who, I don't know whether he is a Hindu or not, but he claims himself as a Hindu. He is the one who has done all this. As simple as that. Well,
Jyotsna,
the committee members also, there is a purchase committee member, there was a purchase committee which was again headed by and which would report to Y.V. Subba Reddy.
Okay.
Again, see all these things.
Ms. Jyotsna, I'll just, I'm running out of time. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, but we'll be back on the story, a story that we have broken first. We will be on it. We have also reached out to the YSRCP on their response on the story. There are questions that we are raising, and whether at all YSRCP will be responding to the questions that we have now put out as to whether at all there is any connection, because Y.V. Subba Reddy, who's behind this, the allegation that has been leveled against him, whether at all they will be responding. We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we will continue with this big news break coming in from Tirupati, where we are putting out documents to basically indicate how one particular company responsible for supplying ghee to Tirupati temple did not even meet the eligibility criteria for the tender.
Rahul's outsider remark sparks row. Politics brews as rapist shot dead. Damocles' sword hangs over Siddaramaiah. All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians.
This is Republic Cucina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news and updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The anger over Hindu Astha is just getting bigger by the day. Today, in the documents that Republic has accessed, we will show you how the particular vendor, the supplier, AR Dairy, was favored by the YSRCP government of Jagan Mohan Reddy. This is because, as per the tender document, clause 74, a minimum of 250 crores of turnover is required to be eligible to participate, to send materials to the temples or become a vendor. This is clearly specified in the tender document. In other words, no company can be shortlisted if such revenue criteria, which is 250 crore rupees, is not met. However, as per records accessed from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the AR Dairy, the vendor in this particular case, which is now accused of adulterated substandard supply of ghee, which went into the laddu, did not meet the revenue threshold. The AR dairy revenue was only rupees 244 crore in the document that we have accessed. And despite this revenue shortfall, AR dairy was allowed to be qualified. Tender conditions changed. Were the tender conditions changed in favor of the particular company, this particular company, AR Dairy? That is the question that we have to ask, because the clause 74 is very clear that the annual turnover of the firm should be at least 250 crores. But in the case of AR Dairy, it was 244 crores, and it should be 250 crores over a period of 3 years, which was not the case. All right, we have Mr. Pattabi Ram, leader of the TDP, joining us live, in fact, on the issue. Mr. Ram, if I could begin with you, and we also have Aneri joining us live. She's reporting from the ground in Tirupati. But coming to you first, Mr. Ram, this tender document clearly shows that either the laws were given a go-by or the company was given some favors. And obviously, if that was the case, there must have been some quid pro quo.
Abhishek, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Abhishek. See, as you have rightly pointed out, the initial requirement for any company to participate in the ghee tender of TTD is that they should have a turnover of 250 crore. But after the YSRCP government came to power and after Y.V. Subba Reddy was made the chairman of TTD, to favor companies like AR Foods, they have deliberately altered the tender conditions through resolution number 371. I'm reading out the resolution number also. TTD resolution number 371, which was signed by Y.V. Subba Reddy himself. Lot of tender conditions were altered to favor companies like AR Foods. So one such condition is the lowering of the turnover criteria. Previously, as you have rightly pointed out, it was 250 crore. But that was reduced to 150 crore. Annual turnover of the firm should be at least 250, which was reduced to 150. And not only this, Abhishek, they have altered certain other conditions also. Like previously, any dairy which likes to participate in this tender should be or should have been operational for at least from the past 3 years. That has been changed to 1 year. So 3 years operational experience is changed to 1 year. And also the dairy which participates in the tender should have been collecting at least 4 lakh liters of cow milk per day for the last 1 year.
Yeah.
That condition was entirely removed. It should also have a processing capacity of minimum of 8 tons of cow ghee. That condition was entirely removed. So like this, not only the turnover condition, but various other conditions like their operational experience or their processing capacity. So like this, various conditions were either removed or altered to favor companies like AR Foods. So there was a collusion beforehand. So right from the moment this tender process was initiated, there was a collusion. Clauses were altered. These companies were brought in and lower prices were quoted through reverse tendering. A price of 319 rupees, where on earth you will get pure cow ghee 319. So this is all pre-planned.
Okay.
This is all pre-planned, Abhishek, and this evidence is enough to prove that it is a pre-planned sin that they have committed in Lord Balaji's Prasad. It is deliberately done. They have done this deliberately. That is why it is an unforgivable sin, Abhishek.
Mr. Ram, but then now it's your government in power. You can obviously follow a criminal prosecution and bring the guilty to account. You can zero down on the officers who might have done that. You can go to the bottom of the truth.
Absolutely. See, after, looking at these resolutions and various other documents, the Vigilance Department had served notices to YV Subbareddy and he had not responded to even one notice. And today he files a petition in the High Court, asking the High Court to give a direction, to stop the vigilance inquiry. Why is he so afraid? Because he had done all these crimes. And today the government also is constituting a special investigation team under the leadership of an IG level officer. And all these people, whether it be YV Subbareddy or Karnataka Reddy, we have enough evidence in hand to put them behind bars, to give them the strongest punishment possible.
Okay, stay with us, Mr. Pattabhiram. In fact, Aneri is joining us live from Tirupati, and she has been reporting on this story for the last 1 week. Aneri, given this information that we have and we have brought out for our viewers that clauses of the contract were changed by the earlier government to make AR Dairy eligible, have you spoken to the YSRCP leaders and sought their explanation as to whether there was some kind of quid pro quo or at least some explanation as to why these clauses were changed for one particular bidder?
Well, Abhishek, what we have been seeing is that YSRCP clearly denying these allegations since day one. Yesterday, we had also seen Bona Karnataka Reddy coming to Tirumala, taking oath that he has not done anything wrong and he is ready for any sort of test is what he has been saying. But also at the same time, we have got this document where the conditions, the tender conditions were changed. I'll just show you once again that these were the existing tender conditions. I'll ask my video journalist to pan. These were the existing tender conditions and these were the recommended recommendations of the committee members. So as you can see, condition number 19 and 20 being removed, where they say that condition number 19, the dairy should have been collecting the at least 4 lakh liters of cow milk per day for at least 1 year as evident for their requirement as per records. And also the condition number 72, which we are talking about, main condition, the annual turnover of the firm should be at least 250 crores. This was the original tender condition, but then after the revised tender condition, you can see here it has been highlighted the annual tender condition of the firm should be at least 150 crores. So very clearly how these norms have been changed. The tender norms have been changed during Jagan Mohan Reddy's regime to favor, basically we can say that to favor one of the companies, that is AR Dairies, which have been allegedly sending adulterated ghee to the Tirumala temple for making of these laddus. So the NDDB report also how it shows the findings of fish oil, beef, tallow and also lard in the NDDB report. Well, however, the YSRCP has been denying the NDDB report. They call it that this is nothing but a document coming from the TDP office. But on the other hand, we see that how the NDDB report shows the findings of fish oil, beef tallow, and also at the same time, now the larger question arises is that why did the YSRCP government back then and the TTD board change the tender conditions? Was it just to favor one of the companies? And also at the same time, what was the reason? Why didn't they conduct the adulteration test in all of these years? Because yesterday also we had access that document where they mentioned that they did not conduct any sort of adulteration test ever.
All right, thank you so much, Aneri, for joining us, and of course, Mr. Pattabhiram. Also, Aneri, of course, we would expect that you ask YSRCP as also AR Dairy whether there was quid pro quo between them for tinkering with these clauses of the contract in a manner that favored AR Dairy. And it seems that it is clearly becoming a case of not just corruption, but also the favored company not having the capacity to make the quality of product that was needed, the quality of ghee that was needed to go into the laddu, leading to a situation where the astha, the sentiments, stand compromised. Thank you so much, both Mr. Pattabhiram and Aneri, for joining us. Moving on, another important story that's been trending through the day in a major setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The Karnataka High Court dismissed his plea against the governor's sanction to prosecute him in the MUDA scam. A single-judge bench of Justice M. Nagaprasanna observed that the complainants were justified in registering the complaint or seeking approval from the governor. The bench further said that it is the duty of the complainant to seek approval under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act, and the governor can take independent decision. The CM had earlier argued that the governor's sanction order to prosecute him was bereft of any reasons on why he was prima facie guilty, while adding that the governor's discretionary power in such cases was limited. Today also, the Karnataka Chief Minister has really brazened it out and decided not to resign. Let's listen into what he said in that press conference a while ago.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed. I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS, because people of Karnataka are with our party, are with me, and also with our government. After whatever futile exercise they made to dislodge our government, it is not possible for them. See, they were succeeded in 2018 or 19. In 2008 also they were succeeded, because the people of Karnataka gave, they are given mandate, absolute majority to Congress party. 136 MLAs we got. So BJP is always against social justice and programs of the poor people of the society, because they opposed in our previous regime all our pro-poor programs, welfare measures that we have undertook. Now also they are opposing all 5 guarantees. All flagship programs. Because they basically, BJP and JDS are against social justice and programs of the poor people.
Whose government was there when this land was given? It is a compensatory land given for the land that was taken by the government. Who was there in the government? BJP was there in the government. 1. How many leaders were given compensatory land, and which all parties they belong? Let there be an inquiry in all the cases of compensatory lands, not only in this issue, but also the compensatory lands given elsewhere in the entire state. Then you will get to know which leader and of which party is involved in this. Why are you cherry picking one leader and saying that he is involved? And you could have said that had our government, had our party been there in the government at that time. It was BJP's government. Why is it that the BJP and the Janata Dal leaders are not ready for investigation in this particular case? Why is that government not ordering an inquiry in this particular case? Let all the compensatory lands that have been given, especially in this case, and all the lands that have been given elsewhere in the entire state be investigated.
Politics over the verdict already panning out. Siddaramaiah digging in his heels even as BJP is seeking his resignation. Listen in.
He should resign immediately. क्योंकि सिद्दारामैया का एक हिस्ट्री है. 2013 में ये मुख्यमंत्री बने तब लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाया था. लोकायुक्त संस्था कर्नाटक में नहीं थे क्योंकि लोकायुक्त में इसका 25 से ज्यादा केस था. उसको बंद करवाने के लिए लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाया. अभी ये केस को कौन जांच करेगा? वही लोकायुक्त करेगा. फिर से लोकायुक्त हमारे सरकार आने के बाद हम करवाया. संस्था को रखा, हम उधर जज को अपॉइंट किया, पुलिस को अपॉइंट किया. वही लोग इसको जांच करेंगे. अभी फिर से क्या करेगा सिद्धरामैया? ये लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाएंगे. इसके कारण तुरंत सिद्धरामैया इस्तीफा देना एंड क्या फेस करना है, इसका केस को फेस करना है, केस को लड़ना, फेस करना.
मैम, इज ही लाइकली टू फेस द प्रोब या फिर आपको लगता है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अप्रोच करेंगे? क्या हो सकता है आगे?
ये जमीन दलित का जमीन है. नंबर 1 गलत किया. नंबर 2 गलत है 50-50 शेयरिंग करने का एक डिसीजन मुडा में मैसूर में लिया था. कौन जमीन मुडा को देते हैं उसको 50% किसानों को डेवलप करके देना बोल के. इसका 50% कब से था? वो प्रोस्पेक्टिव था, तब डिसीजन लिया. उधर के बाद कौन देते हैं जमीन उसको. सिद्धरामैया का बीवी क्या किया? इसको रिट्रोस्पेक्ट करवाया. ये दूसरा गलत है. तीसरा गलत है सिद्धरामैया हर समय कब मुडा का डिसीजन हुआ था तब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट में था. ये तीसरा गलत है. उसको पता था मुडा में क्या हो रही है. 4वीं गलत, अभी गवर्नर का बारे में कितना गलत बोला. उसका पार्टी का एक नेता बोलता है बांग्लादेश में क्या हुआ शेख हसीना के साथ, ऐसे कर्नाटक का गवर्नर को हम करवाएंगे, हम भगाएंगे. अभी तक एफआईआर भी नहीं डाला. क्यों? सिद्धारामैया ये पूरा केस को खत्म करना चाहते हैं. इसके कारण मैं मांग करती हूं ये केस में अभी जांच होना चाहिए. ऐसा हाईकोर्ट ने बताया. क्या गवर्नर डिसीजन लिया था प्रोसिक्यूशन करना है, फेस करना है, केस लड़ना है, उसको अपील किया है. इसके कारण सिद्धारामैया इस्तीफा देना है एंड फेस करना है.
After the Karnataka High Court verdict, what is the BJP's demand now?
The BJP's demand is very clear that it is now, this is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This will need to be investigated and those who have violated the law to be prosecuted, and that to ensure that this investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately. If he has any self-respect, if he has any sense of moral compass in his in himself and his mind, he should resign. He should not hang on to the kursi, hang on to the chair like Chief Minister of Delhi tried to do and embarrassed himself, embarrassed his party, embarrassed the people of Delhi. He should not embarrass the people of Karnataka. He should not embarrass the people of Bengaluru. He should resign immediately and pave the way for a free and fair investigation.
What we have seen that senior Congress leaders have been claiming it as a political vendetta.
No, for the Congress party, this is absolutely normal for them. For Congress party leaders like DK Shivkumar, etc., a land scam is no big deal. Looting people's money is no big deal. So therefore, for them, none of this is very surprising. They expect their political leaders to do these type of corruption and scam. So I'm not surprised by the Congress party's response to this. But the people of Karnataka, the activists who have exposed these scams, have a very different view. They believe that this gentleman, Siddaramaiah, must resign and must pave the way for a free and fair investigation. And the views of the Congress party or Rahul Gandhi or his other constitution-waving buddies doesn't matter here. This is really about a sitting chief minister having prima facie violated the law and being made to pay the consequences of that.
Some Congress leaders have been constantly questioning the position of government itself.
No, the Congress party, like I said, will question everything excepting the conduct of the corrupt chief minister. So therefore, I have no problem with the Congress party questioning everything, including the sunset and the moonrise. All of that is fine. But the problem today is this scam that has been exposed. Why doesn't Rahul Gandhi, who loves to have press conferences in the US, waive the constitution, talk about everything else, why doesn't Rahul Gandhi have a press conference today and talk about the corruption, about the land scam, about the MUDA land scam? I challenge him, I dare him, I invite him, I request him to have this press conference where he can take questions on Siddaramaiah's land scam.
There are more than 1,500 sites have been allocated to the various other people also illegally. So overall, this is the MUDA is always involved in such scams. So now that is, and this has happened, most of them they have happened in last few months. So for that reason, it needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially. To conduct the investigation impartially, Siddaramaiah needs to be resigned. He has to henceforth. They should not tell that we will go to the larger bench, we will go to the Supreme Court. If he wants to go, let him go.
Respected Governor had given the sanction for prosecution. But Chief Minister and the Congress ministers challenged the order of the Governor, challenged the order of prosecution given by respected Governor. They challenged it in the High Court. So after a detailed argument that had taken place in the High Court, today High Court has come out with a judgment which has clearly said the petition challenged by the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been dismissed by the Honorable High Court. At the same time, the judge has observed that all are equal before the law. All are equal before the law. So, Honorable High Court has upheld the order of prosecution given by the Governor. So at this juncture, I demand Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji to resign from the post of Chief Minister immediately without any further delay. I demand Chief Minister Sidaramaiah ji, without wasting any further time, he should tender his resignation immediately.
All right, this is all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Short break on the other side, across the Republic, and all the stories that have been happening across the country in that.
Rahul's outsider remark sparks row. Politics brews as rapist shot dead. Damocles' sword hangs over Siddaramaiah. All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. the low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's the twist. This price does not include the battery. Instead, the customers can lease the battery through the battery as a service model, paying only.
Rahul's outsider remark sparks row. Politics brews as rapist shot dead. Damocles' sword hangs over Siddaramaiah. All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
Director, the taste of success.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations. And in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with a shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works? Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into two categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowances fall under the first category. These components remain the same throughout the year and don't change until your next hike. Then comes the commissions and incentives that are subject to your performance, which can vary on a month-to-month.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome you watching Across the Republic with me, Shavan. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight our focus on stories from across India, starting with the top story coming in from Karnataka. More pressure on Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the High Court has dismissed his plea. Sanction has now been provided to prosecute the Chief Minister. The Karnataka government is in the dock. Let's also take you through the other stories that we are going to track tonight on Across the Republic. Phase 2 of Naya Kashmir's elections. What does this essentially mean for parties like the National Conference, the PDP and the others as far as Phase 2 is concerned? So our focus would be on the seats that are going to polls tomorrow. The other big controversy of the day, the outsider remark that has been made by Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi's penchant for making such remarks. This time it is about Kashmir versus India. That's the argument that has been made by Rahul Gandhi. And finally, the story that we are going to bring to you tonight on Across the Republic is the laddu controversy. Republic TV has now accessed details, documents which goes on to indicate that the supplier of ghee perhaps was favoured. Was he favoured by the YSRCP government? All this and much more. This edition of Across the Republic. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Tirupati Laddu Rao explodes. Republic accesses explosive documents which show how YSRCP changed tender conditions to favour one particular company.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
Sidaramaiah issues first statement after the High Court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and JDS to frame him.
This is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress government in Karnataka, demands Siddaramaiah's resignation. CPM legislator and actor Mukesh arrested by SIT in the rape case, released on bail just within hours after arrest. Badlapur sexual assault accused shot dead in encounter, Maharashtra CID to probe incident.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Well, this comes across as a major setback for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The Karnataka High Court on Tuesday dismissed the plea challenging the governor's sanction of a prosecution against him in the MUDA land allotment scam case. Upholding the governor's nod for prosecution, the High Court ruled that the facts presented in connection with the case needs to be investigated. In fact, the court's ruling also comes across as a big affirmation of our mega expose, including an extensive paper trail showing how the Chief Minister received undue favors from the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. The Chief Minister, meanwhile, moved a division bench against the High Court order upholding the sanction of the prosecution against him. Now, in fact, this has led to a massive political turmoil within the state of Karnataka, where you've had ministers like Priyank Kharge now saying that there is no question of the Chief Minister resigning.
Dealing a big blow to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka High Court upheld the governor's sanction of the prosecution against him in the MUDA land allotment scam case. The single-judge bench ruled that there was enough material in the public domain that needs to be investigated in connection with the alleged land allotment scam. The court's ruling followed a massive expose by your channel, bringing out an extensive paper trail showing how the Chief Minister and his kin received undue favors.
The story starts in 1992 when a preliminary notification is made public to notify land. That's where the story begins. Siddaramaiah is nowhere in the picture. That's until 1997 when a farmer steps forward and he claims the land is his. 5 years after the nature of the land is faked, Siddaramaiah's wife enters the picture. She simply gifted the land, and they even lie about the nature of the land, calling it agricultural land. And this is at a time when there's a paper trail being created calling it agricultural land, while on the ground, the land in question has been developed and sold already as plots. Imagine this, sold as plots but fake trail created as agricultural land. Interestingly, this was at a time, the gifting of the land was at a time when Siddaramaiah himself was asking for Yediyurappa's resignation over a denotification scam.
The Chief Minister, however, moved the Supreme Court challenging the High Court's order upholding the governor's nod to prosecution against him. The BJP, meanwhile, came out all guns blazing at the state government in light of the High Court ruling demanding the Chief Minister's resignation. Addressing a press conference, BJP State President B.Y. Vijendra said the court order was a ringing affirmation that all are equal before the law.
Respected Governor, after going through all the papers, after consultation with experts, Governor gave the permission for prosecution. Sanction was given. Chief Minister and their cabinet colleagues alleged so many things against the governor's office also. And finally, when the matter reached the High Court, when Chief Minister Siddaramaiah himself challenged the order of the Honorable Governor, order of the prosecution sanction, today the respected High Court has clearly said in its verdict that the governor's action was clearly as per the law. So the High Court judgment clearly indicates the prima facie the Chief Minister and his family are involved in this corruption scam, and we as the Bharatiya Janata Party, we have been demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister from last 2 months in the same MUDA scam.
The BJP said the Congress should answer if it's morally tenable for the Chief Minister to continue in the wake of the massive High Court ruling.
It has been held that the governor is competent to give the sanction for prosecution. Today, the Congress party must tell us, after this verdict that has come from the High Court, is it tenable for Mr. Siddaramaiah to continue? Today, Mr. Siddaramaiah must step down. It is evident that he was the one who looted the lands which was meant for SC, ST, OBC समाज.
ला सबके लिए एक ही होता है. सिद्धरामैया जी के लिए अलग ला है क्या? अलग संविधान है क्या? देश में ऐसा नहीं है. संविधान सब लोग सबके लिए एक ही है. ला भी एक ही है.
BJP's demand is very clear that it is now, this is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This will need to be investigated, and those who have violated the law to be prosecuted, and that to ensure that this investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
However, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar came out in defense of the embattled Chief Minister, ruling out his resignation.
There is no question. My Chief Minister has not done anything wrong. He is not involved with any scam. It is a political conspiracy by the BJP to all of us, to all the opposition leaders in the country. This is what is going on. So there is no question of my Chief Minister has done anything wrong. They are creating problem. We stand by him. We support him.
Addressing a press conference flanked by his deputies and fellow cabinet members, Siddaramaiah proclaimed his innocence in the land scam case while accusing the BJP of coming to power through the back door.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed. I am not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS, because they basically, BJP and JDS are against social justice and programs of the poor people.
State Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao claimed the office of the governor was being misused against the ruling party.
It is not a verdict connected to MUDA scam. It is a verdict connected to the way governor has given permission for a preliminary investigation. Now it is very clear as far as we are concerned that here the issue is not about the MUDA. It is the way the Raj Bhavan is functioning, the way governor is functioning, and how his office is being misused. And we are seeing it on a day-to-day basis now.
With the Chief Minister on sticky wicket and the BJP doubling down on his demand for him to resign, the big question is, does Siddaramaiah still have the confidence of the Congress High Command to hold on to his chair?
Well, an all-out political slugfest broke out after the main accused in the horrific Badlapur sexual assault case was shot at by the police in retaliatory firing. Now, according to sources, 24-year-old Akshay Shinde, who was a janitor at the school where he allegedly raped 2 minor girls, was being escorted out of Taloja jail to Badlapur for investigation when he snatched a loaded revolver from an officer and opened fire at the police. The police, in fact, responded with retaliatory fire, leading to his death as opposition's Mahavikas Aghadi came out all guns firing at the ruling Mahayuti, accusing it of a fake encounter. The Eknath Shinde government said that the police acted in self-defense. In fact, the family members of the accused termed the killing as an encounter and sought a probe. Take a look at this report.
A mega political showdown has erupted after the accused janitor in the Badlapur sexual assault case was fatally shot in retaliatory firing after he opened fire at the police. According to sources, the main accused, Akshay Shinde, was escorted to Badlapur from the Taloja jail in a police van when he snatched a revolver from an officer and opened fire at the police. The police responded with retaliatory fire, fatally wounding the accused. Meanwhile, one of the escorting officers, Nilesh More, was also injured in the exchange of fire near Thane. The opposition-led Mahavikas Aghadi trained its guns at the Eknath Shinde government, accusing it of a fake encounter. Congress leader and former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan said that the accused was murdered in cold blood, adding that the incident has brought a bad name to the Maharashtra police, which once had a spotless reputation.
देखिए, इनकाउंटर किसका होता है? इनकाउंटर आतंकवादियों का होता है, इनकाउंटर अंडरवर्ल्ड के गुनहगारों को होता है. ये कौन आदमी था? तो इससे एक बात का और जो संदेह था, उसका वो सबूत, जो संदेह और बढ़ता जा रहा है कि शायद पुलिस किसी ऊंचे पद पर बैठे व्यक्ति को बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है.
NCP-SCP MP Supriya Sule said that the incident testified to an absolute breakdown in administrative machinery and law and order in the state of Maharashtra. NCP-SCP Chief Sharad Pawar claimed injustice was done to the wronged miners of Badlapur, as the accused should have received death penalty through appropriate legal process. Congress State President Nana Patole claimed that the government was trying to shield the main culprits in the case.
गृहमंत्री तर खोटं बोलतोय, त्यांच्या हातात आता कायदा सुव्यवस्था राहिलेला नाही, पण गोष्ट कशी खोटं बोलायचं आणि त्याला फिरवून न्यायची ही त्यांची एक्सपर्टी आहे. आमची भूमिका आहे की उच्च न्यायालयाचे न्यायाधीशच्या माध्यमातून याची चौकशी व्हावी.
The ruling Mahayuti hit back, asking the opposition to clarify if it was with the slain rape accused or the police.
जब महाराष्ट्र में एक बलात्कारी को सजा दी गई है, उस पे आंसुएं बहा रही है. मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं, उबाठा से पूछना चाहता हूं, शरद पवार जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप बलात्कारी के साथ खड़े हैं या बलात्कार को सजा देने वाले के साथ खड़े हैं?
Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that the police acted in self-defense after the accused snatched a gun and fired at Officer Nilesh More.
तफ्तीश के लिए जो उसके ऊपर उसकी पहली पत्नी जो थी, उसने गुनाह रजिस्टर किया था लैंगिक अत्याचार का, और इसकी वजह से उसको तपास के लिए ला रहे थे, और उस दरमियान उसने एपीआई नीलेश मोरे इसके ऊपर फायरिंग की. नीलेश मोरे जख्मी है, घायल है, और इसीलिए पुलिस ने खुद के बचाव के लिए ये कार्यवाही की है.
Even as Shiv Sena supporters erupted in celebration after the killing of Akshay Shinde, the BJP condemned the Indi for coming out in support of a rape accused.
ये कांग्रेस और इंडी अलायंस, खास करके सागरिका घोष जैसे नेताओं के ट्वीट देखिए, वो बलात्कारी के पक्ष से बोलने लग गए. शर्मनाक.
Top lawyer Ujjwal Nikam, who is also appointed as the chief prosecutor in the case, also came out in defense of the Maharashtra police.
अक्षय शिंदे एक साइकोलॉजिकली डिप्रेस हो सकता है, और उसने पुलिस पर हमले की कोशिश की, खुद को खुदकुशी करने की कोशिश की, और पुलिस को जवाबी फायरिंग करना पड़ा, और पुलिस का जवाबी फायरिंग में उसको गोलियां लग गई.
Meanwhile, the kin of the accused claimed a fake encounter and demanded a probe into the killing.
A similar kind of vehicle, a similar kind of van was carrying Akshay Shinde yesterday from Taloja jail to Thane, and in fact at the same point in time a similar kind of vehicle was there, and in fact Akshay Shinde was accompanied by two of the Thane police constable sitting with him, one at this side, another one at this side, and API Nilesh More was sitting just opposite to this Akshay Shinde, the accused. Now, while returning from Taloja jail, Akshay Shinde started troubling the officer. It is being said that he started abusing the officers, that he has been booked in fake cases, he is being tortured. The accused, Akshay Shinde, got more aggressive, and in fact he tried snatching the gun. At that point in time, the officers were trying to stop him, but ultimately during this snatch, the gun got loaded, in fact unlocked. As we talk, it got unlocked, and one of the bullet got fired out here on the legs on the thighs of API Nilesh More.
As the political war of words ensues, both Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi remain at odds over the encounter.
Already under fire over his divisive and subversive remarks on the foreign soil during his recent visit to the United States of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi stoked another controversy after firing an outsider barb at the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, addressing an election campaign in the valley ahead of the second phase of polling on Monday. The leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha said that the LG was ruling the valley like a king, imposing his decisions on the people. His remark evoked concerns of the National Congress Alliance, bringing in yet another, the outsider remark.
I don't know. Another speech, another controversy. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi talked himself into a fresh row after hurling an outsider charge at the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. Campaigning in the valley ahead of the second phase of polling on Wednesday, the Congress MP said outsiders were taking decisions that the people ought to take themselves. Not stopping at this, the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha said the centre anointed a king in the form of LG to run his writ in the erstwhile state. Claiming that LG had no clue how to bring the development that people want, the Congress leader urged the people to elect the leader and government once again.
बाहर के लोग आकर आपके लिए ये डिसीजंस ले रहे हैं। यहाँ पे राजा बैठा रखा है, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर है, वो राजा है, वो बाहर का है, वो जम्मू कश्मीर का नहीं है, और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के दिल में जो है, जो विकास जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग चाहते हैं, ये व्यक्ति कर ही नहीं सकता है। इसको मालूम ही नहीं कैसे करना है। इसीलिए हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार फिर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग अपने नेता चुने, अपने एमएलए चुने, अपनी सरकार चुने और अपना विकास का काम जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग अपने आप फिर से करना शुरू करें।
The remark raised fears of the Congress and partner NC trying to bring back the divisive outsider element into the electoral discourse in the valley after promising to restore Article 370 and revive dialogue with Pakistan if elected. After Pakistan's open backing of its campaign line, has the Congress and NC combined now given away its sinister plot to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and fuel alienation?
The anger over the alleged adulteration of the laddus that are served as prasadam to the Tirumala devotees continued to simmer as Hindu sayers came out on the streets to condemn what they called a sinister plot to target Sanatan Dharma and offend the religious sentiments of a significant number of people from the country. Now, meanwhile, Andhra Pradesh's Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan, who is currently serving an 11-day penance and purification ritual, visited the Kanaka Durga temple and was seen offering prayers seeking forgiveness. There's also a larger story that has now emerged about the very company that was responsible for supplying ghee has now come under the scanner. Whether at all the tender conditions were flouted. Take a look at this report.
In an explosive new twist to the laddu row, Republic has accessed papers showing irregularities in the awarding of the tender to the dairy firm for the supply of ghee, putting the previous YSRCP regime in the dock. Documents show AR Dairy was favoured to secure the contract for supplying ghee for making the prasadam.
It's the tender clause number 74, which talks about the requirement of 250 crore rupees. Now, that's the eligibility criteria put across in this particular tender document. AR Dairy does not even meet those criteria. 244 is their net revenue as per the documents available at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Despite that, this company is actually given the entire tender to carry out the supply of ghee.
The controversy around the Tirupati Prasadam row refuses to die down as seers have come out in protest against the alleged adulteration of the laddus that are served to the devotees at the iconic temple. Hitting the streets in big numbers, the seers condemn the conspiracy to taint the Sanatan Dharma and offend the religious sentiments of a significant section of the country's population.
वो भगवत गीता में कृष्ण ने बोला था पत्रम फलम पुष्पम तोयम वो काऊ का घी का वो बोल रहा है वो कंटेमिनेट करके वो प्रसाद दे रहे हैं ये अच्छा है क्या वो मैं कलयुग में ये अच्छा नहीं है वो दूरस्थ लोगों को अरेस्ट करना है दूरस्थ लोगों को अरेस्ट करना है इमीडिएट करना है जो एक ऑफेंस करते हैं एक राउडी शीटर जो ऑफेंस करते हैं थोड़ी देर में 2 घंटे में पकड़ सकते हैं बट इतना बड़ा ऑफेंस किया है साधु लोगों को दर्शन भी नहीं दे रहे टीटीडी ने साधु लोगों को दर्शन भी नहीं देता है बट प्रसाद कंटेमिनेट करते जो भी उनका इच्छा से ऐसा करता है क्या ये अच्छा नहीं है वो तो पक्का प्रोटेक्ट करना है ये अभी ये गवर्नमेंट सीरियस से लेना है नहीं तो ये पंगा बहुत बड़ा बढ़ जाएगा देश व्याप्त कर जाएगा फिर बाद में तकलीफ में पड़ जाएगा सब लोग.
Meanwhile, even as former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy faced fury over the laddu row, Andhra Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan continued his temple run as part of his 11-day penance and purification ritual. The Deputy Chief Minister visited the Kanak Durga temple where he was pictured offering prayers seeking atonement for the alleged adulteration sin under the Jagan Mohan regime. He was also seen mopping the steps at the temple compound as part of a purification ritual. Earlier, an elaborate purification ritual was performed at Tirumala to rid the shrine of the taint of alleged adulteration under the previous government. The food regulator under the Union Health Ministry had earlier sent a notice to a dairy firm that supplied ghee for making of laddus at the shrine.
Tonight at 8 p.m, that's our focus. Why exactly was one company being favoured? And whether at all the YSRCP government was hand in gloves. That's the 8 p.m. debate tonight.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV. I am Suesha Saul.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.
Hezbollah is facing the heat from Israel, and back home here, Siddaramaiah has decided to dig in his heels and to take on the BJP politically on the MUDA scam, all that and more. Let me get you the headlines first.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Tirupati Laddu Rao explodes Republic excesses, explosive documents which show how YSRCP changed tender conditions to favor one particular company.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
Sidaramaiah issues first statement after the High Court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and the JDS to frame him.
This is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. His investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress government in Karnataka, demands Siddaramaiah's resignation. CPM MLA and actor M. Mukesh arrested by SIT in rape case, released on bail just within hours after arrest in Kerala. Middle East remains on the boil as Hezbollah responds, even as Israeli raids kill 500 plus.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Right, back-to-back derailments that have taken place, or attempts to derail trains that have taken place over the last fortnight. Rail Minister has sent out a strong warning to miscreants. Ashwini Vaishnav has said those planning to derail trains, strict action will be taken against them. Listen in.
डिरेल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उन सबको स्पष्ट तौर पे कहना चाहता हूं कि रेलवे के साथ कोई राजनीतिकरण न करे और राज्य की पुलिस के साथ, एनआईए के साथ मिलके कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई की जाए। जो भी लोग डिरेल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उन सबको स्पष्ट तौर पे कहना चाहता हूं कि रेलवे के साथ कोई राजनीतिकरण न करे और राज्य की पुलिस के साथ, एनआईए के साथ मिलके कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई की जाए।
All right, moving on. In a major setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka High Court dismissed his plea against the governor's sanction to prosecute him in the MUDA scam. A single-judge bench of Justice M. Nagaprasanna observed that the complainants were justified in registering the complaint or seeking approval from the governor. The bench further said that it is the duty of the complainant to seek approval under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act, and the governor can take independent decision. Chief Minister had earlier argued that the governor's sanction order to prosecute him was bereft of any reasons on why he was prima facie guilty, while adding that the governor's discretionary power in such cases was limited. And obviously this has led to turmoil within the Congress leadership in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah, though, of course, deciding to brazen it out, to dig in his heels and not resign. Listen in.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed. I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS, because people of Karnataka are with our party, are with me, and also with our government. After whatever futile exercise they made to dislodge our government, it is not possible for them. See, they were succeeded in 2018 or 19. In 2008 also they were succeeded, because the people of Karnataka gave, they are given mandate, absolute majority to Congress party. 136 MLAs we got. So BJP is always against social justice and programs of the poor people of the society, because they opposed in our previous regime all our poor programs, welfare measures that we have undertook. Now also they are opposing all 5 guarantees. all flagship programs. Because they basically, BJP and JDS are against social justice and programs of the poor people.
Whose government was there when this land was given? It is a compensatory land given for the land that was taken by the government. Who was there in the government? BJP was there in the government. One. How many leaders were given compensatory land? And which all parties they belong? Let there be an inquiry in all the cases of compensatory lands, not only in this issue, but also the compensatory lands given in elsewhere in the entire state. Then you will get to know which leader and of which party is involved in this. Why are you cherry picking one leader and saying that he is involved? And you could have said that had our government, had our party been there in the government at that time. It was BJP's government. Why is it that the BJP and the Janata Dal leaders are not ready for investigation in this particular case? Why is that government not ordering an inquiry in this particular case? Let all the compensatory lands that have been given, especially in this case, and all the lands that have been given elsewhere in the entire state be investigated.
Right, opposition BJP in Karnataka, of course, sees in today's verdict an opportunity to put the Karnataka Congress government on the mat. They have demanded that Siddaramaiah should resign. Listen in.
He should resign immediately. क्योंकि सिद्दारामैया का एक हिस्ट्री है. 2013 में ये मुख्यमंत्री बने तब लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाया था. लोकायुक्त संस्था कर्नाटक में नहीं थे क्योंकि लोकायुक्त में इसका 25 से ज्यादा केस था. उसको बंद करवाने के लिए लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाया. अभी ये केस को कौन जांच करेगा? वही लोकायुक्त करेगा. फिर से लोकायुक्त हमारे सरकार आने के बाद हम करवाया. संस्था को रखा, हम उधर जज को अपॉइंट किया, पुलिस को अपॉइंट किया. वही लोग इसको जांच करेंगे. अभी फिर से क्या करेगा सिद्धरामैया? ये लोकायुक्त संस्था को बंद करवाएंगे. इसके कारण तुरंत सिद्दारामैया इस्तीफा देना एंड क्या फेस करना है, इसका केस को फेस करना है, केस को लड़ना, फेस करना.
मैम, इज ही लाइकली टू फेस द प्रोब या फिर आपको लगता है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अप्रोच करेंगे? क्या हो सकता है आगे?
ये जमीन दलित का जमीन है. नंबर 1 गलत किया. नंबर 2 गलत है 50-50 शेयरिंग करने का एक डिसीजन मुडा में मैसूर में लिया था. कौन जमीन मुडा को देते हैं उसको 50% किसानों को डेवलप करके देना बोल के. इसका 50% कब से था? वो प्रोस्पेक्टिव था, तब डिसीजन लिया. उधर के बाद कौन देते हैं जमीन उसको. सिद्धरामैया का बीवी क्या किया? इसको रिट्रोस्पेक्ट करवाया. ये दूसरा गलत है. तीसरा गलत है सिद्धरामैया हर समय कब मुडा का डिसीजन हुआ था तब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट में था. ये तीसरा गलत है. उसको पता था मुडा में क्या हो रही है. 4वीं गलत, अभी गवर्नर का बारे में कितना गलत बोला. उसका पार्टी का एक नेता बोलता है बांग्लादेश में क्या हुआ शेख हसीना के साथ, ऐसे कर्नाटका का गवर्नर को हम करवाएंगे, हम भगाएंगे. अभी तक एफआईआर भी नहीं डाला. क्यों? सिद्दारामैया ये पूरा केस को खत्म करना चाहते हैं. इसके कारण मैं मांग करती हूं एक केस में अभी जांच होना चाहिए. ऐसा हाईकोर्ट ने बताया. क्या गवर्नर डिसीजन लिया था प्रोसिक्यूशन करना है, फेस करना है, केस लड़ना है, उसको अपील किया है. इसके कारण सिद्दारामैया इस्तीफा देना है एंड फेस करना है.
After the Karnataka High Court verdict, what is the BJP's demand now?
The BJP's demand is very clear that it is now, this is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This will need to be investigated and those who have violated the law to be prosecuted, and that to ensure that this investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately. If he has any self-respect, if he has any sense of moral compass in his in himself and his mind. He should resign. He should not hang on to the kursi, hang on to the chair like Chief Minister of Delhi tried to do and embarrassed himself, embarrassed his party, embarrassed the people of Delhi. He should not embarrass the people of Karnataka. He should not embarrass the people of Bengaluru. He should resign immediately and pave the way for a free and fair investigation.
What we have seen that senior Congress leaders have been claiming it as a political vendetta.
No, for the Congress party, this is absolutely normal for them. For Congress party leaders like DK Shivakumar, etc., a land scam is no big deal. Looting people's money is no big deal. So therefore, for them, none of this is very surprising. They expect their political leaders to do these type of corruption and scam. So I'm not surprised by the Congress party's response to this. But the people of Karnataka, the activists who have exposed these scams, have a very different view. They believe that this gentleman, Siddaramaiah, must resign and must pave the way for a free and fair investigation. And the views of the Congress party or Rahul Gandhi or his other constitution-waving buddies doesn't matter here. This is really about a sitting chief minister having prima facie violated the law and being made to pay the consequences of that.
Some Congress leaders have been constantly questioning the position of government itself.
No, the Congress party, like I said, will question everything excepting the conduct of the corrupt chief minister. So therefore, I have no problem with the Congress party questioning everything, including the sunset and the moonrise. All of that is fine. But the problem today is this scam that has been exposed. Why doesn't Rahul Gandhi, who loves to have press conferences in the US, waive the constitution, talk about everything else, why doesn't Rahul Gandhi have a press conference today and talk about the corruption, about the land scam, about the MUDA land scam? I challenge him, I dare him, I invite him, I request him to have this press conference where he can take questions on Siddaramaiah's land scam.
All right, on to a breaking news development coming in from the Middle East, where it continues to be on the boil. And in fact, in the latest round of escalation from the Israeli side, with all its bombardment and air strikes into southern Lebanon targeting Hezbollah, death toll in Lebanon in targeted areas has touched 585, with the Lebanese Health Ministry reporting over 1,800 injured in those air strikes. Israel, of course, maintains that these are targeted intelligence-based air strikes at those places where Israeli intelligence believes Hezbollah has been hiding its war stores, its arms and ammunition right there in the civilian areas. In fact, these videos clearly show that following the air strikes, there are secondary explosions that take place, which Israelis show as proof of war dumps being targeted. All right, moving on to an all-out political slugfest that has broken out in Maharashtra after the main accused in the horrific Badlapur sexual assault case was fatally shot by the police in retaliatory firing yesterday. According to sources, 24-year-old Lakshay Shinde, who was a janitor at the school where he allegedly raped 2 minor girls, was being escorted out of Taloja jail to Badlapur for investigation when he snatched a loaded revolver from an officer and opened fire at the police. The police responded with retaliatory fire leading to his death. As opposition Mahavikas Aghadi came out all guns firing, the Mahayuti government, in fact, apart from ordering a CID investigation, has charged the opposition with unnecessary politicization. Listen in.
A mega political showdown has erupted after the accused janitor in the Badlapur sexual assault case was fatally shot in retaliatory firing after he opened fire at the police. According to sources, the main accused, Akshay Shinde, was escorted to Badlapur from the Taloja jail in a police van when he snatched a revolver from an officer and opened fire at the police. The police responded with retaliatory fire, fatally wounding the accused. Meanwhile, one of the escorting officers, Nilesh More, was also injured in the exchange of fire near Thane. The opposition-led Mahavikas Aghadi trained its guns at the Eknath Shinde government, accusing it of a fake encounter. Congress leader and former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan said that the accused was murdered in cold blood, adding that the incident has brought a bad name to the Maharashtra police, which once had a spotless reputation.
देखिए, इनकाउंटर किसका होता है? इनकाउंटर आतंकवादियों का होता है, इनकाउंटर अंडरवर्ल्ड के गुनहगारों को होता है। ये कौन आदमी था? तो इससे एक बात का और जो संदेह था, उसका वो सबूत, जो संदेह और बढ़ता जा रहा है कि शायद पुलिस किसी ऊंचे पद पर बैठे व्यक्ति को बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है।
NCP-SCP MP Supriya Sule said that the incident testified to an absolute breakdown in administrative machinery and law and order in the state of Maharashtra. NCP-SCP Chief Sharad Pawar claimed injustice was done to the wronged miners of Badlapur, as the accused should have received death penalty through appropriate legal process. Congress State President Nana Patole claimed that the government was trying to shield the main culprits in the case.
गृहमंत्री तर खोटं बोलतोय, त्यांच्या हातात आता कायदा सुव्यवस्था राहिलेला नाही, पण गोष्ट कशी खोटं बोलायचं आणि त्याला फिरवून न्यायची ही त्यांची एक्सपर्टी आहे. आमची भूमिका आहे की उच्च न्यायालयाचे न्यायाधीशच्या माध्यमातून याची चौकशी व्हावी.
The ruling Mahayuti hit back, asking the opposition to clarify if it was with the slain rape accused or the police.
जब महाराष्ट्र में एक बलात्कारी को सजा दी गई है, उस पे आंसुएं बहा रही है. मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं, उबाठा से पूछना चाहता हूं, शरद पवार जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप बलात्कारी के साथ खड़े हैं या बलात्कार को सजा देने वाले के साथ खड़े हैं?
Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that the police acted in self-defense after the accused snatched a gun and fired at Officer Nilesh More.
तफ्तीश के लिए जो उसके ऊपर उसकी पहली पत्नी जो थी, उसने गुनाह रजिस्टर किया था लैंगिक अत्याचार का, और इसकी वजह से उसको तपास के लिए ला रहे थे, और उस दरमियान उसने एपीआई नीलेश मोरे इसके ऊपर फायरिंग की. नीलेश मोरे जख्मी है, घायल है, और इसीलिए पुलिस ने खुद के बचाव के लिए ये कार्यवाही की है.
Even as Shiv Sena supporters erupted in celebration after the killing of Akshay Shinde, the BJP condemned the Indi for coming out in support of a rape accused.
ये कांग्रेस और इंडी अलायंस, खास करके सागरिका घोष जैसे नेताओं के ट्वीट देखिए, वो बलात्कारी के पक्ष से बोलने लग गए हैं. शर्मनाक है.
Top lawyer Ujjwal Nikam, who is also appointed as the chief prosecutor in the case, also came out in defense of the Maharashtra police.
अक्षय शिंदे एक साइकोलॉजिकली डिप्रेस हो सकता है और उसके लिए उसने पुलिस पर हमले की कोशिश की, खुद को खुदकुशी करने की कोशिश की, और पुलिस को जवाबी फायरिंग करना पड़ा, और पुलिस का जवाबी फायरिंग में उसको गोलियां लग गई.
Meanwhile, the kin of the accused claimed a fake encounter and demanded a probe into the killing.
A similar kind of vehicle, a similar kind of van was carrying Akshay Shinde yesterday from Taloja jail to Thane, and in fact at the same point in time a similar kind of vehicle was there, and in fact Akshay Shinde was accompanied by two of the Thane police constable sitting with him, one at this side, another one at this side, and API Nilesh More was sitting just opposite to this Akshay Shinde, the accused. Now, while returning from Taloja jail, Akshay Shinde started troubling the officer. It is being said that he started abusing the officers, that he has been booked in fake cases, he is being tortured. The accused, Akshay Shinde, got more aggressive, and in fact he tried snatching the gun. At that point in time, the officers were trying to stop him, but ultimately during this snatch, the gun got loaded, in fact unlocked. As we talk, it got unlocked, and one of the bullet got fired out here on the legs on the thighs of API Nilesh More.
As the political war of words ensues, both Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi remain at odds over the encounter.
All right, this is all we had in this edition, and after a short break, Niranjan brings you some very exclusive elements on the Laddu Rao of Tirupati, and this is exclusive. Stay back.
Odisha assault, army officer's fiancé speaks out. Tirupati Laddu controversy, the clincher documents accessed. All that and more in tonight's edition of This is Exclusive at 7 p.m.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
If your salary fails to survive till the month end, even after accepting your dream job offer, this video is made for you. Now, before accepting any job offer, we often quote our expectations, and in most cases, we get what we want. But when salary hits the bank account, we wonder what went wrong. Now, this is probably because we aren't fully aware of how corporates lure you in with a shiny CTC package. And in today's video, we will demystify this for you. How CTC works. Well, when companies offer you a salary package, they count every penny they will spend on you. But this doesn't mean that you're going to receive it at all. The thing is, your salary is made up of several components which can be broadly divided into two categories: the fixed components and the variable components. Now, things like basic salary, house rent allowance, transport and uniform allowances fall under the first category. These components remain the same throughout the year and don't change until your next hike. Then comes the commissions and incentives that are subject to your performance, which can vary on a month-to-month basis, and also these aren't guaranteed. So when you receive a job offer, the CTC may include both of these components, which can portray a fairly distorted or rather inflated image, and often comes as a disappointment to your expectations on the payday. So the first thing to note, never take the CTC at the face value, and always look at the variable and fixed components to have a clearer idea of what the amount will actually be, what will be credited to your bank account. Now, another reason your in-hand salary is lower than your CTC is due to the corporate trick. So what is this trick? So usually 12% of the basic salary goes to your provident fund, and law requires an equal contribution from your employer's side. What most companies do is they include their contribution to your PF in your overall CTC to make the package look larger on paper. But in reality, this amount is not part of your immediate take-home salary. Instead, it goes directly into your retirement fund, which you'll only be able to access after retirement or during unemployment. Now, assuming your monthly CTC is Rs 50,000, inclusive of your employer's PF contribution, and your expected PF deduction is Rs 3,000, then your employer will deduct Rs 6,000 from your salary, which will reduce your remuneration.
Congress gets MUDA Scam jolt in Karnataka. Can Siddaramaiah remain Chief Minister anymore? The big national debate on political corruption, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Director, the taste of success.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's the twist. This price does not include the battery. Instead, the customers can lease the battery through the Battery as a Service model, paying only for what they use. Now, under this model, owners pay 3.5 rupees per kilometer for the battery usage. Now, for example, if you drive 1,500 kilometers in a month, that would cost you 5,250 rupees. Now, this approach significantly reduces the upfront cost of purchasing an electric vehicle, making it more accessible to a wider audience. The striking design is another factor. So, talking about the design, this design, that is of the MG Windsor EV, boasts an aerodynamic silhouette that not only turns the heads but also enhances performance. Its bold front profile, complemented by sleek LED DRLS and projector headlamps, gives it a commanding presence on the road. And with its plush door handles, this vehicle is all about elegance and innovation. The 18-inch alloy wheels provide great comfort inside.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. It's 7 p.m. and the show's called This is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very big interview coming up on the show this evening on Republic TV. Now, all of today, we've brought you the MUDA files in Karnataka and a story that we've been tracking through the week. That of the Odisha assault. There is a lot of anger across India. Veterans have been speaking out. Army officers angry with the way an army officer's fiancé was treated, assaulted in Odisha. We have an interview coming up. Here are the headlines. First up.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Republic tracking the Tirupati laddu controversy. More on how firms got contracts. Explosive document showing how YSRCP changed tender conditions to favor one particular company.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
To stop the sanction to prosecute him, Sidaramaiah, in his first statement after the court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by BJP-JDS.
Proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
The BJP goes for Siddaramaiah, asks for his resignation. CPM MLA and actor Mukesh arrested by SIT in Kerala over the Me Too sexual assault allegation, but he's released in a few hours as he had anticipatory bail. IDF launches deadly strikes on Hezbollah, targeting weapons commanding centers in South Lebanon.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
There is a lot of anger over the alleged case of assault in Odisha of an army officer's fiancée. Now, you've seen her sound bites in Odisha post the incident. There are many videos doing the rounds on social media. But for the first time, she has spoken out in a very, very detailed interview on Republic TV. I'm playing out an excerpt of that interview for the first time. This is the army officer's fiancée who was assaulted allegedly by the police in Odisha. This is her story.
Just for the sake of our viewers and for our fight along with you, just give us a small snippet of what exactly happened that day.
Ma'am, on the night of 14-15 at around 1:32, I was returning back along with my fiancé from Patia to my home. And on the road we were chased and then stopped by three four-wheelers, out of which some 10 or 12 people came out, only men, and they started hooting and bashing on the car, perpetrating my fiancé to get out of the car, which he did. And I was sitting there inside the car at that time and watching him being pushed around. I came out of the vehicle thinking that me being a lady will assuage the situation and they will probably move away, but they didn't. And their blatancy came on to me as well, of abuse and even pushing around. But knowing their strength, that they were a lot, my fiancé and I just got into the vehicle looking at the time that we had the window, and we drove away from there. From this place of incidents, my home is not very far, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. However, my fiancé suggested that we should go ahead to Bharatpur police station, which is not very far away from my place, another 400 meters I believe. So to write this FIR, because my road ahead to my home is very dark and secluded. So we were threatened, because that was anyway very threatening and of to dismay that what just happened. So we, with that intention and motive only, entered the police station and just to simply write an FIR. On entering over there, there was one male officer, constable I believe, sitting at the reception, and when he was told about whatever was the incident and we want to write FIR, he ignored and he said that you please wait and sit. We sat, we waited at the reception. Then a lady officer came in her nightie, so I asked her if she was the person on duty. She said yes, she was. Then I said, ma'am, can you please take an FIR, because we've already mentioned it to him and he's not, so aap please likh lijiye. Since she was a lady, I was having a talk with her. She was also not really listening or paying any attention or even giving any interest. That is when I did take out my camera and started to record her, because I did need evidence. If later I wanted to put in a complaint or whatsoever, that did not take action, even though I was there at an odd hour. And my requirement of going to the police station at an odd hour has to be viable. It has to be with a reason. So obviously I was there just to write a complaint. Thereafter, when I did take out my phone, I could make out she was irritated and enraged with me. So she didn't. She said, "Aap wo bade sahab aayenge, likhenge." After about 30 to 40 minutes, the vehicle did come, and more female officers and male officers did get down off that vehicle and they entered the police station. By then, my fiancé was the one who was explaining and started doing the talking, because there were enough males then he was talking to them that हमारे साथ ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है, हम यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी 1-आधे घंटे से वेट कर चुके हैं और भी बहुत ज़्यादा लेट हो गया है, आप प्लीज़ कंप्लेंट एक लिख दीजिए, मुझे एक पेपर पेन दे दीजिए, आई विल जस्ट राइट माई कंप्लेंट एंड आई एम गुड टू गो. वहाँ पे भी there was hesitant, there were resistance, but still I think maybe in 5 odd minutes he did receive a paper pen and उनको लिखने का मौका दिया and he started to write. But I don't know what went down, that while he was writing, suddenly his arms were flung and he was stripped down and all his belongings, car keys, his wallet, his military ID card and his phone was taken up by the police and he was being dragged to the cell. And that is when I was just wondering, what is this happening? We came here for a complaint. Why is he being taken to the cell? To which I started to tell the officer, the SI who was pulling him, that sir, kya ho gaya hai? What is the matter? Why are you taking him? There was no reply from him. He was not entertaining me. He put him in the cell. Then secondly, now him being behind the cell, we were just getting impatient. What is happening now? Like, what is next? So he was telling me, please call the SI, I will speak with him. He was not answering, he was not opening the door, and I kept on persistently knocking the door. That is when a woman came, a female officer. She dragged me by my hair, pinned me down, and there were two more ladies. Now there were total of 3 ladies on me, pulling my hair, dragging me across the entire that corridor, and they were beating me, punching me. While she beat me, one of my tooth also fell out. And watching that and watching the floor covered in blood, with my blood, my nose was bleeding and my mouth was bleeding. I told her, ma'am, मेरा खून आ रहा है, अब you've crossed a lot of limits right now, ma'am. अब बस करो, मुझे साइड में रखो, आपको मेरे से बात नहीं करना. From demand, I had now come on to pleading and begging for my life, that please ma'am, please let me go, let me sit, आपको मेरे से बात नहीं करना, मत करो, आप please मेरे को छोड़ दो, just let me go. And they continued abusing me, calling me names, abuses that I don't want to actually say right now. And they kept on continuously beating me, and then one of the lady came at my neck to choke me. That is when I have bitten her hand, and then she let me go. Then they insinuated and told me, she's on powder, देखो कितना strength है इसमें. And they just kept on saying all of these things. Thereafter, one of the ladies who was wearing a scarf, that scarf was used to tie my leg. My own jacket was taken off. I was just then wearing my sports bra, and that jacket itself was used to tie my hands behind. And then I was dragged. I was lying down on the floor and I was dragged inside a room. And in that room, I was further beaten by their legs, and 2 more constables, male constables, were called to put me under control, because I could hear them again and again say that she's giving a lot of fight, she's screaming a lot. Somebody come and help us pin her down. And those 2 constables stood on my hand, pressed it, punched my face, kicked my face. Till then the SI, the one who had put my fiancé behind the cell, he entered. And when he entered, he also screamed, yelled and abused me. And one of the females then put up my bra, exposed me, and then he started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more. Then they left me over there for good 30 odd minutes. I was locked in there just crying, and I was continuously screaming. Still hear those screams. I was just continuously screaming. And then in the meanwhile, I was waiting over there. The door opened after a few while, and then I saw a new face over there, and to my head I thought probably this is the Bade Saab that they have been talking about, that who will come and listen. So watching a fresh face, then I told him everything again, that sir, so and so situation has happened. He asked me to shut up. He said, you have been the one who has created a ruckus over here. Who do you think you are? I told them, sir, I have done nothing, absolutely just came in here for FIR. By the time I'm saying this, one of the lady pulled down my pants, and simultaneously he pulled out his shirt, pulled down his pants, took out his private parts, came up, stood up onto my face. I was lying down, and then he told me that how many times would you take it to just shut up? Watching that, I knew that what could possibly come next. So I had just pushed my face down on the floor. I can't I can't live that thing again, what I was feeling, but I was really feeling disgraced and pathetic.
Do you think that only suspension is enough and 60 days time for the report to be coming in? So it's a long wait of 2 months now, and just suspension being there. What else do you require? How do you think you will be going on for the next 60 days before the actual truth comes out?
Ma'am, whatever I required, such as judicial inquiry, that has already been given. So ma'am, the truth and the course of law always finds its way. So even if for now they are suspended, whatever the higher authorities, government officials are doing, they are doing their best. I have my faith in them. So I am no one to command, ye hona chahiye, wo hona chahiye, because the book of command, IPC or even the constitution, everything is already there. So I am just a meager citizen who just raised her voice, knowing all these facts and having that knowledge. So my demand, whatever it was, has been already heard by Honorable Chief Minister, and the judicial inquiry is already going to be on its go.
Republic TV has been tracking the details of the Tirupati laddu controversy. We've been reporting how rules were bent. Manufacturers of milk products, dairies who were perhaps close to the political establishments got the tender. The YSRCP says it was a process that was followed. But Republic TV has details of how the TTD was favored by the YSRCP government. As per the tender document clause 74, a minimum of 250 crore turnover was required to be eligible to participate to send materials to temples. This is clearly specified in the tender document. In other words, no company can be shortlisted if such revenue criteria was not met. However, when you look at the records accessed from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, AR Dairy did not meet the revenue threshold. Revenue was just 244 crore. Despite the revenue shortfall, they were allowed to be qualified. In a fresh document that Republic has accessed, shows how the tender conditions were changed to favor one company. The details are on your screen. The ghee supplier is now in the dock. Annual turnover should have been over 250 crore to be qualified and get the deal to supply the ghee, but it was not eligible. So how did they get the tender? That's the question. Let me go across to Aneri joining us on the broadcast. Aneri, 250 crore and 244 crore are different. There is a little bit of a shortfall, but is there more? I mean, what does it tell you?
Well, definitely. Earlier, it was 250 crores of the limit which they have to submit the documents to get this tender. But then AR Dairies wasn't reaching the 250 mark. And also at the same time, after all of this, we also have accessed one more document which shows that how the TTD board back then during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government had changed the conditions of the tender procurement. So basically, when it was 250 crores to get a minimum of tender, they had changed the 250 crores to 150 crores. So directly 100 crores of that was minus. So now you require 150 crores of the financial assets in your company so that you get this tender. So that itself shows that how the TTD board had changed the conditions of the getting a tender for the Tirupati Devasthanam. And also not only that, but also at the same time we see that how the tender conditions of condition number 19 and 20 were very clearly removed from the conditions which they require. They have to meet, a company needs to meet. So very clear violations being done as to favor one company, that's the AR Dairies, which have supplied adulterated ghee to Tirupati Devasthanam board for the making of the Tirupati laddu. Well, however, on the other side, we see that the AR Dairies say that they have not violated any sort of violation, whereas they have supplied a pure ghee itself, and there is no adulteration that has taken place. But when we have accessed another document which shows that there was no adulteration test at all done in the last 5 years during Jagan Mohan Reddy, then how does it say that there was no adulteration? There were other tests which were done, but adulteration test was not done during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government. So So very clear, we see that how there were violations which had taken place just to favor one company, that's AR Dairies from Tirupati, from Tamil Nadu. That company is based in Tamil Nadu. So we'll have to see what's next, because now what we are going to see is that the SIT, the Special Investigation Team, has been formed into this matter. There will be investigation taken up by the Special Investigating Team into this matter, and further a report will be submitted to the government.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. In fact, stay with me. I have another bit of breaking news update coming in right now. Sources have indicated, and that's the next breaking update that I have. SIT will be formed by the government in Andhra Pradesh to investigate the adulteration in the Tirupati laddu. An SIT will be formed, and it will investigate how adulteration took place. Whether there were political factors that allowed animal fat, beef tallow, pork to be used in the Tirupati laddu. That's the big update we are getting. Is it official now? Is it official, Aneri, that the SIT will be formed?
Well, it has been announced by Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister himself that SIT team will be formed, which will be headed by an IG level officer. What we are being told is that in some time from now, orders will be released from the government as well to that the SIT team has been formed. What we are getting to know through our sources is that Sarvashresth Tirupati, an IG level officer, IPS, will be heading the team of the SIT, which will be investigating into this adulteration of the Tirupati laddu, and also followed by Sarvashresth Tirupati, it will be Harshvardhan Raju and also Gopinath Jetty. These three will be the main officers who will be heading this investigation as to what went wrong during Jagan Mohan Reddy's regime, and why was that the adulterated ghee was supplied to the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam for making the laddus.
All right. Thank you for joining us with those details, tracking that story very closely. Tirupati Laddu controversy continues to be one of our top focus stories. Also, the debate at 8 p.m. tonight. The second phase of elections are being held in Jammu and Kashmir tomorrow. The fate of 239 candidates will be decided tomorrow. 25 lakh voters in the fray. My colleague Zeenat sends us this exclusive report on the build-up to voting in Kashmir tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the D-Day for 239 candidates who are in fray in the second phase of polling. The polling will be held tomorrow around 7 in the morning, and this time the central Kashmir is in fray. Srinagar and Badlapur is going to witness the historic polls, because this time the polls will be not held under any fear. Earlier, these pockets, these constituencies have seen boycott calls, but this time there is no boycott calls, and those people who used to call for these boycott calls are behind the bars. Most of the security arrangements, the multi-tier arrangements, have been done by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Srinagar district police, armed police, CRPF, BSF, and also the components have come from different parts of the country to facilitate the polls and to provide a security to the voters. The maximum arrangements are being done to provide a feeling to the voter that he is going to cast his vote in a safe and secure environment. In Srinagar and in Badlapur, we have been seeing the multiple checkpoints, the vehicles, the immovable vehicles have also been stationed at couple of places, and they are fixed with the web cameras, the CCTV cameras. They are capturing the movement, and also the Naka points have been established where the frisking and other things are being done. A kind of security deal, the protocol that is required to see that it's a free and a fair poll, that is being exercised on the ground. Tomorrow the polling will begin at 7 a.m. and majority of the candidates, the known candidates, are in fray. From Central Kashmir, it will be from Badlapur, Umar Abdullah, and also from Ganderbal. In Srinagar, the national conference candidates are in fray. Similarly, in Chadora, in Char Sharif, you see candidates like Abdurrahim Rathar, and then in Gandarbal, again the Omar Abdullah is contesting. From Chanapura, we are seeing Altaf Bukhari in direct fight with Mushtaq Guru. And all these candidates have been making news because of their views on Jammu and Kashmir.
And that's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. Taking a break, back with the headlines at 7:30 and the debate at 8 p.m. on the Tirupati laddu controversy. We will keep our focus on that, and the big debate at 9 p.m. on whether Siddaramaiah can remain the Chief Minister of Karnataka anymore. Political face-off at 9 p.m. Thanks for watching.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.
Soar in the Middle East. Israel rains preventive strikes on Hezbollah dens. Here Israel's plan for the next phase of conflict, debating tonight at 8:40 p.m.
If your salary fails to survive till the month,
Welcome back. Good evening. For all these days, we have been calling it the Tirupati laddu row. But it seems it's a veritable scam because documents accessed by your network and shown in the bulletins earlier clearly show that the contract conditions were compromised just to make one company eligible, which in fact perhaps did not have the capacity to supply quality ghee for the laddus that were being made at the Tirupati Devasthanam for the prasad, thus compromising the astha of the devotees. All that and more. Let me get you the headlines first.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Tirupati laddu row explodes. Republic accesses explosive documents which show how YSRCP government changed tender conditions to favor one particular company.
He is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
Siddaramaiah issues first statement after the High Court verdict, calls it a conspiracy by the BJP and the JDS to frame him.
This is proof and evidence that the MUDA scam that Siddaramaiah and his family are beneficiaries of is a serious scam. This investigation is free and fair, that Siddaramaiah must resign immediately.
BJP ups the ante against Congress government in Karnataka, demands Siddaramaiah's resignation. CPM MLA and actor M. Mukesh arrested by the SIT in rape case, released on bail just within hours after arrest. Middle East remains on the boil as Hezbollah responds, even as Israeli raids kill 500 plus.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
All right, beginning with the breaking news development coming in connection with the NEET paper leak case. There is an update. This is in regard with the NEET paper leak case. Remember, we learned that Union Education Ministry has knocked the doors of the Supreme Court, where they have filed a petition. In the Supreme Court, the ministry has said that the top court should provide 3 more weeks to the committee formed to reform the National Testing Agency to submit the final report. Basically, the Education Ministry seeking more time from the topmost court of the country before it submits the final report on the NEET paper leak case. And of course, the earlier Supreme Court instruction that the NTA, National Testing Agency, should be reformed, restructured. Let's go to Harsha. She's joining us live, I believe, and she has more details, not patched. All right, we'll connect with Harsha in a bit. She's the one who's getting this information through sources that the Union Education Ministry, led by Dharmendra Pradhan, has sought more time from the Supreme Court of 3 weeks before it can submit a final report, which includes also a blueprint for the reform of the National Testing Agency. Remember, there were some issues with the NTA mechanisms which led to the paper leaks. Already a CBI investigation is on, and reports and arrests have been made, but then so far as the agency mechanism is concerned, that needs to be restructured as per instructions of the Supreme Court. Moving on for now, and the one big story we have been tracking for you, ladies and gentlemen, the anger over insult to Hindu faith is just getting bigger by the day. Today, in the documents that Republic has accessed, we'll show you how the TTD was, not the TTD, the AR dairy was favored by the YSRCP government, and because as per the tender document, clause 74, a minimum of rupees 250 crores turnover is required to be eligible to participate to send the materials to the temple. 250 crores at least one of the last 3 financial years, that was the tender. But then Later, the condition was changed. 250 crores was reduced to 150 crores, and thus the company AR Dairy got shortlisted despite not having 250 crores as its annual turnover. In fact, this comes out through a document of access by Republic from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and the AR Dairy did not meet that revenue threshold. The revenue was only 244 crores, and despite the shortfall, the company was allowed to be qualified. Now, in a fresh document that Republic has accessed, it clearly shows that the tender conditions were in fact tweaked. Was it done in a quid pro quo between the government or the officials at that time? Remember, the government has changed in Andhra Pradesh, and the company is something which is to be looked into. The present government in Andhra Pradesh, led by the TDP and the leaders of the TDP particularly, of course, are getting back at YSRCP and suggesting that this seems like a scam. Let's look at the developments.
In an explosive new twist to the Laddu Row, Republic has accessed papers showing irregularities in the awarding of the tender to the dairy firm for the supply of ghee. Putting the previous YSRCP regime in the dock, documents show AR Dairy was favoured to secure the contract for supplying ghee for making the prasadam.
It's the tender clause number 74, which talks about the requirement of 250 crore rupees. Now, that's the eligibility criteria put across in this particular tender document. AR Dairy does not even meet those criteria. 244 is their net revenue as per the documents available at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Despite that, this company is actually given the entire tender to carry out the supply of ghee.
The controversy around the Tirupati Prasadam Row refuses to die down as seers have come out in protest against the alleged adulteration of the laddus that are served to the devotees at the iconic temple. Hitting the streets in big numbers, the seers condemn the conspiracy to taint the Sanatan Dharma and offend the religious sentiments of a significant section of the country's population.
वो भगवत गीता में कृष्ण ने बोला था पत्रम फलम पुष्पम तुयम वो काऊ का घी का वो बोल रहा है वो कंटेमिनेट करके वो प्रसाद दे रहे हैं ये अच्छा है क्या वो मैं कलयुग में ये अच्छा नहीं है वो दूरस्थ लोगों को अरेस्ट करना है दूरस्थ लोगों को अरेस्ट करना है इमीडिएट करना है जो एक ऑफेंस करता है एक राउडी शीटर जो ऑफेंस करते हैं थोड़ी देर में 2 घंटे में पकड़ सकता है बट इतना बड़ा ऑफेंस किया है साधु लोगों को दर्शन भी नहीं दे रहे टीटीडी ने साधु लोगों को दर्शन भी नहीं देता है बट प्रसाद कंटेमिनेट करते जो भी उनका इच्छा से ऐसा ही करता है क्या ये अच्छा नहीं है वो तो पक्का प्रोटेक्ट करना है ये अभी ये गवर्नमेंट सीरियस से लेना है नहीं तो ये पंगा बहुत बड़ा बढ़ जाएगा देश व्याप्त कर जाएगा फिर बाद में तकलीफ में पड़ जाएगा सब लोग.
Meanwhile, even as former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy faced fury over the Laddu Row, Andhra Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan continued his temple run as part of his 11-day penance and purification ritual. The Deputy Chief Minister visited the Kanakdurga temple where he was pictured offering prayers seeking atonement for the alleged adulteration sin under the Jagan Mohan regime. He was also seen mopping the steps at the temple compound as part of a purification ritual. Earlier, an elaborate purification ritual was performed at Tirumala to rid the shrine of the taint of alleged adulteration under the previous government. The food regulator under the Union Health Ministry had earlier sent a notice to a dairy firm that supplied ghee for making of laddus at the shrine. A massive controversy erupted after Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu alleged that the laddus at Tirumala were adulterated with animal fat under the Jagan regime. Jagan, however, refuted the claims, saying the ingredients for the laddus passed all scientific tests. As the public outrage over the Prasadam Row continues, the pressure is growing on Jagan to own up to his sin.
Right, former Haryana Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who is also the present spearhead of the Congress party's campaign in the state, remember it's in the midst of elections, has promised that if the Congress comes to power, then the Shambhu border would be reopened and that the protesters would be allowed to go wherever they want to go. Obviously, they want to come to Delhi, and that is the reason why the border remains blockaded. Punjab and Haryana High Court has sought a solution and demanded from the government that it be opened. The government, of course, in this case, the BJP government in Haryana, maintaining that talks have been on and the farmers have to promise that they would not indulge in anarchy and not move towards Delhi and continue the talks rather than obstruct. Somehow, solution has not been found. Given the opportunity to the Congress to politicize the issue further, Hooda there promising that it would be open. Take a look.
As Haryana gears up for assembly polls on October 5, former Chief Minister B.S. Hooda has made a bold remark. The congressman seems to have made Shambhu border his poll plank. Listen to what he said.
हरियाणा में कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी तो मेरा प्रयास होगा सबसे पहले शंभू बॉर्डर खोलेंगे ताकि आदमी कोई रुके और किसानों को हरियाणा में जो है एमएसपी की लीगल गारंटी देंगे और पहलवान बेटियों के साथ जो हुआ उनको अब तक न्याय नहीं मिला तो इस वास्ते लोगों ने मन बना लिया है कि अब की बार कांग्रेस की सरकार.
Hooda's statement seems to be a clear attempt by the Congress to woo the farmers. Congress' 7 guarantees for Haryana polls includes a legal guarantee of minimum support price for crops.
Right now in Haryana, from the past 10 years, BJP is in power and Congress says that there is a lot of anti-incumbency against BJP and Congress is gaining on that point.
Polling parties have begun collecting electronic voting machines for the designated polling stations. This is in preparation for the second phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, which will take place tomorrow. Security personnel have been deployed across the region and vehicles are being thoroughly checked. A total of 26 assembly seats across 6 districts in J&K will go to the polls in the phase. A team from the Election Commission of India, led by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, held meetings with senior officials including IGs, DIGs, DEOs and SPs in Ranchi, Jharkhand today. The discussions focused on preparations for the upcoming assembly elections in the state, which are scheduled to take place this year. Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan met with farmers and representatives from the Farmers Union at the board meeting hall in Delhi. He emphasized that agriculture is the backbone of the country and that serving farmers is like worshipping God. A violent clash broke out in Muzaffarnagar after a dispute between two parties over reading namaz. The incident occurred when the imam of the mosque reprimanded a worshipper, leading to the assault. 6 to 7 men, including the imam, attacked the worshipper in turn, and the entire incident was caught on CCTV. The victim has filed a police complaint against the attackers. Former Haryana Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda addressing supporters said if the Congress comes to power in Haryana, they will reopen the Shambhu border. Hooda criticized the current BJP government, focusing on issues related to the farmer movement, injustice faced by wrestlers and law and order. Right, another breaking news development coming in on foreign policy front. Bangladesh's foreign affairs advisor in the caretaker government has once again denied violence against Hindus in his country. He said that any violence that has taken place in Bangladesh is being shown as violence against Hindus, which is not correct. He obviously was speaking on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly while in New York. He had earlier met External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who is camping in New York to make India's UNGA address, which is slated for September 26. Muhammad Yunus's minister denying violence on Hindus while in New York. Let's listen to him.
We should first of all come out of that narrative that a lot of attacks are taking place, etc., etc. Please read a report that has come up in BBC today or yesterday. Any violence that has taken place, some violence has taken place, let us say it correctly. Any violence that has taken place is being shown as violence against Hindu. This is not correct. I think the Indian media needs to come out of this hyping of this issue. We are doing everything possible for the protection of our citizens, and these Hindus in Bangladesh are our citizens. We are taking care of them. We should first of all come out of that narrative that a lot of attacks are taking place, etc., etc. Please read a report that has come up in BBC today or yesterday. Any violence that has taken place, some violence has taken place, let us say it correctly. Any violence that has taken place is being shown as violence against Hindu. This is not correct. I think the Indian media needs to come out of this hyping of this issue. We are doing everything possible for the protection of our citizens, and these Hindus in Bangladesh are our citizens. We are taking care of them.
All right, this is all we had in this fast-paced 7:30 p.m. live in breaking. After a short break at 8, join in with Shawan Sen as he has a conversation on the Tirupati laddu row, which is now a scam, as we show through the documents. Be back at 8.
Tensions soar in the Middle East. Israel rains preventive strikes on Hezbollah dens. Here is Israel's plan for the next phase of conflict, debating tonight at 8:40 p.m.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome to the future of driving. Recently, JSW MG Motors India launched the Windsor EV in the country with an industry-first initiative of Battery as a Service program. Now today, we are excited to introduce you to the MG Windsor EV, a game changer in the world of electric vehicles. Let's dive into what makes this stunning crossover utility vehicle a must-have for every modern driver. The low cost of ownership, experience and price. That's the number one factor. The MG Windsor EV has launched with an eye-catching price tag of just 9,99,000 rupees. But here's the twist. This price does not include the battery. Instead, the customers can lease the battery through the Battery as a Service model, paying only for what they use. Now, under this model, owners pay 3.5 rupees per kilometer for the battery usage. Now, for example, if you drive 1,500 kilometers in a month, that would cost you 5,250 rupees. Now, this approach significantly reduces the upfront cost of purchasing an electric vehicle, making it more accessible to a wider audience. The striking design is another factor. So, talking about the design, this design, that is of the MG Windsor EV, boasts an aerodynamic silhouette that not only turns the heads but also enhances performance. Its bold front profile, complemented by sleek LED DRLS and projector headlamps, gives it a commanding presence on the road. And with its plush door handles, this vehicle is all about elegance and innovation. The 18-inch alloy wheels provide great comfort inside the cabin and has great ride quality on offer. Now, at the rear, the design of the Windsor EV matches the front with a connected LED DRL and LED tail lamps. Talking about the boot space, it has a massive 604-litre boot space to store your luggage. Now, we shift our focus to the...
See, in one day we cannot change everything. People talk about, okay, when India will play World Cup,
why India is not playing World Cup, and then question mark. Whenever national team is playing, this question comes always in the newspaper or in Twitter, media, everywhere. So it's not about one day. It's about many nights which we have to work, and of course, supporters, they play a very big role. I think, if you see any Premier League viewership or any La Liga, I think there are many of viewers who are coming there from India. But when it comes to ISL, when it's come to Indian football, now, of course, now we are growing day by day, season by season, people are coming more and more. But this I have requested, even whenever I have got a chance to speak, that I have said that how you support Manchester United, how you support Manchester City and other Premier League teams, at least you have to give time to us also, to the national team, to the clubs. Of course, when you'll give time, we'll do good, because we also don't want to play in front of an empty stadium. We also need supporters, and football, those who know football, I think supporters are very important. They are like an extra motivation for all the players to do well. So yeah, it's all about coming together and have patience. In one day we cannot change everything. People talk about, okay, when India will play World Cup, why India is not playing World Cup, and then question mark. Whenever national team is playing, this question comes always in the newspaper or in Twitter, media, everywhere. So yeah, it's not about one day. It's about many nights which we have to work, and of course, supporters, they play a very big role. If you are interested in football, if you are supporting a team, I don't know if you see the European culture, it's different, because if your team is playing even a friendly, there are supporters in the ground. But only when we are playing big games, then the big crowd is coming over. But that's not what we need. We need, even in our tough times, when we are losing, when you are not winning games. Of course, you can criticize us if we are not playing well. But if you are there, even that criticism gives us that, okay, ye dekha, next time we have to do well. Next game we have to do well. When there is no one to say anything, sometimes that goes in the mind of the players. So yeah, like you said, not only in the big games, not only in the World Cup qualifiers, of course in the friendly games, of course through the season, even in ISL, of course we need supporters, bro.
Sensational revelations in Tirupati Laddu Rao. Special policy created to benefit few vendors. On whose behest was ghee procurement policy changed? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Premium smartphones, lowest prices per only on Big Billion Days. नाम ही काफी है यार, मैं बताऊं पैकअप हो गया यार, क्यों मेरे पीछे पड़े हो तुम?
You know, I was a bright student. I wanted to do something, to be someone.
Why not start something of your own? Start a business. That would require a big investment. Zero investment. Zero investment? Yes, I am doing it. I am? Principal madam. She's my client. I am an LIC agent. Now think big. Become an LIC agent. Visit our website or contact your nearest LIC branch.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
जन कल्याण के लिए संवेदनशील यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की प्रेरणा एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी मंडलों में स्थापित किए गए हैं अटल आवासीय विद्यालय। कक्षा 6 से 12 तक निःशुल्क शिक्षा ग्रहण कर रहे हैं श्रमिकों के बच्चे। अटल आवासीय विद्यालयों का संचालन उत्तर प्रदेश बिल्डिंग एंड अदर कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स वेलफेयर बोर्ड के तहत अटल आवासीय विद्यालय समिति कर रही है। विद्यालयों में एक और नई शिक्षा नीति का समावेश और रुचि एवं क्षमता के अनुसार बच्चों को किया जा रहा है शिक्षित। इन विद्यालयों में निर्माण श्रमिकों और मुख्यमंत्री बाल सेवा योजना से आच्छादित बच्चे सीखते हैं अनुशासन, आत्मनिर्भरता और जीवन कौशल का हुनर। शिक्षा का उपहार कर्मयोगी सरकार।
सारी छुर्रियां भर देती हैं, दीवार हमवार कर देती हैं। तो पुट्टी भर ले, हाँ पुट्टी भर ले।
वंडर वॉल पुट्टी दे एक परफेक्ट फिनिश। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
But I need some more. My crew gonna wipe the floor. You're gonna weep when I shut the door. Your antics make me bored, cause I just came around to say hello.
Motorola Razr 50. Flip the script.
Hello, Moto.
टिप चाहिए? पैसा लगाना है? तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा और मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Sensational revelations in Tirupati laddu row. Special policy created to benefit few vendors. On whose behest was ghee procurement policy changed? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for the debate.
Arnab, welcome you watching the debate with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, what is it about Hindu Astha that is always questioned, and why exactly shouldn't it really matter? Over the last few days, there has been a massive controversy over the laddus that are being distributed to the devotees of Tirupati. Questions were being raised whether at all this is now becoming simply a political vendetta. Is that the case? There is a larger question that is now being raised about whether at all it is time to free our temples from the clutches of a few, those who do not even believe in the Hindu Astha. That's in fact our debate number one, where tonight I come to you with exclusive documents to show to you how exactly Hindu Astha was really played with, and to benefit
just a few. The political class once again to be blamed. That's our debate number 1 at 8 p.m. And then, ladies and gentlemen, it's the new phase of war as declared by Israel, as strikes are now being carried out, targeted strikes that are being carried out inside Lebanon. We speak to the Foreign Ministry in Israel at 8:40 this evening. And at 9 p.m, it's set back for Chief Minister of Karnataka. Siddaramaiah's plea has been dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. In fact, the government brazens it out, saying that Siddaramaiah is not going to step down. That's the debate at 9 p.m. with my colleague Niranjan. First up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Republic takes the lead in Tirupati laddu controversy, where exclusive documents access nails the truth behind the adulterated laddu that was served to devotees. Documents show how tender conditions were tweaked to favor just one company. The question is there a quid pro quo?
So BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed.
It's a big setback to Chief Minister Sidaramaiah as the Karnataka High Court dismissed his petition challenging governor's approval for the investigation against him in the MUDA Scam case. Unrelenting, Karnataka Chief Minister says, "Why should I resign?" Israel unleashes its most widespread wave of airstrikes against hundreds of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, killing 558 people as the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah escalates. Displaced Israelis are at the center of military's rhetoric. We get you that big story with the first official response from Israel live on the debate at 8:40 p.m. tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Tirupati temple in fact has a daily footfall of around 65,000 to 70,000 devotees. On some special occasion, it crosses 1 lakh mark. Annually, the temple receives about 30 to 40 million visitors, which is 3 times more than 9 million visitors in the Vatican City. But when beef tallow and lard is found in the ghee that is used to make the Tirupati laddus, it is certainly not a case of political vendetta as alleged by the YSRCP. Some in fact have gone one step further, arguing that does it really matter and that it is being blown out of proportion. I say yes, it matters, ladies and gentlemen, because at the heart of this entire issue is the astha of the Hindus. It matters to those devotees who stand in a queue for hours put together for the darshan at Tirupati. It matters because it is no random adulteration issue. In fact, just a few days ago, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad recently expressed support for temples to be out of the brunt of governmental control. A special bench dealing with Article 26 of the Constitution opined every religious denomination has the right, and the Constitution also gives a right under Article 25. It was said a total of 4 lakh temples are under government control, but not a single mosque or church. We ask why? What's with this entire selective control of religious establishments? Is it now time to free our temples from government control? When questions were essentially being raised about mosques and churches, we said that there is no case of any sort of intervention. So why shouldn't that same law be applied as far as the Hindu temples are concerned? And why is it that few essentially believe that it is part of their wokeism to raise questions when it comes to the Hindu temples? Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that it is at the heart of this entire issue is the astha of the Hindus.
Every day, nearly 65,000 to 70,000 people visit the sacred Tirupati temple, with crowds peaking at around 1 lakh on some days like the annual Brahmotsavam. The go-to for millions of believers across the world with prayers and hope in their hearts. Recent allegations, fresh reports and official statements have put the spotlight on whether the Hindu faith was toyed under Jagan Mohan Reddy's regime. This has emerged as a matter of public scrutiny after Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu's scathing disclosures on the Tirupati Prasad laddu.
గీకు బదులు ఈరోజు స్వచ్ఛమైన గీదెమన్నాం, ప్రక్షాళన చేయమన్నాం. నాణ్యత పెరిగింది, ఇంకా కూడా నాణ్యత పెంచుతాం. అల్టిమేట్గా వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండడం మనందరి అదృష్టం. ప్రపంచం అంతా మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. అలాంటప్పుడు వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి పవిత్రతను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత మనందరిపైన ఉంది. ఇది కూడా చేస్తామని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా.
The Vishwa Hindu Parishad has called for temples to be brought out of the brunt of government control. Was Jagan indeed toying with Hindu faith? In a clincher exclusive, Republic completely exposed the quid pro quo in the tender scam. The required revenue threshold was initially set at 250 crores. However, AR Daily Foods, the ghee supplier's total revenue was recorded at 244 crores according to documents furnished by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The TDP also went on to claim that the documents accessed by Republic is just the tip of the iceberg.
The initial requirement for any company to participate in the ghee tender of TTD is that they should have a turnover of 250 crore. But after the YSRCP government came to power and after YV Subba Reddy was made the chairman of TTD, to favor companies like AR Foods, they have deliberately altered the tender conditions.
The question that comes to the fore, despite the 6 crore shortage in revenue requirement, why was the order given to AR Foods Private Limited? Republic also accessed another clincher document. Jagan, in fact, did make changes to the revenue threshold in the tender document. The revenue requirement initially set at Rs 250 crores was all of a sudden lowered to 150 crores, raising a shockwave of suspicion. Republic Media Network, the first channel to have broken the story, had earlier accessed an explosive piece of evidence or report by the National Dairy Development. Fish oil, beef tallow, traces of pork, all of these were used in the Tirupati laddus as per this report in black and white. To corroborate the findings of this report, the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam had also come out with an explosive statement. Here the double confirmation.
Animal fat that has come as an annexure, it took some time for us to interpret that. What is that S value? So many, you will be confused. By that day, I didn't have that expertise. We consulted experts later on and then we found that it has an animal fat also. We took some time to understand the report, especially the annexure 1 part, which is very clear now.
Jagan continues to insist on the aspect of political conspiracy against him, but Jagan also seems to deflect from whether the laddu was laden with traces of meat under his regime.
I myself am writing a letter to the Prime Minister, and myself am also writing a letter to the Chief Justice of India also explaining to them as to how Chandrababu Naidu has twisted the facts and why action should not be taken on Chandrababu Naidu for having done so.
Top sources say that a special investigation team has been formed by the government to probe further into the allegations. IPS officer Sarvashrestha Tirupati will be leading the team alongside Harshavardhana Raju and Gopinatha Jetty. As the demand for full disclosure to millions of devotees of the Tirupati Mandir grows, the question is, can a matter concerning divine religious faith of millions be brushed off as a political conspiracy? Was the supplier of ghee favored? Were the regulations tampered with? Big questions yet to be answered. Let's debate.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are some shocking allegations that have been leveled against the YSR CP. Tonight, I'm going to start with certain documents that have been accessed by us. There is a tender condition, and that tender condition essentially is that any company that is to perhaps participate in the tender process should have a revenue, a turnover of about 250 crore rupees. It turns out that AR Dairy, which was basically given that particular contract, did have a turnover, but that was about 244 crore rupees. And it's not just that. Someone perhaps has walked an extra mile and has actually changed that even further. And the TDP's Patabi Raman has made another allegation saying that it does not end with 250 crore rupees. It was slashed as per this document to 50 crore rupees. So ladies and gentlemen, just in a nutshell, we're talking about a company did not even fulfill the conditions and they were basically handed over the contract. Is that correct, Patabi Raman?
Yeah, Shravan, good evening. Absolutely. This is a classic case of quid pro quo. I mean, you change the tender conditions to favor one company. As you have rightly mentioned, AR Foods does not meet the criteria of fulfilling the condition of having an annual turnover of 250 crore. So to favor that company, you know, YV Subbareddy as chairman, he had signed a resolution which changes the annual turnover criteria to 150 crore. So they are caught red-handed. I mean, why were the tender conditions changed? It is not just the tender condition of the turnover that was changed. Previously, there was a condition that the company which is participating in the bid should have a minimum operational experience of 3 years. That was
I'll get that. Because I'm told, Mr. Patabi, I'm told that the YSR CP has vehemently denied the allegations that you've leveled after the Republic Newsbreak. But before I take this further, Mr. Patabi, I'll just request you to stay on with us as TDP's Chittoor parliamentarian, Mr. Prasada Rao, is joining us on this exclusive. Mr. Rao, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Tirupati Mandir basically comes under his jurisdiction. Mr. Rao, thank you very much. A short while back, a Republic Newsbreak has raised some very uncomfortable questions. It turns out that AR Dairy, as per certain documents that we have, was favored. They did not even fulfill the conditions. YSR CP says that this is political vendetta.
It is true that they have flouted all the clauses. In fact, as per the original tender document, it was 250 crores is the minimum turnover for the last 3 years. Later, they formed a committee and it was revised to 150 crores to suit the AR Dairy. And what was the intention then? When it was 250 crores, when they were not meeting the what's the purpose of changing the tender documents?
Mr. Rao, what could be the possible reasons? As per the TDP's claim that it is not about 250 crores. Your colleague, Mr. Patabi, says that there's a revised tender condition by which it was slashed down to 50 crore rupees. Why do you think AR Dairy was being favored to that extent?
It is clearly mentioned that, and a clear intention is shown that the minimum specification of 250 crore has been brought down to suit the AR Dairy. They wanted to take from AR Dairy whatever may be the reasons everybody knows, and they did it.
Now, what could be the reasons? Let's get into the specific of it, because the YSR CP says that this is political vendetta, saying that the samples that were essentially taken, the samples were taken during your period. And you took about several months put together to come out with the findings of this particular sample, and that's the reason why they say that this is nothing but political vendetta, Mr. Rao.
No, there are so many corroborative evidences. This is one of them. The balance, I have a tender document of the first tender document and the second revised tender document and the balance sheets of AR Dairy. So it is showing that they have corroborative evidence that prove that these people have done some mischief. And
you say corroborative evidence. I have not seen that. Mr. Rao, what is the corroborative evidence that you're talking about?
Yeah, the corroborative evidence is their AR Dairy's financial statements and the first tender document and the revised tender document. or where they have formed a committee and brought out the revised.
Mr. Rao, I'll request you to stay on because let's have the full picture here. Let's have the full picture here. Satish Reddy of the YSR CP, he's also the General Secretary, is also joining us. I want both the TDP as well as the YSR CP on our screens right now as we get into the specifics of this entire case. Mr. Reddy, question number one. As far as the tender condition are concerned, I have the document here. Beyond the claims that have been made by the TDP, are you denying the fact that the tender conditions were changed? Mr. Reddy.
Yes, some tender conditions will bring in better competition in the...
How is it that if you bring it down to 50 crore rupees that you have better competitive conditions?
Where are the tenders which were given by the competitors? Where are those tenders?
Can I just have the TDP and the YSR CP together?
Are you hearing me?
Mr. Reddy, go on. I'm asking you a specific question. Did you or did you not change the tender conditions?
Yes.
You changed it.
The tender conditions were changed, altered to bring in higher competition. If the EMI comes down, then you will have better competitors and the cost of ghee will come down.
As I understand that you have only one company that was favored.
To bring in better competition, we have brought down that criteria so that the
over
TTD will be
50% cut. You're talking about a 50% cut that was brought in.
It is not 50%. It is marginal. It is 150 crores. Turnover has been brought down. We never asked in the tender condition to bring down the quality of the ghee. Only the EMI was brought.
Mr. Reddy, are you hearing what you are saying? Of course, in the tender conditions, the quality of ghee is not one of the conditions. It is as per the functioning of the company. If the company's turnover has been brought down, you are basically essentially compromising with the quality in itself. The fact that whether at all the company would be in a position to be able to deliver that kind of quantity and quality.
It is to enable and bring better competition and to see that the best profit is made to the TTD. If you have better competitors, whatever money is saved, it is with the TTD. So our intention is to save and bring better competition.
Mr. Rao, better competition is the... Mr. Rao, better competition is the argument that has been put forth. They're saying what is wrong in it. We are only doing it because we wanted more competition in this entire matter. But the question here is that, the tender has been given to AR Dairy not once, multiple times if I'm not wrong.
No, wherever there is, this is not the first time. This is not the first time.
You want to bring down the turnover to invite more competition. Didn't you know that at the time of first tender? What was the difference between the difference of the period between first tender and second tender? See, first tender you have floated. When the AR Dairy has filed a tender, you found that it is not eligible. Then you have revised the tender. It is not to bring the...
So you are aware, okay, Mr. Reddy, I'll just, before I open up the entire debate now, I'll open up the debate. But Mr. Reddy, just give me a quick answer. You are aware of the fact that AR Dairy has already carried on with the bid. You are aware of it. Secondly, you are aware of the fact that your initial tender condition was 250 crore rupees, which would essentially mean that AR does not really cut off. That means that in order to perhaps bring them into competition, you decided to bring it down?
See, all this is with a malified intention.
No, I'm asking you specifics. You give me the timeline. How did it happen? Because as I understand, your initial tender condition that has been brought out here was very different than the revised condition. I have both.
No, kindly listen to me. Anywhere in that clause, is the quality of ghee altered? The quality of ghee is the same. Only thing is the tender qualification. If you have minimum turnover, then you will have better competition. If better competition is there, the price will come down and that will be a benefit to the TTD. So what is wrong in that? And is this the first time...
Mr. Patabi wants to respond. Mr. Patabi and then Mr. Patabi wants to respond. Mr. Patabi of the TDP wants to respond. What is wrong? Direct question. What is wrong, Mr. Patabi? They're saying that more revenue is going to come in.
Shravan, here today on national television, you have a confession from the YSR Congress party stating that they have changed the tender conditions.
That I said.
So, thank you, Mr. Satish Reddy, for confessing that you have changed. And also the second thing is, it is not just a turnover. Please listen, Mr. Satish Reddy. Please listen. Thanks for confessing honestly. And the second thing is, if you are so bothered, if you are saying that you have not compromised on quality, you are saying that you are not compromised on quality, but why have you changed another condition which says
1 minute.
that the suppliers should
Mr. Reddy, let me just tell you one more thing.
Why have you
you are saying your revised condition. Your revised condition.
Only 1 year
Mr. Patabi, just hold on. I have one more fact here. Mr. Reddy, you have also made another change. Condition number 21. As far as the quality is concerned, which I think so the TDP seems to have completely missed out. If the TDP has missed out, I think so Mr. Patabi and Mr. Prasad Rao, you should actually thank the Republic TV here. You have the tenderer initially, they made a condition that the dairy should have an operational at least for the past 3 years. That too was changed. Condition number 21 has now been changed. The dairy should have operational at least for the past 1 year. So from 250 or 150, because initially it said 250, then it was brought to 150. The last comes down to 50. Now, as far as the operations, from 3 years down to 1 year, Mr. Reddy. So what will it enhance the quality?
Will it enhance the quality? Less experience, less work in the field will enhance.
I'm asking a straight question.
I want Mr. Reddy to. I want. These are allegations leveled against Mr. Reddy's party.
Will he be able to deliver good quality? Why have you changed that condition?
Okay, Mr. Patabi, allow him to respond. Allow the YSRCP to respond. Allow the YSRCP to. There are allegations. Let them answer. They have admitted that they have changed the conditions. Fair enough. They've been honest about it. Mr. Reddy, congratulations for at least admitting that you have changed it. That's a fact. But the fact of the matter is that you asked me this question, whether at all the quality has been compromised. I believe yes, because if a company is operational less than 1 year also, you are allowing them to participate in it, then yes, you are compromising. Haven't you changed condition number 21?
Whatever earlier tests were there, while admitting the ghee into the premises of TTD, whatever mandatory tests have to be done, all that are the same. If the quality does not meet the required requisition, then the TTD has the liberty to cancel that. And this is not the first time. This is not the first time that the supply of ghee was rejected. In Chandrababu Naidu's regime, while he was the chief minister.
Mr. Satish Reddy, answer to our question straight. Don't beat around the bush. Why was the operational experience reduced? There is also one more clause which was totally removed. I'll read it for you, Satish Reddy Garu. Satish Reddy Garu, I'll read it for you. The dairy should have been collected at least 2 lakh liters of cow milk for the last 1 year. That condition was removed. It should have the experience of a proper.
Why do you
every day?
Mr. Reddy, you'll have to also, fix your audio line.
If Jagan Mohan Reddy is liable,
Mr. Reddy, I'm losing you out in between. Mr. Reddy,
can you confess that?
Satish Reddy, I'll just request you to fix your audio line also, because I'm missing out on what you're exactly saying. Let me also just open this up a little bit till the time we fix Satish Reddy's audio line. Sanju, there is a larger debate that is also emerging. While this appears to be just the symptom, the larger issue being that it also raises concerns about who exactly is controlling the temples in our country. For a very long time, the fight has been going on that if churches in our country are free, if mosques in our country are free, why isn't temples in our country free?
Thank you, Shravan, for getting me a tad late into the debate. But
I'll have to give a chance, Sanju, to the TDP and the YSRCP. The debate is about their condition and the fact that they have raised some allegations against each other.
Yes, I know that. Let me just make a quick rebuttal here, Shravan. First and foremost, hats off to Republic for being at the forefront of this entire expose. The most important point is this. CALF, the Center for Analysis, Livestock and Food. CAF is the multidisciplinary investigative and research wing of the NDDB, the National Dairy Development Board. CALF has clearly said that the ghee samples supplied by AR Dairy are adulterated. Then Food Security Body FSSAI has also said that the ghee samples supplied by AR Dairy to the TTD Trust in making of laddus, these were clearly adulterated and contaminated. So you have two high-profile bodies saying that these are not mere allegations, but there is good reason to believe that the laddus were contaminated and how. But the most important point is this. Were tendering norms flouted to make way for AR Dairy? Yes. Why was Nandini removed? Nandini, remember, used to supply ghee to the TTD Trust for making laddus, and between 2013 and 2018 alone, Shravan, they supplied more than 4,700 MTs of ghee. In 2019, they supplied around 1,170 MT of ghee, and suddenly, towards the later half of 2019, AR Dairy was brought in and Nandini was removed. Why? Nobody has any specific answers to that. Point number 4, was the turnover criteria tampered with? Was the revenue criteria tampered with to make way for AR Dairy? Certainly yes. The most important point is this. The total net worth of the Tirumala Tirupati temple is in excess of 2 lakh crore. Every year the revenue gotten by the TTD Trust is close to about 6,000 crore, out of which laddus alone generate revenue of anywhere between 600 to 700 crore. The reason I'm giving these numbers is to suggest to your audience that the TTD Trust never lacked money. Imagine having a net worth
that's
of
that's an interesting point.
Yes, just two seconds, Shravan. Yeah. Imagine having a net worth of 2.25 lakh crore, generating annual revenues from the sale of laddus to the tune of 600 to 700 crore, generating annual profits to the tune of 5,500 crore, and then saying we did not have money to pay to Nandini because they used to charge 800 to 1,000 rupees per liter of ghee given. Hence, we switched over to AR Dairy. I could have understood this mathematical excuse had the Tirumala Tirupati Trust been short of funds or there was a paucity of resources. But there was no paucity of resources. In the wake of this, why was turnover and revenue criteria changed or albeit lowered to make way for AR Dairy, which does not even have a profitable existence, at least when it started supplying ghee to the
There are
TTD
several
Trust.
concerns here. There are several concerns here, and I would like to juxtapose your argument with Mr. Reddy's argument. Mr. Reddy says that, look here, there is nothing wrong in it because that would have meant more revenue for the TTD, whatever extra money that they are making. But there is a larger concern here. Mr. Pularao, let me also bring you in. AR Dairy, which basically operates from Dindigul, and the fact that the Tamil Nadu government has not made any sort of response on some of these issues that have been raised. You've had the MD of that very company simply saying that there is no possibility. There's no possibility of animal fat, once again raising questions about the test reports itself. Isn't there a moral responsibility also on the Tamil Nadu government to basically look into this entire matter, the fact that this company basically operates out of Tamil Nadu?
Well, let me first of all make a comment. Everyone can poke their nose into this. Everyone has a right to poke their nose, and I'm glad the Tamil Nadu government also is not clambered in. Everybody is touting this issue. But I like the question you asked. Why are these temples not being given to Hindus? That's the question we should go on. That's Sanjoy.
Sanju, allow him to speak.
Sanjoy, you are the anchor. I listen.
Sanju, allow Mr. Rao to speak also. Let him make his point. 1 minute, Sanju. I'll request you to stay on. Sanju, you made your point. Let Mr. Rao also make his point.
Okay, you talk.
1 minute. Sanju, that does not work. That does not work. Because I'm wasting my time here. I'm not going to do this. Mr. Rao, go ahead.
Shravan,
go ahead.
Therefore, that's a very good thing you have raised. Why are they not? It's a great occasion. Even yesterday, I had an occasion to meet and debate with Mr. Patavira, and I raised this issue. If you really want the premier temple of India, use this occasion to free Tirupati. And you said, why are Muslims having their own setup? Christians. That's because Their religions are congregational. Every Friday they must meet, every Sunday they must meet. There's a certain organization, right from Vatican to Philippines to Kerala, the Catholic Church or the Protestants, they have their setup. Same thing with Islam. They look forward to Saudi Arabia, Wahhabis, whatever. Indian government or the Andhra government or you and me, you have to develop these protocols and say if you come up and if you do this, you hand over, release the temples. When you say release the temples, and I hear constant demands from the BJP saying release the temples in Tamil Nadu, they should use the same slogan, and I mean it constructively. I don't disagree with what Mr. Patabi or the Honorable MP has said or what Mr. Satish Reddy has said. There are arguments which are going on. They don't make silent in Andhra and Telangana. This is very unfortunate. You really are interested in the Hindu religion. Hindu religion, is in difficulties. Is in difficulties because of various reasons. There are other religions which, has become a competition on the world. Who owns God or whatever. Therefore, this is an occasion. The biggest temple, forget Sadhvi, mismanagement or corruption, whatever has gone on, I can't disagree or agree. If you're showing the path, this is a very good occasion. Of course it is.
Listen, and I've been saying this.
Managing it well.
Sadhvi Jayabharti, just to take forward.
1 minute, Shravan,
yeah.
Allow me 1 minute.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, we are debating on whether allegations are correct or not. If allegations are correct, what are the corroborative evidence? Let us not bring religious thing into the discussion, one thing. Let us not regional feelings into this discussion. Better we restrict to ourselves to these allegations, whether these allegations are correct.
There is Mr. Rao, there is a larger sentiment. Please do understand, there is a larger sentiment here.
This is a national...
of course it is, and hence it requires, we need to look at the larger picture here. See, Mr. Rao, I understand the compulsions that you and your party and perhaps the YSRCP would have to perhaps restrict this to about some of the irregularities, malpractices that were happening. But as a national channel, as many have been pointing out, Sadhvi will tell you, Sadhvi Jayabharti will actually tell you why many of us essentially believe that while the government has been talking about, doing away with the colonial hangover, I believe that this is also a colonial hangover. How exactly it all started, how exactly the temples in our country have come under perhaps the clutches of few. It was because of the British. And it is the need of the hour that we need to let that go. Let the temples be run by the Hindus themselves.
Yeah, can I speak now?
Sadhvi, please go ahead.
Yeah, I've been very patiently listening to this entire debate and the all these experienced people talking about what they've flouted and what not, and they're saying they're politicized. But listening to everything everybody has been talking, I'm not getting one single feeling that they are talking about a religious institution which is so much revered by the Hindu faith. I'm feeling as if they are talking about a corporation. They are talking about a business entity, about the turnovers, about the tenders, about how they are giving something to someone. Nobody has given one single impression that they have some devout feeling. And this government, which was previously handling this, the way they have flouted every norm because they have no emotional connect to the faith of Hindus. For them, it is just a business entity to be run. When will these governments rise up to the consciousness that Hindu faith is equally important? Somebody was speaking just a while ago. Hold on, sir. I did not disturb you while you were talking. I got my chance last, and I expect that I am given my chance to speak. I did not interrupt anyone. Have that much courtesy. I'm the last speaker on the debate as of now.
Mr. Reddy, allow Sadhvi Jayabharti to make her point. She's been patiently hearing. I think so. She's making an argument. Hold on, Sadhvi.
No. All these
Mr. Reddy, I'll allow you to respond. But there is, whether we like it, the politicians seem to be having a little discomfort when we're talking about, take away the power away from the politicians, give it to the people, let the people run the temple. I think so that basically pricks our politicians a little bit. Now, cutting across party lines, cutting across party lines, pardon me to all the politicians on this panel, I think it does affect, it does impact, because the larger picture is something different. And of course, as Sanju rightly pointed out, look at there is a business angle to it also. Sadhvi, go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, another thing. Now, somebody was just talking about a while ago that the Christian and the Muslim faith handle their own religious institution because they have a routine of weekly congregations. Come on. No, there is no need that a religious institution can be handled by the followers of that faith if they have a weekly congregation. It's an absurd argument. We know how to run our faith, we know how to practice our faith, and we would know how we would run our institutions. You cannot put a clause over it. And yes, it's not about colonial hangover anymore. It's about the richest places of faith are Hindu temples. You're talking of billions and crores, and that's the control over the power of that money and that institution where crores of people are coming. That this greed doesn't go from the politicians to let go of the control of Hindu temples. It is the control that they want. And somebody should come over, and every Hindu is waiting that, ever just before this Temple Endowment Act was passed, were not Hindus capable enough to handle their own institutions? We were and
just
we are.
The last word.
It's just that we are not coming on the roads and raising slogans. Had it been with any other faith, and I, for example, take
Mr. Reddy of the YSRCP wants to quickly respond.
And they will be on roads and thirsty for your blood. And just because Hindus are not doing it, you're taking us for granted? Absolutely.
Sanju, I'll come back to you. Mr. Reddy, make your point, and then
the gentleman was talking that there was sort of competition. You are a secular government. You have no business of running a religious institution in the name of profit. Just run it with.
Absolutely, I think so. That is where Sanju will have to respond. But Mr. Reddy, make a quick point. And then I'll come to Sanju. Sanju will have to answer whether the government is not.
It's not a quick point. I need a few minutes because all this time
you had your entire tenure doing
Sadhvi, allow him to speak.
And our leader. No, you have to allow me.
Yes, please go ahead. Mr. Reddy, please go ahead.
First of all of you have to understand one thing. Well, whenever you are procuring some material for an institution or for the government, the only process is open tender.
It's a temple, sir.
When you call for open tender, please listen to me, man.
Call it a temple.
Sadhvi Jayabharti, please allow him to make his point. Allow him to make his point.
Please listen to me. I'm patient when you are talking. The most transparent way to procure any material is to float a tender, invite a tender, and get the best prices. Because no one, please listen to me, man, and be patient. So this tender, in this tender, you use certain conditions, and the tenderer has to fit into all that conditions, and he has to supply the quality of material that we require. For that, there is a laboratory that is set up in Tirupati. They will check whether the quality is good or not, and they'll take only if the quality is good. Now, the question is this the first time that the quality of ghee has been rejected? Earlier also, Chandrababu Naidu was chief minister for 15 years. During his regime also, 18 tankers were rejected on the context that they did not meet the required quality.
I haven't seen a situation where one particular company has been favored in this manner. That also you have to admit, Mr. Reddy.
No.
Are you saying that Mr. Naidu had favored any one particular company? If that's the case, is there any evidence?
This point has been cooked up by Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP to malign the image of Jagan.
Let me get a quick response from Sanju and Patabi. Patabi, I'll come. Mr. Patabi, I'll come to you. But Sanju is waiting.
One question to Mr. Reddy.
Mr. Patabi.
One quick question.
I'll give you the chance to respond. Let's not waste time because I'm really running short of time. Sanju. Mr. Reddy, you made your point. Sanju, quickly.
Give me the chance over you.
Shravan, I have said this, last week also on this particular issue of the Tirumala Laddu debate, that this is not just about a business model gone awry, or about food contamination, or about adulteration of the laddus. This is about Hindu dharma. This is about our Sanatan Dharma's astha. This is about the fact that Lord Venkateshwara is somebody whom we revere, and this cannot be dismissed as just another food safety issue gone wrong.
No, I said that. I said right at the top of the. I said this right at the top of the debate also, that this is no random adulteration issue.
very quickly, one point to make.
Yeah.
You know, can you imagine, Shavan, that if there is a mosque and imagine we find out that pork is served there, or any of the dishes served in a masjid by a Maulana had pork lard or pork fat, you know, all hell would have broken loose. But look at us Hindus. We are still so tolerant despite knowing that beef tallow was perhaps used while making these laddus. We are still having a same debate on a very sensitive
Sanju,
issue.
I'm really running short of time.
Hindus need to be lectured.
Okay.
Hindus don't need any
Ladies and gentlemen.
lecture from pseudo-secularists. That's very
One quick
clear.
question.
Okay.
But at the same time, we need to call out the bluff of the Jagan Reddy government, which flouted every
Mr.
rule
Patabi,
in the rule
Mr. Patabi wants to make a quick response.
in order
Go
to
ahead.
run more profits.
Go ahead, Mr. Patabi, because I have a special guest coming up in a short while from now. Patabi,
Sanju,
please go ahead.
allow me, Sanju. Yeah, one quick question. Mr. Satish Reddy, you have finalized the price of ghee from AR Foods at 319 rupees. So are you saying to the entire nation today that for 319 rupees, you want the entire nation to believe that you will get pure cow ghee? Say yes or no.
Whatever they have quoted, it is subjected to the quality. The quality measures are to be taken by the TTD.
No, just 19 rupees, you will get pure cow ghee. At 319 rupees, you are saying you will get pure cow ghee. You want
Mr. Patabi, I think so. This is a debate. This is something that requires further elaboration also. Mr. Patabi, I'll let you go because I have a guest also waiting in right now. Mr. Prasad Rao.
If the quality is maintained.
Okay, Satish Reddy, go ahead, make your point. Go ahead, make your point, and then I'll get in Prasad Rao.
Mr. Patabi and others have to know one thing. If there is a philanthropist who wanted to supply ghee at a lesser price, what should we have done for that? There are so many philanthropists.
Simply he cannot say that it is a qualified intention. They are making a and all. It is not correct. See, when we are talking,
it is 100% correct, sir. It is 100% correct.
You should come up with valid reasons. Valid reasons.
This issue has come up. This
was never about profits to start with. This was always about Sanatan Dharma. But at the same time, we need to call out the wrath of those who are rampant contamination and adulteration at the laddu prasadam at the Tirupati temple. So while freeing Hindu temples is the larger debate, that's the larger issue, let us not forget to call out the bluff of the Jagan Reddy government. Jagan Reddy is a crypto-Christian. Jagan Reddy's uncle Y.V. Subba Reddy, who was heading the TTD trust, is a crypto-Christian. Jagan Reddy's sister Y.S. Sharmila is a crypto-Christian. Jagan Reddy's mother Vijay Amma is a crypto-Christian. Can you imagine an entire bunch of crypto-Christians were running the Tirumala Trust under the aegis of Jagan Reddy? Have you ever seen a Hindu running a masjid or a mosque or a church? You will never find that. It cannot be a one.
Okay, can I just have one final word? Mr. Reddy and Mr. Rao. Mr. Prasad Rao, I just want a quick question from you also. You need to clarify this. There is a possibility, as per this particular report also, Mr. Prasad Rao.
Yeah.
It is not final. As far as the samples are concerned, there is a possibility of false positive results under various circumstances. Now, this is what the report also makes a mention. And there is a list of about 8 issues there. So are you absolutely sure? And if you are so very sure, why don't you hand this over for a further investigation rather than sitting on it?
Exactly.
See, there is a allegation made regarding ghee adulteration. One thing.
You give it to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Let them look into it. Let there be an impartial inquiry into it. Because, Mr. Rao, I think so this issue goes beyond political mudslinging.
It went already beyond political. We are trying to say there is a dairy development board report, which is valid report. And in the corroborative thing, what they did, also we are trying to say there is a tender document that has been altered. There is a turnover that has been reduced. There is experience that has been reduced. These are all corroborative evidence. This is what we are saying. And
gentlemen, I'm really running short of time. Mr. Reddy.
Final report.
Okay, Mr. Reddy.
Yes.
Mr. Reddy.
Sir, one thing.
Just 10 seconds. 10 seconds, and I need to wrap up.
The one thing what this nation have to know is when these tenders have been floated, when the ghee has been supplied, the executive officer told that ghee has not been taken, that has not been consumed. So there is no question of laddu contamination, number one. Number two, even if there is a contamination, any responsible chief minister, he will not let down the sentiments of the Hindus before proper investigation, before proper knowledge. Now this chief minister, this present chief minister, please listen to me, ma'am.
Sanju, I'll give you the chance. Sanju, I'll give you the chance. Just let him make his point.
Please listen to me.
Sanju, just allow him to make his point. Just allow him to make his point.
Why was Nandini removed? Why are tendering now?
Sanju, allow him to at least make it. He's trying to respond.
Revenue and turnover now.
This is not the proper way. No, this is not the proper way. Please
have any experience to
Sanju, please hold on. Allow him to at least respond.
Nandini from the entire
Allow him to respond. I got your point. Nandini is also something that they will have to answer. Mr. Reddy, go ahead. Make your point.
Yes, if there is a proper responsible chief minister,
what was the need to compromise on quality?
Confusing the sentiments
there was no shortage of resources. There was no shortage of financial capital. Why then did you play with the asta of Hindus? Why did you play with the asta of Sanatanis?
When you are making the allegation, hear the reply. Without hearing the reply, how can you shout like this?
Why did you deploy AR Dairy? Why did you remove Nandini? How can somebody supply ghee at the rate of 300 rupees a litre when good quality ghee comes at nothing less than 1,000 rupees a litre?
Don't disturb me while I'm speaking. Please allow me to make my point. Don't disturb me while I'm speaking.
Sanju, please allow him to make his point. Otherwise, we're not being able to hear him out.
Quality milk.
Okay, Sanju, you've made your point. Allow him to respond to your question.
If there is a responsible chief minister, the first thing he would do is he will not let down the sentiments of the Hindus by spreading such a false rumor. The first precaution is to take is he has to see that action has to be taken on any authority who has allowed this to happen. Has he done that? 2 months of time has gone by. What is the action he has taken?
Y.V. Subbareddy, his uncle, who mismanaged the affairs of the Tirumala Trust.
Your duty is not
Did Jagan Reddy blacklist AR Dairy?
Okay.
It is the current state government which has blacklisted AR Dairy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it is
gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm ending this here. I'm ending this here because we're getting in some more breaking news. Sanju and Mr. Reddy, thank you very much. I need to wrap this up. We're getting in some more breaking news now coming in. We'll be shifting our focus onto what's really happening currently in Lebanon, as Israel has unleashed its most widespread wave of airstrikes against hundreds of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, killing about 558 people. Israel has now called this the new phase of war. Joining us on the broadcast is the IDF's Colonel Oliver. Colonel Oliver, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, your government says that this is a new phase of the war that has begun. You believe that the focus should now be shifted from Gaza to Lebanon. Could you please elaborate?
First of all, I'm very honored to speak to media from India. It's the first time for me, so thank you very much to have me in your program. It's very important. I want just, if I may, a little bit to give you the general context. On the 7th of October, last year, we have been attacked by Hamas terrorist group who perpetrated a massacre in Israel. 1,200 people have been killed, women have been raped, and then we had to start the war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The next day, on the 8th of October, without any provocation, Hezbollah, Shiite terrorist army from Lebanon, supported by Iran, attacked directly Israel from Lebanon, throwing rockets, missiles, and until today we have been attacked day after day, and that produced actually the evacuation, forced evacuation, of more than 60,000 people in the northern part of Israel. Just to make it clear for you, we are a very small country, very, very small, very tiny country. And when the north is evacuated, when the south is attacked, we are almost losing everything. So we have to be very...
Colonel...
One moment, please. I know, 1 moment, please. During this year, we hoped that for with political and diplomatic means, it could be possible to find a solution, an arrangement with Lebanon. But it was not successful, and at the end of the day, as a sovereign state, we have the right, the self-defense right, to attack and to rip off from our border this threat. That's why the last week and the last 2 days, we have actually launched a military campaign against Hezbollah.
Colonel Oliver, I want to ask you a specific question before I also bring in Mr. Alex Gander of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Colonel Oliver, in terms of the specific targets that you're looking at right now, this skirmish was been going on for quite some time. Why now? Do you believe that your targets have been identified and these targets pose a grave threat to Israel at this point in time? I'm asking because of the timing of this entire war.
I understand, and any question is very good. So thank you for the question. What you are calling skirmish is actually what we call in English leak, low intensity conflict. But it is, as a matter of the fact, on the bottom line, it is a war, a real war, because the rockets are launched every day against Israeli people, civilian communities, farms, kibbutzim, moshavim, who are actually farming centers in Israel for many years, and people cannot live there. Cannot live there. So after 1 year, I think, after 1 year, we gave time enough to Lebanon and to Hezbollah to think, do they want to continue to attack Israel and to pay the price of a reaction, or they think that Israel is capable to suffer day after day attacks without reaction? No state in the world, I'm telling you, no state in the world can accept attacks day after day without reaction. It was the reason of this offensive, and I want just to define it. It is a real offensive, but it is an offensive in the context of self-defense.
Self-defense, I would like to elaborate. I would want you to elaborate a little bit on that. But before that, let me just get a quick word also from Alex Gandler. Mr. Gandler, your government has largely argued that this is a new phase of the war. Largely, the kind of pressure that Israel has been facing, particularly from the West, that look here, you need to work towards a ceasefire. It seems that you've escalated this. The need of escalating at this, what was the rationale behind it? The thought behind taking the war to the next level?
Okay, shalom. Thank you for having me. As you can see, I'm here in Jerusalem. I think the term escalation from Israel is not the correct term. The escalation came from Hezbollah. During the last several weeks, we've seen an escalation from Hezbollah shooting rockets at northern Israeli cities and towns and villages. Hezbollah has perpetrated terrible acts against Israelis, killing 12 children just a few weeks ago. The decision to go out and attack in Lebanon, attack against Hezbollah, is in order to bring more than 60,000 Israelis back to their homes. 60,000 Israelis have been displaced from their homes for the last 11 months. This war did not begin this week or last week. It has begun on October 8th when Hezbollah struck Israel completely unprovoked right after Hamas, one of the other Iranian proxies, struck Israel. If you look at the whole situation by itself, it's not just Hamas or just Hezbollah or just the Houthis in Yemen or Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq. We're talking about an all-out war that is waged by Iran on Israel, encircling Israel with this ring of fire, attacking Israelis, civilians for almost a year now. We're getting close to the October 7th anniversary. You need to understand this is not new. Okay. The fact that we're speaking now is because Israel has decided to put a stop to this escalation by Hezbollah.
Colonel Oliver, if you had to elaborate on the threat that looms large over Israel at this point in time, could you elaborate what has really changed? How exactly has the Hezbollah been armed over the last few weeks?
Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, is the biggest terrorist army in the world. I want to be the biggest terrorist army in the world. Full equipped, armed, financed by Iran, like just said the diplomat from Jerusalem. And this group as weapons like a regular army. I even can tell you, because I know the figures, that Hezbollah has more missiles than most of the European armies, regular armies in Europe, except Germany, Britain, and France. But 200,000 missiles, long-range missiles, cruise missiles, and as a matter of fact, the intention of Hezbollah, like the intention of Hamas, because of Iran, is to destroy the state of Israel. So we are facing an existential threat, and the intention is there, the weapons are there, the political support from Iran is there. So we have two possibilities: to wait and to be attacked, or to initiate. After 1 year, I think that we have the right to initiate. But again, I don't want to be neither apologetic, neither a victim, because Israel is a small country, but a very strong nation. And I think that we are also one of the only democracies in this region. And as a matter of fact, we respect the international law, we respect democratic values, we respect ethics, but we also respect life and also the right to defend our women, our children, our elders. You know, I'm sometimes surprised by reading the press because they are talking about the other side, like we are not paying the price of victims, of dead, of wounded. You know, in this war has been imposed on Israel. And when you see the number of weapons in Lebanon, a state without government, without clear government. One moment, please, just 1 point. No, there are problems for medical assistance, but there are plenty of money for weapons, like the same issue in Yemen. And just 1 point, Iran, where Iran is, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in other places in the world, it's chaos, it's distortion, it's destabilization. And Israel has the right and will continue to fulfill this right of self-defense until when? Until the population of Israel is able to come back, to return to their homes fully in peace and in serenity. Without this achieved goal, we'll continue to strike Hezbollah. We are not in a war against Lebanon. Just 1 point, last point. We are not in a war against Lebanese people. Like we are not in a war against Palestinian people. We're in a war against Hezbollah in Lebanon and against Hamas in the Gaza Strip.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on the debate tonight and putting this into perspective as to why exactly Israel essentially believes that it is time to act, particularly from the threat emanating from the northern borders. That's all that we could pack in this edition of the debate. On the other side, a big setback for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Will he step down? That's the big question. Debating tonight at 9 p.m. with my colleague Niranjan.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Director, the taste of success.
2 cappuccinos to go.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for the debate.
Thank you for joining us on the debate. Arnab will be back soon. My name is Niranjan and I'm filling in for Arnab Goswami. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks back, Republic TV broke the MUDA files. In fact, I have the entire MUDA files with me. Runs into roughly about 300 to 400 pages. A 24-year document trail that we broke, document by document, more detailed on Republic Kannada, but we broke the clincher here on Republic TV with Arnab asking 10 questions to Siddaramaiah. This was about 3 to 4 weeks back. Sidaramaiah went to court challenging the fact that the governor had given him sanction to be prosecuted. He challenged the investigation, but he's received a jolt. He will have to be investigated. Why would a sitting chief minister be wary about an investigation? And now that he will be investigated, can he remain the chief minister? That's our big debate tonight. Here are the headlines. Siddaramaiah will be investigated. He cannot block the investigation. The MUDA scam is back to haunt him. The Congress party jolted in Karnataka, which it deemed as a model state. Will Siddaramaiah now resign after the jolt from the High Court? He will be investigated, but the question is, as the Chief Minister, will he oversee the investigation by a body which he overlooks? And will he oversee the investigation on himself? It's conflict. Will he have to step down? Tirupati laddu controversy gets bigger. Republic TV accesses key documents that shows tender requirements tweaked by the YSRCP government under Jagan. Situation tense as Israel bombards Lebanon. Over 600 killed in the bombing so far. It's a case study for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. In the age that we live in, it is a case study. And the case study is as follows. In the year 2004, you spend a little over 5 lakh rupees. So you spend 5 lakh rupees, and in 20 years or lesser than that, 5 lakh rupees becomes 64 crore rupees. In the words of the Chief Minister, the value of the property, the prime allocation that he got in his wife's name is valued at 64 crore rupees or more. So how does 5 lakh rupees become 64 crore in less than 20 years? A question that we all need answers to. Siddaramaiah will be investigated in the MUDA scam. But the question is, can he remain the Chief Minister as he is investigated? Take a look at the story so far today.
Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji to resign from the post of Chief Minister immediately.
Kumar Swami Rajinama Kotidara. He is not involved with any scam. It is a political conspiracy by the BJP.
It needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially.
We will face them politically.
In the biggest legal blow yet for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka High Court has rejected Chief Minister's plea upholding Governor's sanction for prosecution against him in the explosive MUDA scam. The single judge bench has ruled that the evidence against the Chief Minister is too serious to ignore. The court said that there is enough material in the public domain demanding a full-scale investigation into the alleged multi-crore land allotment scam. The verdict comes after a major expose by your channel unraveling a decade-long paper trail showing how Siddaramaiah and his kin secured sweetheart deals in the alleged MUDA scam.
The story starts in 1992 when a preliminary notification is made public to notify land. That's where the story begins. Sidaramaiah is nowhere in the picture. That's until 1997 when a farmer steps forward and he claims the land is his. 5 years after the nature of the land is faked, Siddaramaiah's wife enters the picture. She simply gifted the land, and they even lie about the nature of the land, calling it agricultural land. And this is at a time when there's a paper trail being created calling it agricultural land, while on the ground, the land in question has been developed and sold already as plots. Imagine this, sold as plots but fake trail created as agricultural land. Interestingly, this was at a time, the gifting of the land was at a time when Siddaramaiah himself was asking for Yediyurappa's resignation over a denotification scam.
Unfazed by the mounting pressure, Siddaramaiah has now moved to Supreme Court, challenging the High Court's decision to uphold the governor's green light for prosecution. The Chief Minister has called the case a conspiracy aimed at toppling the Congress government in Karnataka. When questioned about calls for his resignation, Siddaramaiah hit back, stating he will not step down and that he is prepared to face this politically.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed. ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ? ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಬೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರಪ್ಪ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ರಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಕೇಳೋದು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಬಿಡು. ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಫೇಸ್ ದೆಮ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ.
Meanwhile, the BJP has pounced on the opportunity, going all out against the Siddaramaiah government following the High Court's verdict. The party has intensified its demand for the Chief Minister's resignation. The BJP, turning up the heat, has demanded not just Siddaramaiah's immediate resignation, but a full-blown CBI investigation into the alleged scam.
Today, the respected High Court has clearly said in its verdict that the governor's action was clearly as per the law. So the High Court judgment clearly indicates the prima facie the Chief Minister and his family are involved in this corruption scam, and we as the Bharatiya Janata Party, we have been demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister from last 2 months in the same MUDA scam.
The MUDA is always involved in such scams. It needs to be investigated thoroughly and impartially. To conduct the investigation impartially, Siddaramaiah needs to be resigned.
Chief ministers across opposition-ruled states have bowed to the law, stepping down while under probe. But Siddaramaiah seems to be clinging to power. Kejriwal resigned after securing bail in the liquor scam. Hemant Soren stepped down over a land scam and returned post-bail. Now, after losing his legal battle in court, the BJP is demanding that Siddaramaiah must follow suit, vacate the Chief Minister's seat and allow a free, uncompromised investigation into the alleged MUDA scam.
On top of the debate this evening, I have two very esteemed panelists joining us on the Karnataka debate. I have Tejasvi Surya, who is a member of Parliament, Bengaluru South, joining me First up, along with Jagadish Shettar. Jagadish Shettar is the former Chief Minister of Karnataka and also a BJP MP. I'll start with Mr. Shettar and come to you, Tejasvi. So, on the question of propriety, Mr. Shettar, you cannot be the Chief Minister and the Chief Minister to whom the SIT reports, the police reports, will then investigate the Chief Minister, and you as the Chief Minister will be overseeing the investigation on the Chief Minister. It's clear conflict of interest. On grounds of propriety, should Siddaramaiah step down?
When they alleged so many things, when Honorable Governor has given prosecution sanction, at that time they criticized a lot of things against the Honorable Governor. And apart from that, they criticized politically against the BJP and central government also. Now, they challenged the order of the Honorable Governor before the High Court of the Karnataka, and now after a long hearing, even senior counsels from the Delhi, they also argued a lot of things in favor of the Sidaramaiah. After all arguments, now Honorable High Court has given the verdict and upheld the whatever the order passed by the Honorable Governor. Being as an advocate, practicing advocate, Sidaramaiah ought to know the basic laws, basic rules of the judiciary. When there is a clear-cut case, even in the observation of the High Court judgment, that a prima facie case is proved, when allegations against Siddaramaiah regarding a MUDA scheme, he is talking everything except MUDA case. If you see in the assembly, when the adjournment motion put up by the BJP, he has not at all given opportunity to hearing to allow the debate in the assembly. He has not answered. And the next day, he called the press conference. He gives all the answers in the press conference. It is the attitude of the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Because of this attitude, and there is a verdict, there is a judgment from the Honorable High Court, then there is, when investigation is going on, when a complaint is going to appear before the representatives court, and court will definitely ask the investigation authorities to start the investigation. Then the investigation authority, once it started, they have to file the FIR against the Chief Minister. And who are the authority officers? They are working under the Chief Minister. How independently, impartially, they can investigate. So, only the need of the hour is Siddaramaiah has to resign for this post and allow the investigation officers to impartially investigate it.
Absolutely. Point taken. Tejasvi, you're a lawyer, and Mr. Shettar made a point that Siddaramaiah himself, being a lawyer, has made very fundamental mistakes, legal mistakes in this particular case. Now, the court has said, and I have a summary of the findings mentioned in the court order, and I quote, the court says, facts narrated in the petition would undoubtedly require an investigation in the teeth of the fact that the beneficiary of all these acts is not anybody outside, but the wife of the petitioner. I'm not getting into the facts of the case. We know a scam is a scam is a scam. But how damaging is this for the Congress party? Tejasvi.
Sir, I would want to make 3 points here. First, the High Court has pronounced a very reasoned order. It's a very detailed order. And in the judgment of the court, it is made abundantly clear that the order of according sanction to prosecute the Chief Minister by the Governor does not lack application of mind. But the court goes a step further and says that this is a case of abundant application of mind. So the fact that the campaign or the propaganda that the Congress and the Chief Minister's circles did, that the Governor has hastily passed this order without due application of mind, has been rejected at the threshold by the court. Second, the court also makes a very important observation regarding the complicity of the Chief Minister and his family members in the alleged irregularities and the alleged scam. He says the Chief Minister cannot run shy from investigation because the allegations are serious and the allegations concern his immediate family. So this again is a very big blow to the Chief Minister and his cohorts, which kept saying that this entire MUDA allegation was a BJP creation, and at even prima facie it doesn't stand the test of law. The third point is, you already mentioned this earlier. Now that the sanction has been accorded, the course of law will take its, the law will take its own course, and an FIR will be registered and investigation naturally will have to take place. Whether it is the SIT or whether it is the local police, they will now have to conduct the investigation under the aegis of the Chief Minister. They will have to report the investigating findings to the Chief Minister himself. Natural justice, fairness demands that you cannot be having investigating agencies that report to you investigate a crime that you are culpable for. And therefore the demand of Siddaramaiah, therefore the demand that the Chief Minister must resign and make way for an impartial and a fair probe finds merit. But the political culture today, unfortunately, after the likes of Arvind Kejriwal not resigning from their office despite being in jail for months, I mean, he has set new records of shamelessness in public life. So with such precedents that are being set today, one never knows what course of action Siddaramaiah will take. But it is our demand that, keeping in mind the fair probe, the needs of a fair probe, the impartial investigation into these very serious allegations, Siddaramaiah must resign and make way for a free and fair investigation.
Okay. Short question to both you and Mr. Shettar. Short question to you, Mr. Shettar, if you can answer briefly. You were in the BJP, you've been a Chief Minister, you went to the Congress, you returned to the BJP. You know how the Congress party functions, right? There have been several scams in the Congress government. I don't want to get into how many scams there have been in the last 1 year or more. Now, can the Congress dodge this one, given that the court itself has given an adverse order?
Definitely, Congress is a national party and they have to face in the national level. And so many allegations they are making every day against the Narendra Modi ji government, and so they are now answerable, and how they will to face in the national level. And I think when Congress Chief Minister on the prima facie case, and there is a verdict from the Honorable High Court, there is observation against the Siddaramaiah, then how to tolerate the Congress party? According to me, I think within a short period, they may also insist the Siddaramaiah to resign from the Chief Ministership. It is my experience. It is because of my political analysis.
Goswami, they were front runners, and now already in the last 1 month we've seen on Republic Kannada there are at least 7-8 people who've come forward and said, I want to be the Chief Minister. Some saying I deserve to be the Chief Minister, some saying I have the qualifications to be the Chief Minister. So has the race begun?
Tejasvi. Definitely, race already started.
Tejasvi, to Tejasvi, sir.
We see so many
can take that,
10 leaders, second line leaders already started.
Yeah.
If a CM, please.
Yeah, Tejasvi.
Sir, the race was always there.
Started.
The race was there even before the election started.
So many people, so many leaders.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, sir. Mr. Shettar, there's a little bit of a delay. So I'm just, with your permission, asking Tejasvi to continue. Yes.
So the race was always there. The race started even before the Congress party went to elections. There was a race on who is going to be the chief minister face of the Congress party. In fact, if you will ask the confidants of the chief minister, they will tell you that most of the documents regarding the MUDA scam came out thanks to the deputy chief minister's blessings. So you never know the kind of internal politics that is going on. I think with today's High Court order, DK Shivkumar will be a very happy man and will go to bed very happy.
Interesting times ahead. There's never a dull term for any government in Karnataka. Interesting to see if this government lasts its full term. Let's see. Tejasvi Surya and Jagadish Shettar, thank you for joining us on top of the debate. I'm going across straight to our panel. Surabhi Hodigare, BJP spokesperson, joining us live from Karnataka. TJ Abraham, who's the complainant, the first complainant in the case, live from Bengaluru. Pradeep Kumar, another complainant, was to join us, not with us live yet. I have TR Prasad Gowda of the Congress, Syed Aslam, political analyst inside the bus. Let me start with TJ Abraham. TJ Abraham, they called you names. They said you were an agent, you were a blackmailer. Eventually, you have won, right? And Siddaramaiah has lost in court.
I think para 53 of the judgment, there is an observation by the court which is very clearly hitting those people who made those allegations against me on their face. It's a slap on their face. I'm very, very happy. A paragraph has been dedicated to the attacks that were there on me and the way the court has felt how those attacks were baseless. Now, leaving that apart, coming to today's order, it's a fantastic order. It's a very reasoned order. I don't know how the Congress or the Sidaramaiah is going to overcome this. Now, they initially said the complainants were planted by the BJP.
Correct.
Including me.
Correct.
Now, next was the governor's office has become the office of the BJP. Now, today, when they say, when I heard the chief minister saying, it is a political conspiracy, are they now pointing their finger at the High Court also? They have no limits to pointing their fingers. Now they're saying it's the if the order is very clear, is it a political conspiracy against Siddaramaiah?
They have questioned the court in the past. They have questioned the court in the past. They have attacked the judiciary in the past. Mr. Abraham, they have done that. So
anybody else speaking about the court is okay. You are supposed to be an officer of the court. An advocate is supposed to be an officer of the court. He's supposed to defend the integrity of the court. He's supposed to uphold the integrity of the court. He's not supposed to question the court outside the court. If he has a problem, he can go to the court. He can bring it to the notice of the court. He can talk to the court, but not on the street. That's a very sad reflection of what is happening in this country.
Yeah.
Especially the chief minister, a practicing advocate he claims himself to be.
Yeah. I have.
Can I come in, please?
Just one
Can
second,
I come in on this?
Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute. I haven't introduced Sumansi Raman. He's also joining us on the panel. He's joined us late, so I'll just introduce him. And I'll get in the first response from the Congress party, TR Prasad Gowda of the Congress. TR Prasad, I remember when the first ever sanction to prosecute a chief minister happened, and I'll get Surabhi to respond to you. When the first ever, note came in from the governor's office for sanction to prosecute a chief minister, if memory serves me right, it was to prosecute Mr. Yediyurappa in Karnataka.
Yediyurappa.
Yeah. And he had to resign. And I think he did. He didn't claim political conspiracy, or he may have, but either way, he quit. Should Siddaramaiah quit? Prasad Gowda.
That Yediyurappa case is different. This case is different. This case is totally concatenated and done with all malpractices, just to
malpractice by whom?
Bring our chief minister into problem. One second. Let me complete. And with this judgment, BJP should not have to feel happy that fight is just begun. Fight is just begun, and they don't have to think they got the victory just because they got the this judgment in their favor. They don't have to feel happy because the fight is just begun. It will going to continue, and we are going to be victorious. Siddaramaiah ji will going to be victorious in this fight, and there is no role. This judgment clearly showing that there is failed to explain the CM's involvement in this MUDA scam.
How will the judgment? 1 minute, sir. Excuse me. Please don't confuse our viewers in prime time. This petition was to reject the prosecution, right? It was not on the investigation has not been done. So how can you prove guilt without that? Surabhi Hodigere, there's an attempt to obfuscate now, clearly.
Niranjan, the Congress party has joined the Siddaramaiah investigation team in allowing for clean chits to come out on the chief minister even before investigation. They call it a political conspiracy, but the political yes-manery that the Congress is now indulging in is a failure of the state, failure for the state. So we are happy today not because of a political point, definitely not. We are happy today because the people of Karnataka are seeing the true nature of the Congress party, which has constantly, always questioned institutions for their own personal gain. The whitener ink, sir, has run out. There are no more redos available to you. This is laying bare the fact that the chief minister, who has claimed that in his entire political career, I have not had any black mark, today is running from temple to temple because there is definitely that sense of guilt. Please do not spread misinformation. Priyank Karge, the fact checker in chief, I'm sure will come to your rescue. There is no pronouncement of guilt or innocence in this court order. This court order only quashes the petition to stop any investigation. If the Honorable Chief Minister is so sure that he has not done anything wrong in the MUDA scam, why not go in for investigation? Why not go for fair inquiry? When our Honorable ex-Chief Minister Yediyurappa ji was being questioned and was in the same situation, it was not a different case. It was a very similar situation where the sitting Chief Minister was under investigation, was to be inquired, and the CM said, CM said, I'm going to step down so there is no conflict of interest. Does Mr. Siddaramaiah have the moral authority that he has been so, casually proclaiming about? Does he have the authority or not to step down and let there be a fair investigation? I just want to make one point and I will end. Niranjan, there has been another case that Siddaramaiah investigation team, SIT, has been formed, the Valmiki case, where 187 crores has gone for election spending outside of Karnataka. In this case, although Chandrasekhar, the person who committed unfortunate suicide, has named the minister and said that he was responsible, the minister's name is not there in the SIT charge sheet. How can you expect a fair investigation by those who are reporting to this administration if this chief minister continues to be in the position of power, whether it's an investigation agency within the state or outside? How can you expect there to be a fair investigation? The investigation has to be non-biased, and if there is a conflict of interest, the CM must resign. That is our complete, view on this.
Yeah. I'll just bring TJ Abraham and then I'll get in the other panelists as well. TJ, one question to you. I mean, I've never seen a case, for example, the chief minister's wife was eligible maybe for 4 sites or something like that, but she gets 14 sites, right? And the most bizarre aspect is in one of the I'll let you explain that.
She was not eligible for anything.
Anything. Okay, she was not.
Let it be made very clear.
Correct.
Their family came into the picture in 2004. And according to Mr. Siddaramaiah's wife, in 2014, the first letter that she wrote to MUDA, in 2021, the second letter she wrote to MUDA, claiming compensation. Both those letters are loud and clear that MUDA had already taken possession in 2001. Then where were these people in 2001?
No, my question to you was, why did they use a whitener? Why is it that in a letter that the chief minister's wife has written, a key line has been erased using a whitener? Who does that on government documents? Should that also be investigated?
How did the document? No, now you go a step further. How did the document, which is supposed to be in the custody of MUDA, come to the possession of Mr. Siddaramaiah for him to show the torch and show what is under the whitener? How did he get the original document in his hand? It is not supposed to be in his custody. It is supposed to be in the custody of MUDA.
Yeah.
Who gave it to him?
Yeah, Syed Aslam is raising his hand. Yes, Syed Aslam. Even Arvind Kejriwal has resigned. Arvind Kejriwal has also resigned.
Yeah.
He is also let go of the chair and has given it to Atishi because he figured at some point you can't escape from the law, right? It's embarrassing.
So got the point. Niranjan, three important points which I want to highlight here. Now, it's absolutely laughable if BJP sitting on the throne of corruption, they talk about corruption cases against Sidaramaiah. Now, the phenomenon of washing machine has continued across the country, across all the parties. Anybody who joins the BJP, a corrupt leader, a super corrupt leader, whether it can be Ajit Pawar, whether it can be Hemant Biswa Sarma, or it could be Suvendu Adhikari, or any other. No, let me speak, ma'am. Or any other corrupt leader who's at the epitome of corruption.
Is happy to speak about Karnataka if you want.
Joins the BJP and the washing machine phenomena will happen. Now, the third most important point is, ma'am, so since ma'am is there on the screen, I would want to ask her one question. Ma'am, just to let you know, these MUDA site allotments have happened during Mr. Bommai's chief ministership.
Oh.
Do you think this
No. Factual mistake. Syed Aslam, I'll do one thing. No, don't. See, I want to, see, I'll tell you, I want to interrupt you there because, Syed Aslam, I knew you would come unprepared on the debate. But what I have done, see you see the thickness of this file. You see the thickness of this file. It's 400 pages. No, 1 minute.
I'll give you the fact.
No, wait. I know you made a point. I'm stopping you right there. I'm fact-checking you. You said the site allotments happened during Bombay time. No, they did not. Sir.
No, I will tell you.
Sir, wait. The sites were allotted a long time back in the early 2000s. Okay, they were allotted, sir. It was done over. I'll tell you who allotted the sites to themselves. I'll come to that.
Yes, please stand.
The chief minister's son, an MLA back then, also a member of MUDA, was in the meetings where all these politicians got together and decided to give themselves prime properties. Fact or fiction, Mr. Abraham? Fact or fiction, Mr. Abraham? I have a letter. I have the minutes of that meeting.
Two crucial meetings.
I have minutes of the meeting. No, you can't get away. Don't lie. Syed Aslam, I told you, don't come unprepared. I have the letter here. 20th of November 2010. 20th of November 2010. I have the letter here.
30 seconds.
Yatindra's who? Who is Yatindra? Who is Yatindra? I have his name. He was present in the meeting where the decision was taken. Who is he?
Niranjan.
Who is he?
No, you listen to me.
Who is he? Tell me who is he?
You ask me a question, let me
I'm asking you, who is he? Arey, naam bolo na.
You ask me
Designation bolo uska.
You ask me a question, let me answer. Niranjan, just for your information, whenever the site is allotted,
Syed Aslam, you should do homework. Syed Aslam, scams are a very complex subject. For political parties, it says he's a scamster, sack him. It's not. For us, no, when we report a scam, no, we have to go through every page, every document and report it very factually. So please be prepared when you come on the debate. It is not so simple. 1 minute, before you say that under whose watch the sites were given, let me also educate you, Aslam. Let me educate you. When he was the finance minister, in the 90s, the denotification happened. Hello, sir.
No.
This was happening 24 years ago. Calm down. When he was the finance minister, and then when he became the chief minister, and then the opposition leader, and then the chief minister again, there is a trail. There's a trail when he was in power. At every stage, there was one step forward taken to ensure 5 lakhs becomes 64 crore rupees. Okay?
I just have one simple point to make. Niranjan, you gave me you enlightened me with your wisdom. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll send you these documents as well.
I just have a simple point. Whenever the allotments are done, let me tell you, all the MUDA council includes members from all the 3 parties. Let
I
us
know.
not forget the fact.
I know, I said
MUDA
that.
Council
I said that.
involves members from all the three major
I
parties.
said
in
that. I said
Karnataka.
political parties come together. 1 minute. I don't think you heard me right. I'm repeating myself. In this letter that I have, minutes of the meeting where politicians came together from different political parties. One among them was Siddaramaiah's son, who decided in that meeting, along with the rest of the politicians, to tweak the norms and give themselves, to allot themselves prime sites. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, calm down, calm down. My question is now to Sumant Raman. Mohan, I'm coming to you. Sumant C. Raman. Suman, it's a very simple case, Suman. Very simple. I'll break it down. I'll simplify it. The court says, Suman, the court says, and I'm reading just one line of the order. The court says today, the facts narrated in the petition would undoubtedly require an investigation. In the teeth of the fact that the beneficiary of all these acts is not anybody outside, but the wife of the petitioner. Okay? The court has said that. Suman, can the chief minister remain the chief minister when the agency under the chief minister is probing the chief minister? Simple question, Suman.
No, I think it's very simple, Niranjan. I'm getting an echo, so please correct that. I think that people should go to the court and ask for a CBI inquiry. Very simple.
Correct.
Look, this is a bizarre case. This is a completely bizarre case. A BJP government has actually made the allocation in January 2022. And they are not being pulled into the case. Siddaramaiah is being pulled into the case. And, you know, I mean, it is some, I can understand if the inquiry includes all the officials of MUDA, the ministers who were in charge of MUDA, the chief minister of MUDA, the chief minister at that time, all of them should be in the ambit of the inquiry. Absolutely, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But why? This is bizarre to say that the allocation was made by a government when Mr. Siddaramaiah was not the chief minister. And that government will be let go. And Siddaramaiah will be held in the dock. I mean, it's amazing. I've never heard of anything.
I don't understand your logic at all over here. Everybody should be investigated and held accountable.
Who
and
made the allocation, madam? Which government made the allocation of the plot? Was it a Congress government? Was it a Congress government? No, it was made by a BJP government. Who was the chief minister? You go and look it up, madam.
Going on for about 30 years, 24 years. There is a petitioner sitting here who has gone to read the document.
Who gave the plot?
Can I put it in context? Surabhi, come in for a minute, please. Surabhi, I have a few dates. Sumant, I have a few dates. Sumant, I have a few dates. Just hear me out. I have a few dates which I think will put the debate in context. Yes, please hold on. Mohan, wait. Mohan, wait. Don't speak out of turn. I'm trying to make a point so that everybody hears it and responds to it. Sumant, taking your point forward, I'm adding some stats, like some facts in the case so that you will have something to debate factually. Okay? Mohan. And I'm telling you, Sumant, and then Mohan will respond to you. 2017, the allotment decision was taken during Siddaramaiah's tenure as CM. Allotment decision was taken in 2017. Wait. 2022, it was just the allotment that happened. The actual allotment happened during Bommai. But irregularities reported in MUDA to Bommai. Hear me out. See, you have to hear. Let me speak. Otherwise, no, you have to let me speak. Oh, you have to let me speak. I'm giving the timeline, sir. Sumant, hear me. Allotment during 1 minute. Hear me calmly. Okay, give me 10 seconds, please. Can I speak for 10 seconds in this show? 1 minute. Sir, I'm the anchor, sir. Let me speak for 10 seconds. Hold on. Sumant, hear me. Sumant, hear me. 2017 allotment during Siddaramaiah. 2022 allotment during Bommai, but irregularities were reported to Bommai. Bommai made a commission of inquiry in November 2022. Report came in 2023 October during Siddaramaiah government. Wait, Siddaramaiah is sitting with the report. Siddaramaiah has the report and he's not tabling it. Sir, hello, he's not tabling it. Am I right or am I wrong? Mohan.
Let me ask a simple question to Sumant C. Raman. What was the prayer in the affidavit of the Siddaramaiah and Manu Singhvi to quash the governor's order? What the High Court has given the order? High Court has given the order upholding that. Why you are not following that? Why you are talking nonsense from left to right and everything from everything? Listen to me.
You're
Listen
saying
to
a
me.
plot was
Suman
given
Siraman.
illegally to
Suman
Siddaramaiah.
Siraman.
I'm asking who
Listen
gave
to me.
it.
Listen to me. Listen
You
to
are
me
not
first.
answering the question.
Listen to me first. Listen to me first.
Sir,
Have the
your
patience.
government gave
Have
the
the
plot to him,
patience.
sir. Why are you
Prima
again hiding
facie,
that?
High Court has said prima facie. We have found that
Very
the
good,
petitioner
sir.
is involved.
Let the investigation
How you are
happen.
denying that? If he has got morality, okay, Siddaramaiah doesn't have morality. Does Congress have morality, Suman Siraman?
Sir,
Even they don't have
first
his
you
head.
tell me, sir.
They don't have his
I'll
head.
tell you what.
If the
File a
Congress
case,
High Command has
Supreme
got
Court,
morality,
ask for a
they should
CBI
ask for his
inquiry.
resignation
Let
first.
the CBI
It has
conduct
been
an inquiry.
rejected.
We'll
Let him
find
go
out
through
who
the
gave
investigation.
it, when
If
it
he
was
comes
given,
clean,
who are
if
the
he comes
officials,
clean,
who are the
I'm the
ministers
first
who
person to
polluted.
say, I'm
will see
first
that.
person to say namaste to him. As Yadurappa came out, let him go through that. Why you halla gulla for all this, Suman Siraman? The High Court has given order for
I am
investigation.
saying, please
Till
order
the
a
investigation
CBI
is
inquiry,
over,
sir.
let him
Ask the
resign.
court. Go
If he
to
has
court.
got guts.
Get a CBI
Mr. Bommai has
inquiry.
made the
Why
committee.
political?
Mr. Bommai has made the committee.
After all,
Listen to this.
after
Listen
all,
to this important one. Listen to this important
you
one.
should ask.
Listen
Sir,
to
you
this
should ask for
important
CBI
one.
inquiry.
Mr. Bommai
How
has
it
made
was
the committee.
given in 2022.
The committee gave the report, and the Siddaramaiah government, when it's in power in 23, why they have not acted on it? They are ready to act on everything. They don't have anything to say. Siddaramaiah prima facie is a accused one. Let the FIR happen, let the investigation happen, and then he will face the music.
Yeah, I want to 1 minute. But but he has a point.
Sumant, 1 minute. Sumant. He's not advocate
has
to
a
the
point.
country and to the
Sumant,
state.
1 minute. Sumant has a point. Mohan, wait. Sumant has a point because I believe that there are people from different political parties who have benefited. Okay, I believe there could be a case where different political parties, people from different political parties have benefited. Okay, Abbas
No,
has
different
spoken.
political parties without name.
But the problem is we don't know.
Don't have name.
Problem is, Sumant, that there is a report to this
No,
effect
tell
which
the
has
name.
not been tabled.
No, Niranjan.
There is a report to this effect which has not been tabled. There is a report, Sumant. There is a report. I want to get Abbas on that. There is a report. Why don't you table the report and go for an investigation?
Siraman.
Abbas, and then I'm getting Surbi back. Yeah.
From BJP.
Gentlemen. Wait. Mohan, wait your turn. Mohan, wait your turn.
The investigation go on.
Mohan, wait for your turn. Don't speak out of turn, please. It's getting noisy.
Whoever is accused, let them be hanged.
I've come for it's getting noisy. Hold on. Abbas.
It is not. He has been.
Sir,
Mr.
Mohan,
sir, I have
Mohan,
come
can you
40
please,
minutes
hello?
into the debate. Allow me 2 minutes time.
signed the
Niranjan,
file?
can I come in, please?
Who gave the
Yeah,
land?
just Abbas versus Surbi, yes.
Thank you, Niranjan. Firstly, Anna, let us understand that, yes, to my good friend Surbi, the BJP spokesperson from Karnataka. Ma'am, let me quickly ask you, are you even aware when was Yadurappa, there was allegations on him? In the early January. And when did he resign? Ma'am, it took 1,000 back-page evidence from the Lokayukta, and it didn't take him 1 month or 2 months. It took him 9 months after pressure from your party, your internal politics, protest, and then Yadurappa resigned after 9 months of allegation. Secondly, ma'am,
you made the point.
if Siddaramaiah is wrong, no, this is not fair. Allow me to complete my point.
This
This is not fair. Don't get rattled. This is not fair. I've come 40 minutes into the debate. Niranjan, this is not fair.
The resignation was
This is
right.
not fair. I'm not.
Is that what
This
you're
is not
saying?
fair.
So it's going to
This is not fair.
It's going to take the chief minister 9 months to resign. By then, DK Shivkumar's turn to become CM will anyway be possible. The internal squabbles in the Congress are already on the side.
Or is it only BJP people are allowed to talk here?
That in 9 months, CM Siddaramaiah will resign. Thank you for that clarification.
Niranjan Narayan Swami, can I get my
Yeah, I know
time?
my name. Abbas, I know my name.
This
Please
is not
tell me.
fair.
I know my name.
This is not fair. This is not
I know
fair.
my name. Tell me.
The point was that
I'm not allowed to speak. Only BJP
your
people
point
are
was that
allowed
he
to
should
speak.
resign
Okay,
earlier.
Surabhi,
right?
give him 30 seconds. Give him exactly 30 seconds. Let's see if he makes any sense for 30 seconds. Abbas, go ahead. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
If Siddaramaiah is wrong, please bring in the CBI. Please probe him. But the fact of the matter, what about your alliance union minister? What about Kumaraswamy? What about JT Devegowda? What about BJP MLC Vishwanath?
What about them? What about
SR
them? Okay,
Mahesh?
Abbas,
They're
let's
all
talk
part
facts.
of
What about them?
beneficiaries.
What about
They're
them? What
all
about
part of
them?
the beneficiaries.
What about them?
But nothing. Why? Because they're BJP allies. Only
Oh.
Siddaramaiah. Why? Why does the governor act only upon Siddaramaiah,
Abbas,
not the other parties?
Abbas,
Niranjan,
no,
Niranjan,
Abbas,
going by the point that
Yes.
Abbas just mentioned, going by the point that Abbas
Yeah,
just mentioned.
I'm coming to Mr. Abraham, I'm
Let
coming to you.
Mr. Abraham sir take over after. You said that, you accused Mr. Yadurappa ji of taking 9 months to resign, and I understand. Would you have wanted
So
to
why do you
put
ask Siddaramaiah to resign? Allow him at least 6 months.
No. Let me speak.
6 months for what?
You said you complained that it took him 9 months. You would have
And when
rather
did he
that
resign?
After
After 1,000 pages back
let them go.
Loka,
Let them and people will decide.
After
People will
1,000
decide.
pages back,
They have to elect that. They believe in
Siddaramaiah said that he has no black mark. He is somebody who is beyond any of these allegations.
He is.
The moral high ground he
Have
has
you
set
proved
for
anything
himself.
against
He
him?
should resign
Have you-
immediately.
I think we're
He
diverting from the
must
subject. 1 minute.
resign
We're kind of getting distracted from the subject. 1 minute.
He must
We're
resign immediately.
We're getting distracted from the subject. I want to bring in
But
TJ
facts
Abraham.
such as Syed
1
Abbas
minute.
will be more clear
Surabhi,
that
one second. We're getting distracted a bit. I'll tell you why. TJ Abraham was raising his finger.
I would like to clarify.
Yeah, okay, TJ, yes.
I would like to clarify on this.
Yes, go ahead.
There are two things that he mentioned, three names he mentioned. Mr. SD Kumaraswamy, GT Devegowda, and Yediyurappa. I will talk about all these three people. There is this gentleman was there on another channel, which I was there in the evening, and I explained the difference between irregularity and illegality. The case about HD Kumaraswamy and GT Devegowda getting sites is like, instead of getting it in A layout, they got in B layout, which is more sophisticated.
That is still wrong, sir. That is still wrong.
Please.
Wrong story.
Hear him now, Abbas.
No.
Abbas, don't jump. Hear
That
him.
is still wrong.
Abbas,
How
wait,
can
just
you
hear
get
him,
a
no?
better area? Only
Abbas,
because
hear
of
him, no? He knows a
politician
little bit more about the
Only
case,
because
yeah?
of the politician, you get a
Abbas, he knows a little bit more about the case than you. Hold on.
That is also wrong. You cannot get a better area.
That is irregularity.
Are you listen to him, no, Abbas? Why are you getting edgy? Hello?
They will not listen.
I am listening.
No, you listen to him now. 1 minute. I want Abraham to complete his point. He knows a little bit more. Hello.
Abraham.
Syed Abbas. No. 1 minute. I'm stopping you right there. TJ Abraham, complete your point. TJ, complete your point.
I'm talking to the anchor.
Yes.
You can talk
There's
to
a
the
huge
anchors or
difference
whoever.
between
That doesn't
illegality
matter.
and
You are
irregularity.
selective in your approach.
TJ and Prasad.
Siddaramaiah is a villain.
TJ.
But
No,
GT Devegowda,
Abraham, complete your point. I'm getting
nothing
TJ and
clean
Prasad
sheet,
on the
sir.
right side.
You give them
Prasad
a
of the
clean
Congress.
sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot give them a clean sheet, sir.
Now, what has happened with the allotment of HD Kumaraswamy and GT Devegowda was irregularity in allotments, not illegality. Here is a case of illegality in Siddaramaiah's case, where he has no right to even 1 square feet of land. Yet he gets 14 sites. The second thing is, Yediyurappa, the second time when he resigned, it was based on my complaint again. I'm telling you, nobody demanded his resignation. If you go back to history, very recent past, when the last time that he resigned on moral grounds. He did not wait for anybody to put pressure. Okay? Let's be fair to the old man who resigned on moral grounds.
Yeah, I'm getting Prasad.
I'm the complainant against him.
Yeah, Prasad.
I'm the complainant against him. And I talked to him.
Yeah, Prasad, see, all of you are in Bengaluru. I mean, if you take a rickshaw or a bus to Rajbhavan, you'll realize that there is no case in the other three
the people who are,
instances that you mentioned. Yes. Prasad, go ahead, make your point.
Yeah, the people who are demanding, these people are demanding CM's resignation, and on what moral ground these people are asking, and still there is no involvement in the CM's Siddaramaiah's involvement. They are failed to show. Court itself is failed to show.
Sir, then
and
okay, 1 minute.
They are taking judiciary. The central government itself is involving judiciary.
I just want to end by saying 1 point. I want to end by making 1 point. I'll end by making 1 point. In today's age, no, I want to know in today's age, TJ, I want to know in today's age how 5 lakh rupees, how 5 lakh rupees becomes 64 crore rupees. I want to know how 5 lakhs becomes 65 crore rupees. And I also know one more. And you know what? You spoke about morality, Mr. Prasad. Mr. Prasad, you're sitting there and you're waving your hands, right? You're waving your hands. No, you're waving your hands at me. Let me make you up.
The whole system.
Sit down there, man. Useless fellow. Sit down. Read the order before you speak. Go read the order. If you don't know to read,
you don't have to teach me, Mr. TJ Abraham. You don't have to teach me.
I'm running out of time.
You are not the master here.
Running out of time. You are not the master here. Only because I'm running out of time. Only because I'm running out of time. This is getting out of hand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Surabhi, TJ, congratulations. Take it easy. It's okay. You won the case. It's fine. You won. Siddaramaiah lost. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Okay, and that's it on the debate. Arnab will be back. We at Republic TV are tracking the story very, very closely. In fact, we've been reporting on it for over a month or two in Republic Kannada, and even Arnab debated it, asking about 10 questions to Siddaramaiah, and the truth has won. An investigation cannot be blocked. Only an investigation will tell you whether there was a scam at all. And why is anybody trying to block an investigation? That's a question to think over. Thank you for watching the debate tonight.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Director, the taste of success.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
An hour ago, following indications that Hezbollah was preparing to fire towards Israeli territory, we began striking terrorist targets throughout Lebanon. The Hezbollah terrorist organization has been continuously launching attacks on Israeli civilians and has no plans to stop.